The world was ending in fire and blood. Amidst the chaos of a brutal war, swords clashed and lives were extinguished in an instant, a maelstrom of destruction consuming everything. This was the domain of the Ragnar clan, the grand ducal family guarding the empire's northern border. Their legendary strength came from a special constitution, a power that let them stand against impossible odds. It was the blood of dragons, a sacred inheritance said to flow through the veins of every true member of the clan. Because of this, every child of the Ragnar bloodline was born a prodigy, blessed with exceptional magic, stamina, and an innate talent for the sword. Everyone except for Theo. Even at the end, as he lay defeated, his enemy mocked him, telling him that some things are impossible no matter how hard you try. People call that a lack of talent. And the one delivering this final, crushing blow was a man Theo knew all too well. His own sword instructor, Rendon Harvey, looked down on him with a cruel smirk. Theo demanded to know why, but Rendon just laughed. He called Theo's tireless training a pitiful sight, mocking him for trying so hard when it would never amount to anything. The title Imbecile of Ragnar was perfect for him, and he should have just stayed hidden instead of struggling so laughably. The horrifying truth crashed down on our hero. Rendon hadn't approached him to be an instructor. He had fed him useless sword techniques from the very beginning, all so he could sell out the Rose Palace to these bastards. It was the ultimate betrayal, orchestrated by the one man he had trusted to make him strong. Theo crashes to the ground, a bloody and broken mess, his life force exploding out of him. Looming over him is his former instructor, Rendon Harvey. He looks down at his dying student and asks why he's being blamed, insisting that all of this is Theo's own fault. The traitor forces our hero to look upon the carnage, demanding to know why the Rose Palace is burning and why his loyal retainers lie dead in the streets. Then comes the final, soul-crushing blow. Rendon asks why Theo's own mother, Cecilia, is now a cold corpse. The answer he spits is simple. It's all because Theo was the worthless imbecile of Ragnar. In a clan built on the rule of the strong, his weakness was a crime punishable by death. The worst truths are often the ones we already tell ourselves. A guttural scream tears from Theo's throat. With his last ounce of strength, he lunges at his betrayer, only to be effortlessly cut down again. A commanding voice from the shadows orders Rendon to stop talking and finish it. The traitor quickly apologizes, claiming he was just reminiscing before ending the boy's life. As darkness closes in, Theo's mind is filled with one agonizing thought. He couldn't protect anyone. He wonders if this is truly the end, desperately wishing that if only he had been born with talent, things could have been different. His consciousness fractures into nothingness, and then a cold, impersonal message confirms the inevitable. Theo has died. As his life fades, a new message floods his senses. His unique trait has activated, returning him to the designated regression point. His consciousness tumbles through a digital void, a stream of memories and data washing over him. Suddenly, he's back on his feet, the familiar training ground surrounding him. Standing before him is his sword instructor, Rendon Harvey, the very man who betrayed him. Rendon notes that Theo seems tired and declares their lesson for the day is over, leaving our hero utterly stunned. Theo struggles to understand. He was certain he had just died. He concludes this must be a final vision before death, a cruel trick of the mind forcing him to relive a memory with the one man he despises most. But then an impossible blue screen flickers into existence before his eyes. It presents him with a bizarre mission, a tutorial quest to punch Rendon in the face. Theo stares in disbelief, wondering what in the world is happening. Rendon asks him what's wrong, snapping him out of his trance. Deciding this must be a gift from the gods, one last chance to vent his fury, Theo doesn't hesitate. Dream or not, he charges forward, roaring that he's going to give his traitorous master a proper beating. But his punch is caught with insulting ease. The impact is pathetic, his fist feeling impossibly weak. Theo is shocked by how real and vivid this dream is, a grim smirk forming on his face. Rendon simply tells him the lesson is over and sends him flying with a swift kick. A sharp jolt of pain courses through Theo's body, shocking him to his core. He questions why a dream would hurt this much. His instructor lectures him, saying he understands Theo's frustration over the fast-approaching awakening ceremony and his lack of progress. He coldly reminds Theo that a Ragnar should use a sword, not a fist, before dismissing him until their next lesson. As Rendon walks away, the sneering whispers of other students confirm his worst fears. They mock him as a talentless imbecile blaming his master for his own failures. At that moment, it all clicks into place. This isn't a dream. As Rendon walks away, the other trainees mock Theo from the sidelines, snickering that the imbecile is blaming his own lack of talent on his master. They question if he's even a real Ragnar, calling him incompetent even for an illegitimate child. But Theo isn't listening. He clutches the dirt, feeling the sharp, undeniable pain in his fist. This isn't a memory, it isn't a dream, it's real. He realizes he's truly returned to the past, to his 17-year-old body, 10 years before his death. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes before his eyes, congratulating him for completing a tutorial quest. The reward, the activation of Ragnar's talent. For a boy who was born without any talent at all, this was an impossible miracle. A prompt asks if he wants to receive his reward, and Theo immediately accepts. A massive surge of energy engulfs him as the system announces that all his stats will now increase at a tremendous speed. Before he can even process this sudden gift of power, a new quest alert pops up. The scene shifts to the Rose Palace, some time earlier. His mother, Cecilia Ragnar, is meeting with Rendon Harvey. The instructor bluntly tells her that Theo is the most talentless student he has ever seen, but quickly puts on a convincing act, promising to mold him into a warrior. Cecilia pays him handsomely to give her son extra attention, unknowingly entrusting Theo to the very man who would orchestrate their doom. The memory of the betrayal is crystal clear. He recalls how his mother, Cecilia, had paid Rendon, believing in her son's potential. But Rendon had already sold him out, sneering at Theo's lack of talent and his mother's lineage. For a mountain of gold and a guaranteed future from the Camellia Palace, the instructor had agreed to sabotage Theo's growth and leak information. To the traitor, the imbecile of Ragnar was nothing more than a golden ticket. But that was the future he would prevent. Back in the present, Rendon storms away, completely bewildered. The shock of being struck by the imbecile quickly turns to rage, and he stalks off, cursing the boy as an idiotic loser. Theo doesn't give him a second thought, instead sprinting through the palace halls until he finds his mother. He throws himself into her arms, overwhelmed with emotion. Cecilia is stunned by his sudden tears, but for Theo, this warm embrace is all the proof he needs. He has truly returned, 10 years into the past. As he holds her, visions of the future he failed to stop flash through his mind, the burning palace, the slaughter, and the faces of his enemies. He has to change it all. He knows he's weak now, but the mysterious system has given him a path forward with Ragnar's talent. He vows to become strong enough to hold his own in the damned war for the throne. Strong enough to protect his mother, and strong enough to finally take his revenge on Rendon Harvey. As his resolve hardens, a new message appears. His second tutorial quest has arrived. Train his body to the absolute limit. He burns for revenge against Rendon, but knows his current body is useless. Before he can claim his vengeance, he must first become strong. Fortunately, Theo has a plan, cobbled together from the memories of his past life. He recalls his time in an intelligence agency, where he learned of a legendary potion, the Bloody Sword Emperor's Elixir, and a secret manual that detailed its true power. He also remembers an extreme training regimen he'd abandoned before, defeated by his own lack of talent. But now everything is different. With Ragnar's talent, the impossible is suddenly within his grasp. As he begins his grueling training, the system confirms his progress is already at 27%. His relentless pace stuns the other trainees, who wonder how the so-called imbecile can keep going. Theo pays them no mind, vowing to run and swing his sword more than he ever has before. This is his path to power, and his progress soars to 65%. A few days later, his non-stop training catches the eye of Evelyn Naravel, the manager of Training Ground 4. Watching the boy who hasn't slept in days, she begins to seriously doubt the rumors of him being talentless. Theo pushes himself to the absolute brink, his quest progress hitting a tantalizing 97%. He'd learned a brutal lesson the night before. This quest is unforgiving. When he paused to rest, his progress bar actually started to decrease. This cruel mechanic doesn't break him. It only makes him more determined. Feeling personally challenged by the system, Theo grits his teeth and declares he won't stop until he's finished, pushing through the last few agonizing moments. The progress bar creeps to 99%. With his body screaming in protest, Theo pushes harder, his eyes glowing with sheer willpower, determined to continue until he can no longer draw breath. Finally, the number ticks over to 100. A wave of relief and exhaustion washes over him as the system announces the completion of his second tutorial quest. For his incredible effort, he's been rewarded with a powerful item, the Dragon Heart. But that wasn't all. For clearing it so quickly, he received an even greater prize, 10 years' worth of his past life's magical power. Lying on the ground, barely conscious, Theo saw the prompt to accept his rewards, and with his last ounce of strength, he slammed his finger on yes. A blinding light erupted from his body as the power flooded into him, and he finally lost consciousness. He awakened sometime later in an unfamiliar room, where a woman with pink hair peeked in, telling him not to worry. Another woman, this one with blonde hair, introduced herself as Evelyn Naravel, the manager of Training Ground Number 4. She explained that she had found him collapsed from overexertion and brought him to the break room to recover. Theo recognized the name immediately. This was his future mentor. He thanked her, but Evelyn cut straight to the point, asking him if he was aware that opening a mana hall before the official awakening ceremony was strictly forbidden for any member of the Ragnar clan. Theo confirmed he knew the rule, confused by the sudden question. Evelyn's eyes narrowed. She revealed that just before he passed out, she detected a massive mana wave, the unmistakable signature of a mana hall opening. She looked him dead in the eye and asked him directly if he, Theo Ragnar, had just broken the clan's greatest taboo. Theo scoffed at the idea, claiming he'd be dead if he'd actually done something so reckless. But as the words left his mouth, a brilliant blue aura of raw power exploded from his body, leaving Evelyn completely speechless. As the mana settles, the system confirms his incredible rewards. He's obtained the Dragon Heart, and for clearing the quest so quickly, he gets a bonus prize, 10 years' worth of magic power from his past life. Lying on the ground, utterly spent, Theo can hardly believe it. The power flowing through him is immense, but one reward in particular stands out, sparking a glint in his eye, the Dragon Heart. With this new power secured, Theo's mind flashes back to his first act of revenge. He had confronted his treacherous instructor, Rendon Harvey, telling him his skills were trash before firing him on the spot. Rendon had been furious, screaming Theo's name, and arguing that his contract still had time left. But Theo coldly shut him down, stating that an employer's word is final. Every fiber of Theo's being wanted to kill the traitor then and there, but he knew he wasn't strong enough yet. His plan was simple. First, get Rendon away from him, then dig up more information to expose him completely. This sent Rendon into a panic. Getting fired would mean failing his secret mission for the Camellia Palace. Desperate, he declared that Theo was breaking the clan's rules. Rendon threatened to report the dismissal to the official tribunal, but just as he did, a new tutorial quest popped up for Theo. He had to fight and win against his former instructor. This changed everything. A smirk crossed Theo's face as he proposed they settle things the Ragnar way. At that moment, Evelyn, the training ground manager, arrived on the scene. When Rendon asked what he meant, Theo laid out his terms. They would abide by the rule of the strong and settle the matter with a sword match. The victor's will would be law. Rendon was ecstatic, thinking this was a gift from the heavens. Evelyn agreed, setting the duel for 1 week later. Internally, Theo was screaming. He wasn't strong enough to win yet. But it was too late as Rendon grinned, already savoring his presumed victory. 1 week later, the arena was buzzing with spectators. The crowd mocked Theo, calling him the cripple of Ragnar, and scoffing at the idea that he could ever defeat a mid-rank swordsman. In the center of the ring, Rendon Harvey stood oozing with confidence. He patronizingly offered Theo a chance to apologize and back down, telling him not to risk his life for pride. But Theo was completely unfazed. He looked his betrayer dead in the eye and threw the warning right back, telling Rendon that if he didn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, he should simply accept that he's been fired. Rendon seethes, but a sinister grin spreads across his face. This duel is the perfect opportunity. He decides he'll just kill the boy and pretend it was a tragic accident during the match. With smug confidence, he tells Theo that, as his former teacher, he will graciously concede the first strike. Theo doesn't waste the opening. He declares that he won't refuse the offer and lunges forward in a flash of steel. Their blades meet with a deafening clang, and the duel for dominance officially begins. The onlookers are stunned by the ferocity of the clash, but to them, it looks like a one-sided beatdown. They mock Theo, shouting that the imbecile is clearly losing and doesn't even know how to swing a sword. At this rate, they figure he's going to get himself killed. Rendon taunts our hero mid-fight, asking where all his earlier confidence went. The crowd agrees Theo is a mere apprentice, while Rendon is a mid-rank swordsman. The result is obvious. Rendon gloats, absolutely certain that the imbecile of Ragnar could never defeat him. But this was all part of a bigger plan. Just before the duel, Evelyn had explained her logic to Theo. She suggested the match because she knew just firing Rendon wasn't enough to get rid of him. He had powerful backers. Because of his bizarre teaching style, she'd had him secretly investigated. A quick memory confirms it. Rendon had been intentionally teaching Theo a flawed and clumsy sword style. Theo realizes this is a new development. Evelyn never caught on in his past life. He correctly assumes her new interest in him stems from the Mana Hall incident. Evelyn then drops the bombshell from her investigation. All of Rendon's traces, all of his connections, lead directly back to the rival Camellia Palace. Theo is floored, his shock quickly turning to rage. It was all a pathetic scheme as part of the clan's succession war. Despite his anger, he admits to Evelyn that with his current skills, he still can't defeat Rendon. He asks her what he's supposed to do now. Her answer is simple. She tells him that he can and will beat him. She insists that he is underestimating his own potential far too much. Back in the present, Rendon laughs maniacally, telling Theo to kneel and beg for forgiveness. But fueled by Evelyn's faith and his own burning resolve, our hero meets the attack head-on, their swords erupting in a brilliant explosion of power. Rendon is in complete disbelief. Every single one of his attacks is being effortlessly deflected. He begins to panic, wondering how the weakling he'd trained for years could have transformed so completely, questioning if this is even the same Theo Ragnar he knew. The crowd murmurs in shock. It's undeniable now. Rendon, the veteran instructor, is being pushed back. The impossible was happening right before their eyes. But this wasn't an overnight miracle. The secret to his growth was a promise made just 1 week ago. Evelyn Naravel had approached Theo, offering to personally train him. She assured him that with her guidance, he would easily be able to suppress someone like Rendon. While it was against the rules, she declared that Rendon was a bastard who had no right to be called a teacher anyway. Back then, Theo realized this was the perfect fruit of having put Evelyn in his debt. He had only one question for her: why go so far to help him? She explained that it was partially due to their last encounter, but also because she knew someone who would be very interested in him, a powerful figure obsessed with collecting talented individuals. Back in the duel, Rendon's mind is reeling. He can't fathom how a boy with no talent could possess such skill. He desperately wonders if Theo had been faking his incompetence all this time. But for what reason? Theo cuts through the noise with a single, sharp question: who is backing him? Rendon tries to play dumb, but our hero reveals he knows all about the deliberately terrible lessons. Theo then names his prime suspect, the Camellia Palace. Rendon's shocked expression is all the confirmation he needs. With the conspiracy laid bare, Theo looks down on his former master and asks him a chilling question. Does he know what it feels like to have an arm chopped off? Before Rendon can even react, Theo moves. A flash of steel, a sickening crunch, and Rendon's arm is sent flying through the air. The instructor collapses, screaming in agony, clutching the bloody stump while cursing the imbecile who just utterly destroyed him. Theo stands over the writhing man, his expression cold and resolved. With this victory, he is certain. As Rendon collapses, clutching the stump of his arm, a profound realization washes over Theo. He has become stronger, and he knows with absolute certainty that this is only the beginning. Staring down at his former master, Theo reminds him of the words Rendon once spoke, that it was Theo's own fault things had come to this. But now, Theo twists the knife, telling the dying man that it is his own fault he's about to die here today. He declares that among the Ragnars, who believe only in the rule of the strong, Rendon was, and always has been, the very weakest of them all. Rendon's pleas for mercy are cut short as Theo brings his sword down one final time, ending his betrayer's life without a shred of hesitation. The moment Rendon falls, a system notification announces the completion of his tutorial quest. For exceeding the objective, he's even granted a bonus reward, which he immediately accepts. Silence falls over the training ground, broken only by the shocked whispers of the crowd. They can't believe their eyes. The imbecile, a mere apprentice, just slaughtered a mid-tier swordsman. Theo looks at the corpse with contempt, disgusted that he ever suffered at the hands of someone so pathetically weak in his past life. But that was then. From this day forward, things will be different. The system details his rewards: a new ability called observation, and a full year's worth of magic power. While the magic is a welcome boost, Theo is left wondering what exactly this new observation skill does. Watching from the sidelines, Evelyn Naravel's eyes glow with a strange light. She seems to be analyzing Theo, sensing the new power swirling within him, and realizing there is far more to the imbecile of Ragnar than anyone ever suspected. The man who smashed his way into the arena roars Theo's name. This is Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, legendary commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Panic ripples through the crowd. The presence of one of the 9 dragons, the clan's absolute strongest warriors, is an event in itself. They wonder how long he's been watching. Only Evelyn Naravel seems unfazed, sighing as she scolds Julius for destroying the flooring and asking if he could ever enter a room normally. But Theo is frozen, caught in the overwhelming pressure radiating from the demon dragon. A strange, dark energy seems to emanate from the commander, resonating with something deep inside our hero. Julius lets out a booming laugh, expressing his surprise and excitement. He acknowledges that Theo has surpassed his master by killing him, but adds that a scumbag like Rendon probably had it coming. Without any further preamble, Julius cuts to the chase. He grabs Theo by the face, his voice echoing through the arena as he gives him a direct order: join the white-armored dragon cavalry. The entire venue erupts in disbelief, scouting the imbecile of Ragnar into the most elite knight order. It's unthinkable. Even Axion Ragnar, watching from the sidelines, can't help but crack a sinister smile. The other knights confirm just how insane this is. No one has ever been scouted before their awakening ceremony. It's impossible to gauge their potential when their mana hall is still closed. No matter how good a swordsman is, their magic could be non-existent. It's a gamble not even Julius Ragnar should be taking. Theo is floored, wondering if the demon dragon truly sees that much potential in him to risk his reputation on a boy who hasn't even awakened his power. But our hero has his own path to walk. Looking the legendary commander dead in the eye, Theo does the unthinkable. He calmly declines the offer. A stunned silence falls over the arena as every single person, from the knights to the demon dragon himself, stares in utter shock. The whispers began almost immediately. Across the Ragnar clan, the story spread. The imbecile young Master Theo had not only defeated but destroyed his own master. And when the demon dragon himself tried to scout him for the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry, Theo declined, claiming his skills weren't yet enough. A humble Ragnar. It was a concept so foreign, it only added to his mystique. But in the Camellia Palace, the news was not a cause for celebration. Lady Emil Ragnar found the situation complicated. She couldn't believe Theo had killed Rendon. Her brother, the sky dragon Ed Troyven, reminded her not to worry. He pointed out that she had assigned Rendon to Theo precisely because the instructor was unskilled. The death of such a worthless pawn, he assured her, was of no concern to them. Emil argued that with the demon dragon and even Evelyn now taking a personal interest, they could no longer interfere by assigning Theo a new master. If he started to stand out, their plans to seize control of the Rose Palace would be in jeopardy. But Ed remained dismissive, insisting that the clan head would never take interest in such a trivial matter. He scoffed at the idea that Theo had truly changed, claiming the imbecile was still powerless, and that Evelyn and Julius simply had a weakness for underdogs. That's when Axion Ragnar stepped in. Hearing his mother and uncle's anxieties, he decided to handle it himself. Since they were so worried, he declared he would play with Theo a little, and make the boy understand his place once and for all. Meanwhile, Theo was training with Evelyn. He thanked her, admitting that learning from a proper master was a world of difference. But Evelyn was fixated on his decision. She told him it would have been better to join the white-armored dragon cavalry and asked him directly why he had refused such a monumental offer. Theo confessed, if only to himself, that joining the cavalry had been his dream in his past life. But in this new life, his ambitions soared far higher. Joining now would be a mistake, a limitation on his potential. He knew that the privileges showered upon the top performer of the upcoming awakening ceremony would make the cavalry's offer pale in comparison. To Evelyn, however, he gave a more humble answer. He claimed he didn't want any special privileges and still felt he wasn't skilled enough, satisfied with her training him for the ceremony instead. Evelyn accepted his reasoning, though she noted that Commander Julius would be disappointed. As she spoke, Theo's eyes glowed, secretly activating his observation skill to analyze her. The skill activated, revealing Evelyn Neravel's hidden history. She wasn't just a training ground manager. She was the former deputy commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The system also told Theo that she admired his character and, after a long time, felt a renewed sense of purpose from teaching him. Theo realized this observation skill was a game changer, a tool he could definitely exploit in the future. But just as he was processing this, a man approached them, introducing himself as Sybil Drea from the Southern Inspection Post. He declared that he had something important to discuss with Theo. Wary of the stranger's intense demeanor, Theo immediately used observation on him. The results were completely unexpected. Sybil Drea, known as the dunce of the Southern Inspection Post, wasn't a threat. Instead, the system revealed he held a powerful admiration for Theo and desperately wanted to spar with him. Sybil then poured his heart out, declaring his wish to follow Theo. He admitted that he, like everyone else, had once believed Theo truly was an imbecile, but he had secretly watched Theo train harder than anyone day after day, leading to his miraculous growth. Just when Sybil was about to give up on himself, Theo became his idol, and now he begged for the honor of crossing swords with him. Normally, Theo would have been suspicious of such a sudden declaration of loyalty, but his observation skill confirmed it. Sybil's respect was completely genuine. This was a turn of events he had not seen coming. Our hero had expected his victory over Rendon and the attention from Julius to attract a swarm of insecure challengers wanting to test him. He never imagined it would also inspire people to follow him. He realized that to achieve his ultimate goal of becoming the clan head, he would need allies, people who still held the pride of Ragnar. And it all started with this final tutorial quest, a chance to finally escape the shameful title that had defined his entire previous life. In his past life, he was never able to escape that shameful title, but this time he would abandon it completely. Theo turns to Evelyn, asking for a moment to handle the challengers. She agrees, telling him to show them what he's made of. Theo steps forward, formally introducing himself as an apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace. The first to answer the call is Sybil Drea, an apprentice from the Southern Inspection Post and a practitioner of the Curé clan's quicksword style. He declares his intention for a good, clean spar. The duel ignites in a blur of motion. Sybil unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast strikes, but Theo meets every single one, his blade a perfect extension of his will. Sybil can't believe it. He's known as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but his one point of pride has always been his speed. Yet against Theo it's useless. He finally understands. The rumors were all lies. Theo's skill is the real deal. For Theo, however, the fight is almost nostalgic. In his previous life, he would have struggled to parry even a few of these blows. But now, this level of swordsmanship is child's play. With a single, overwhelming counterattack, Theo ends the match. Sybil stumbles back, defeated but not dishonored. He thanks Theo, admitting he learned a great deal from the brief exchange. It was, as Theo acknowledged, a good fight. But then a curious thought strikes our hero. He wonders if he can use his observation skill on himself. He activates it, and to his astonishment it works. A system window materializes before his very eyes. The system lays out his entire being in stark detail. Level 1. Title: Imbecile of Ragnar, but the numbers tell a different story. His magic power is a staggering 190, dwarfing his other stats. And then he sees the most shocking detail of all. His luck stat is a dismal -49. Theo quickly deciphers the new information. His unique abilities are categorized as talents, and he notices 4 locked slots, speculating that completing more quests might be the key to unlocking them. For the first time, he can see his own power quantified. He attributes his high magic to his past life as a mage and the dragon heart, but the negative luck is a chilling revelation. He wonders if he's cursed, if this single, terrible stat was the root cause of all the misfortune and failure in his previous life. His path forward is clear. He must find a way to increase his luck. As this resolve settles in, he finally takes in the sea of faces before him, the crowd of challengers watching his every move. In the Ragnar clan, strength is everything. Defeating Rendon and gaining the approval of a 9 dragon like Julius could only create 2 outcomes: bitter envy, or awestruck admiration. As Theo looks upon the hopeful faces of the swordsmen gathered, he realizes they aren't here to challenge an imbecile. They're here to follow a leader. The crowd of challengers buzzes with excitement, realizing the rumors of Theo's power were no exaggeration. One by one, they step forward, each one eager to test their own mettle against the rising star of the Ragnar clan. Theo uses his observation skill, identifying his next opponent as Aud Nalan before the man can even speak. Surprised that Theo knows his name, Aud is honored and formally introduces himself as the third son of Viscount Nalan, ready to fight using his family's double ascension sword style. The duel is over almost before it begins. Aud charges, but Theo's skill is simply on another level. After a brief flurry of blows, Theo easily disarms him, and a stunned Aud immediately concedes defeat. Suddenly, a system notification appears. Gaining Aud Nalan's approval has increased Theo's luck stat. This is the revelation he's been waiting for. He realizes that earning the respect of others directly boosts his stats, and a new resolve hardens within him. All he has to do is keep fighting. And so the gauntlet continues. He faces challenger after challenger, Benyat Ramiro, Eric Morin, Manfred Nonbert, and dozens more. Each one falls, and with every victory, Theo gains their approval, his abysmal luck stats steadily climbing by 1 point each time. Though clearly exhausted, our hero relentlessly calls for the next opponent. But when he checks his status, he's shocked to find his tutorial quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title has only progressed by a single, frustrating %. Theo quickly realizes the problem. He's only fighting people who already admire him. To make real progress, he needs to face stronger foes or prove himself on a bigger stage in front of those who still doubt him. As Evelyn voices her concern over his fatigue, Theo brushes it aside, declaring he isn't done yet. Just as he needs a bigger stage, one presents itself. A new warrior steps forward, formally requesting a spar. The crowd murmurs in shock as they recognize him. It's Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, one of the legendary Four Hounds of the North. The Four Hounds are the absolute pinnacle of their generation, the four strongest warriors under the Ragnar clan. Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Camellia Palace's own Axion Ragnar, and the man standing before him, Remington. Remington explains he came specifically to see Theo fight before the awakening ceremony. As he speaks, Theo uses observation, confirming Remington is a true sword genius, and more importantly, that the Silver Lion is completely surprised to have found an unexpected rival in the former imbecile. For Theo, this is more than just a quest. He's always respected Remington's talent from afar. Setting his system aside for a moment, he is genuinely thrilled, telling the Silver Lion it's an honor and that he plans to fight with everything he has. The air crackles with tension as Theo poses the ultimate question to himself. Can his current self truly defeat one of the Four Hounds of the North? Without another word, the two prodigies clash in a blinding flash of steel and aura. A victory here would be monumental, pushing his quest to escape the imbecile title, currently at 30% completion, forward by a massive leap. When the dust settles, the crowd is in stunned silence. They look on in disbelief, whispering that young Master Theo must have lost. After all, they reason, no matter how much he's grown, beating one of the four strongest of his generation was always an impossible task. But in the world of true warriors, the obvious result is never guaranteed. The crowd roars, certain that Theo's impressive streak has finally met its end. But just as they celebrate the predictable outcome, Remington silences them all by declaring that the loss was his. He explains that Theo's sword was already worn out and that he was exhausted from countless previous duels, making it an unfair fight. Theo, however, refuses to accept victory on a technicality. He counters that on a real battlefield, excuses don't matter. The moment he lost his weapon, he lost the duel. With mutual respect, the two warriors shake hands, both hoping for a proper rematch one day. The onlookers can hardly believe their eyes. Theo, the former imbecile, has just earned the public acknowledgement of one of the four hounds of the North. His reputation skyrockets, and his quest progress to shed his old title jumps to 35%. But despite the public victory, Theo knows the truth. He reflects that even with all the power he's gained from his regression, he felt the immense gap the moment their blades met. He was still lacking. Still, the duel was a net positive. His luck stat increased by a solid 10 points and his reputation was better than ever. While the quest progress was slow, he was already plotting his next move, searching for a bigger stage to prove himself. As if on cue, Remington approaches with an official-looking letter. He extends a formal invitation to Theo, asking him to join the exclusive Scaled Dragon Society. The crowd gasps in shock. The Scaled Dragon Society is a high society group that only the absolute elite of their generation can join. For Remington to personally invite Theo was simply unthinkable. Theo asks if someone like him is even qualified, but Remington waves it off, insisting he's more than worthy. He claims it's just a casual social group for peers to prepare for the upcoming awakening ceremony, much to the comical dismay of Theo's followers who weren't invited. Our hero's mind races. He knows this society is centered around his rival, Axion, and filled with people who despise him. It was a viper's nest, and the perfect stage to advance his quest while gathering intelligence on the Camellia Palace. He saw absolutely no reason to refuse. Theo formally accepts the invitation, and his quest progress immediately ticks up another point. A new, far more dangerous game was about to begin. Remington informs him the next meeting is in 2 weeks, giving Theo a crucial window to prepare before stepping into the viper's nest. Moments later at the Rose Palace, Theo is met by his mother, Cecilia. She's already heard the incredible news. Her son has been invited to the prestigious Scaled Dragon Society. She warns him that this is no mere social club. It includes his bitter rival, Axion, and other top talents, a group so influential they're watched by the clan council itself. Every single detail of his appearance and behavior will be under a microscope. Fortunately, this is where she can help. Cecilia reminds Theo of her past as an actress, making her perfectly suited to prepare him for the performance of his life. Theo reflects on his mother's past and the label she carried, the mother of an illegitimate child from a commoner. He realizes how much guilt she must have felt, and how difficult her life in the harsh Ragnar clan must have been, especially with a son everyone called an imbecile. With tears in her eyes, she tells him she believes in him, giving him the heartfelt encouragement he never received from anyone else. Theo puts on a gentle face and tells his mother not to worry. But behind that calm exterior, his true goal burns like a furnace. He isn't going there to make friends. He's going to utterly pulverize the Scaled Dragon Society from the inside out. 2 weeks fly by, and on the night of the banquet, a completely transformed Theo emerges. The servants who once mocked him now cheer his name as he walks towards the awaiting carriage. Even Remington is stunned by the change, telling Theo he looks like a completely different person. He insists he's being genuine. The change is that dramatic. And it's not just the fancy suit. Theo knows this new physique is the result of 2 solid weeks of pushing his body to its absolute limit. He was ready. The past 2 weeks had been a blur of relentless training. Remington had shown up every single day, dragging Theo into spars and drills until they were practically inseparable. It was exhausting, but a bond had formed between the two rivals. As they rode in the carriage, Remington told Theo not to be nervous about his first formal banquet. Then, he casually dropped a bombshell. He explained that it wasn't him who sent the invitation but his mischievous friend, Axion Ragnar. In fact, Remington revealed, Axion had prepared this entire banquet just for Theo. A cold smirk played on our hero's lips. This was going a little too well. He told Remington he was looking forward to it, privately thinking this was the perfect opportunity to be publicly insulted and further his goals. And the architect of this little party, Axion Ragnar, was waiting. He viewed the imbecile of Ragnar as nothing more than a new toy to break for his own amusement. The carriage finally rolled to a stop before a grand, imposing estate. As Theo stepped out, a chill ran down his spine. This was the Camellia Palace, the heart of his enemies, the very people who had orchestrated his downfall and the destruction of his family in his past life. Remington, oblivious to Theo's inner turmoil, mentioned that Axion himself was waiting at the entrance to greet them. But Theo was more than ready. He knew Axion's plan was to humiliate him and halt his rise. Little did Axion know, our hero had walked into the lion's den with a plan of his own, ready to show his enemy just who he was trying to trample. As Remington shouts a desperate warning, a bag of flour explodes right where Theo was standing. But this is not the imbecile of the past. Our hero sidesteps the childish trap with ease, leaving Remington to furiously demand what his friends think they're doing. Theo reflects that in his previous life, he would have been helplessly covered in white powder. He quickly confirms Remington's genuine confusion. The Hound of the North wasn't part of this pathetic welcome. No, the masterminds are exactly who he expected. From the doorway, Axion Ragnar strolls out, a smug grin plastered on his face as he calls the trap a simple greeting between brothers. The system confirms Theo's suspicions. Axion is a psychopath, and he's just found himself a brand new toy. But Axion's new toy doesn't react as expected. Instead of rage, Theo smiles and sincerely thanks him for the warm welcome, adding that he's looking forward to the party. Axion's smugness falters, replaced by a predatory grin. He tells Theo that he's gotten far more interesting since they last met. Inside the lavish hall of the Camellia Palace, the members of the Scaled Dragon Society gossip amongst themselves. They can't believe Axion would invite the imbecile of Ragnar to their exclusive gathering, concluding that he must be treating Theo as a plaything for his own amusement. Remington approaches to apologize for his peer's behavior, but Theo waves it off, claiming he's actually grateful. He thinks to himself that their mockery will only make it sweeter when he eventually crushes them all. More importantly, he feels the pull of the quest he saw earlier, and now he has the perfect excuse to investigate. Just then, Axion himself descends the staircase, spreading his arms in a grand gesture. Lodbrok warns Theo to remain calm and stick to the plan. Playing along, Theo thanks Axion for the invitation, who offers a fake apology for his earlier prank, his sinister smile betraying his true, malicious intent. Axion saunters over with a condescending apology for the earlier trap, but quickly rephrases it, calling it a simple greeting. Instead of getting angry, Theo just smiles, saying he only remembers a greeting. This unexpected retort catches Axion off guard, who then laughs, declaring that this new, defiant Theo is far more interesting than the imbecile he used to be. Meanwhile, Axion's followers sneer from the sidelines, mocking Theo for acting like a submissive dog. They insult his commoner bloodline, comparing his unknown mother to the noble Troyven clan. Their venomous gossip then shifts to Remington, questioning why he'd bother with Theo, before one of them whispers that Remington is also illegitimate, a forbidden topic that is quickly shut down. Theo has heard every word. Deciding he's observed enough, he turns to Axion with a cold smile. He calmly announces that it's his turn to greet his new friends, throwing Axion's own taunt right back in his face. He strides towards the gossiping nobles. In one fluid motion, he grabs a bottle and smashes it over the head of the man who insulted Remington. The sickening crunch silences the entire hall as the man collapses, screaming in agony. The partygoers can only stare in shock. The bloodied noble curses Theo, calling him a bastard. But before he can finish, Theo is on him again, delivering another brutal strike. He leans in close, his voice dripping with venom, and mocks the man, saying it's hurtful to call his little greeting something so rude. In this moment, the imbecile is gone, replaced by a terrifying predator. The crowd is in an uproar, unable to believe what they're seeing. But Remington understands perfectly. The insult about being illegitimate, Theo wasn't just defending himself. He was defending Remington's honor, and the realization leaves him utterly stunned. Looming over his broken victim, Theo flashes a chilling smile. He declares that now it's time to say his goodbyes. As he grabs the terrified man's hand, ignoring his frantic pleas to stop, it becomes terrifyingly clear that the greeting was only the beginning. But Theo doesn't stop with just the bottle. He grabs the instigator, unleashing a burst of raw energy that leaves the man screaming in agony on the floor. With every punishing blow, Theo's quest to escape his demeaning title progresses, his reputation being rewritten in blood and fear. With his first victim thoroughly neutralized, our hero calmly scans the stunned room and asks if anyone else would like to say hello. The message is brutally clear. The days of pushing around the imbecile of Ragnar are officially over. Immediately, an armored knight cuts through the crowd, sword drawn, screaming that Theo's sin of harming his young master will be paid for in death. But instead of fear, Theo just smirks. This was exactly the kind of escalation he was hoping for. The knight is quickly identified as Ian Hanevi, a young master from one of Ragnar's most powerful vassal clans. This was all part of Theo's calculated plan. He came to this nest of enemies specifically to provoke these arrogant bannermen who had always looked down on him and his mother. Completely unfazed, Theo asks a chilling question. Do the dogs of a mere vassal clan truly dare to demand the death of a direct Ragnar descendant? With eyes glowing red, he challenges Ian to take responsibility for his words, declaring that he will no longer tolerate their disrespect. Elsewhere, the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, is confronted by an old acquaintance. The man teases Julius about taking on a new disciple after having sworn off teaching, and relentlessly presses him for an opinion on his new student, Theo. Julius finally admits that Theo has surpassed all expectations, calling him the best he's ever taught in terms of both talent and attitude. When asked if that includes Axion Ragnar, Julius confirms it without hesitation, stating that Theo's potential is even greater than that of the famed Hound of the North. Julius Ragnar smirks, taking another drink. He tells Evelyn that since she has two good eyes, she can see things better than his one, seemingly agreeing with her bold assessment of Theo's potential. Back at the banquet, a wave of pressure washes over Axion's followers. They tremble, wondering if this is truly the same imbecile of Ragnar they've always known. A chilling realization dawns on them. Theo is still a direct heir, and threatening the blood of the dragon is a sin punishable by the annihilation of an entire clan. They decide they must apologize immediately. But apologies would not be accepted tonight. Axion gives a single, cold command: kill them. In an instant, assassins leap from the shadows, but just as they strike, a new figure intercepts the attack, Evelyn, sword drawn and ready for battle. Theo's quest to escape his title skyrockets to 70% completion. He looks over, shocked to see his mentor. He asks Evelyn when she started following him, and she just smiles, replying that it was a given. Our hero smirks. He doesn't know why she's here, but with her watching his back, he can finally turn the tables without a single worry. The battle is swift and brutal, leaving Theo standing victorious amidst a room of defeated enemies. It turns out Evelyn's presence wasn't a coincidence. Earlier, she had confessed her worries to Julius, finding it odd that Theo would suddenly reveal the strength he'd hidden for so long. She felt he was being chased by something, and his attendance at Axion's banquet was a major cause for concern. Julius had listened patiently before telling her to simply follow Theo if she was so worried. He predicted that something would undoubtedly happen, explaining that when young wolf cubs gather, they inevitably fight to establish their hierarchy. But he had another motive. Julius tasked Evelyn with tempting Theo into joining the white-armored dragon cavalry. He reminded her that she couldn't just retire because she could no longer ride a dragon. She had a responsibility to the recruit she'd introduced. With his orders given, Julius thanked her for the wine and departed, setting the stage for the night's events. Evelyn realized with a start that this entire confrontation was Theo's design. He had sensed her following him and deliberately orchestrated the situation, proving he was far more cunning than anyone had ever given him credit for. Back in the banquet hall, Theo revealed his secret. The dragon heart granted him a sixth sense, an energy perception that let him know she was there from the start. He then turned to the terrified crowd and asked Evelyn what the penalty was for disrespecting a successor candidate. Her answer sent a chill through the room. According to clan law, immediate execution was on the table. But Theo offered a twisted form of mercy. Since they were all just children who hadn't even had their awakening ceremony, he commanded Evelyn to take only one of their arms. Without hesitation, she became a blur of motion, her blade flashing as she disarmed the heirs of the Byron clan, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, the Sears Merchant Guild, and a dozen others in a spray of blood. As his quest to shed his old title neared completion, one of Axion's cronies desperately begged his master for help. Axion simply looked down at the whimpering boy and coldly asked why he should. He then sneered that this was all just a greeting, throwing Theo's earlier words back in his follower's face. In the world of the powerful, loyalty is a luxury few can afford. As the floor was littered with the maimed, Axion had a tense reunion with Evelyn. He silently acknowledged Theo's brilliance. By only targeting those who insulted the main bloodline, Theo had put him in a political checkmate, making it impossible for a fellow successor to intervene. Evelyn confirmed to Theo that the 14 arms had been taken. She added that while priests could reattach them, their lives as swordsmen were finished. Theo deemed it perfect. Watching from the sidelines, Axion let out a dark laugh, forced to admit that the imbecile of the Rose Palace was truly gone, replaced by someone far more dangerous. With the offenders dealt with, Theo decides it's time to leave, telling Evelyn and Remington to follow. As he walks out, he pauses by a stunned Axion, giving him a casual wave and a smirk, telling him he had fun and that he'll see him later. It was a final, chilling declaration of dominance. The system alerts him that all his tutorial quests are now complete. The title Imbecile of Ragnar is officially gone forever. But for Theo, this is no ending. He declares to himself that his true revenge is only just beginning, as the system grants him his reward. A powerful experience elixir capable of raising his level by 5. Meanwhile, the news spreads like wildfire. In his private study, Axion's uncle, Ed Troyven, listens to a report with cold disbelief. He orders his subordinate to repeat what they just said, unable to process the news that Axion's entire scaled dragon society was single-handedly dismantled by Theo. While some plot, others celebrate. A wild party erupts to toast Theo's shocking high society debut. But far from the celebration, Ed Troyven calmly takes a sip from his glass, quietly contemplating how the boy everyone called an imbecile had brought his nephew's faction to its knees. For the powerful, humiliation is a poison best served cold. Back at the Camellia Palace, the fallout is immediate. A furious woman screams at Axion, berating him for not only giving the imbecile bastard justification for his actions, but for shamefully allowing his followers' arms to be severed. In the face of her rage, Axion remains unnervingly calm, simply confirming that yes, it all happened exactly as she heard. Elsewhere, Amel Ragnar furiously berates Axion for his monumental failure. She screams at him, asking if it makes any sense that he not only gave the imbecile bastard justification, but also let his men's arms get chopped off. She reminds him of her warning not to take Theo lightly, declaring that he's just given their enemy the grounds to go wild. Now, it would be far more difficult to take over the Rose Palace. Axion can only accept the tongue-lashing, promising to keep her words in mind. Still fuming, Amel complains to Ed Troyven about Axion's impulsiveness. Ed cheekily remarks that Axion resembles her in her youth, a comment she does not appreciate. He quickly placates her, suggesting that this incident might not be as bad as it seems. Ed lays out his brilliant scheme. The Rose Palace, despite being a place for riffraff, was technically part of the clan head's harem, making it politically untouchable. What they needed was a legitimate reason to move against it. And now, Theo has handed it to them on a silver platter. Since Theo is becoming the face of the Rose Palace, they can use the chaos he caused at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting as justification to suppress him through official, legal procedures. Amel's anger melts away as she grasps the plan. She admits her fear was that a stronger Theo would draw the clan head's attention and expand the Rose Palace's influence. But Ed's strategy flips that entirely. By using Theo's own strength and actions against him, the Camellia Palace can legally sweep them away, forcing the Rose Palace to submit to the Troyvens once and for all. She asks how long it will take to prepare. With a smug smile, Ed reveals that all preparations are already complete. He tells her to enjoy a bath and a good night's sleep, promising uplifting news by morning. He even presents her with a rare aromatic candle he procured just for her. Thoroughly impressed, Amel calls him her dear elder brother, admitting this is why she can't help but love him. Back at the celebration, Remington is overcome with emotion. He tells Theo he's shocked and had no idea he cared for him so much. Theo is utterly confused, wondering if Remington is drunk on orange juice. But Remington clarifies he's talking about the banquet. He explains that he was deeply moved because, while Theo endured insults against himself, he immediately stepped up the moment they insulted his friend. Remington admits he feels embarrassed for having done nothing himself. Remington continues to marvel at Theo's character, seeing him as a strong person who overcame hardship and had the courage to draw his sword against the untouchable Camellia Palace, all for his sake. His status confirms it. He is greatly touched, believing Theo cares deeply for him. Observing this, Theo realizes Remington has completely misunderstood the situation. His calculated move has been mistaken for a profound act of friendship. Completely misreading the situation, an emotional Remington loudly pledges his unwavering loyalty to Theo. The room erupts in cheers, celebrating the new alliance. When Theo tries to clarify, Evelyn stops him, smirking that some misunderstandings are best left alone. She suggests that maybe, for the first time, people genuinely want to be on his side. The thought surprises Theo, who still struggles to see himself as anything other than the failure he once was. He reflects on the mysterious system that granted him this second chance, his regression, his power, his talent. He doesn't understand its origin, only that it feels faintly familiar, but he accepts it as a tool for his revenge. The system confirms he's leveled up, granting him distributable stat points. A chilling realization dawns on him. His potential for growth is now truly limitless, and the future he will forge is a terrifying prospect for his enemies. Returning to the present, Theo focuses on the inevitable counterattack from the Camellia Palace. He turns to Remington, casually calling him Remy, and asking for his help in the coming war for the throne against Axion. This is a calculated move. Theo knows Remington is destined to lead the Narcio clan, a force that will one day rival the Ragnars. He hands his new ally a note, seizing the chance to bind this future powerhouse to his side completely. Remington accepts without hesitation, honored to serve. But the moment is shattered. The doors fly open as the tribunal's elite knights, the swords of law storm the room. They declare Theo Ragnar is under arrest for threat, assault, and intimidation. The enemy had made their move. While his friends cry out in shock, Theo remains perfectly calm. He examines the warrant, noting the ink is still wet, a sign of a rushed and desperate plot. Without resisting, he tells them he will go, allowing the knights to place him in restraints as his allies watch in horror. As Theo is taken away, Axion can't hide a smug grin, his plan perfectly in motion. But the news of the arrest sends shockwaves through the clan, stunning those loyal to Theo. Back at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother, Cecilia, is horrified to learn her son has been dragged before the tribunal. The charge is even more absurd, inciting a rebellion for his actions against the scaled dragon society. Though her aide fears the worst, Cecilia's faith is unshakable. She declares that her son will overcome this trial, just as he has overcome everything else, and prays for his safe return. Meanwhile, Theo rides in the prisoner carriage, utterly calm as it rattles toward the grand tribunal building. He's been here before in his past life, and he knows exactly what to expect. He muses that by completely destroying the scaled dragon society, he forced his enemies to escalate. Bringing a successor before the tribunal isn't about justice. It's a political move to question his qualifications and crush him completely. But they've made a fatal miscalculation. A sinister grin spreads across Theo's face as he realizes this is exactly the stage he was hoping for. The massive doors of the tribunal creak open. The guards announce the arrival of prisoner Theo Ragnar, escorting him onto the grand stage his enemies so foolishly prepared. He thinks to himself that if he's going to play the ace up his sleeve, a venue of this magnitude is the only place to do it. With a deafening boom, the doors slam shut, sealing him inside the lion's den. As his eyes adjust, Theo scans the room, noting the powerful figures gathered to witness his downfall. He immediately spots Julius Ragnar, the legendary demon dragon. In fact, 4 of the revered 9 dragons of Ragnar have assembled here today, all for him. In his past life, Theo would have been paralyzed with fear, standing before 4 of the legendary 9 dragons who protect the clan. There's the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven, the Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar, and the Elder Dragon, head counselor Wolfgang Ragnar, a man who values pure bloodlines above all else. Wolfgang addresses Theo with undisguised contempt, reminding our hero that he's a half-blooded, illegitimate child who is utterly disgusting in his eyes. He wastes no time on pleasantries, immediately demanding Theo answer for his supposed crimes. The head counselor lists the powerful vassals Theo assaulted, the Byron clan, the Seers Guild, and more, who are now threatening to cut ties with the main family. He roars at Theo, asking if a bastard like him can possibly bear the responsibility for dragging Ragnar's honor through the dirt. But Theo's response shocks the entire chamber. He calmly agrees with the counselor's words, admitting he was far too careless. His only mistake, he declares, was not cutting off their heads instead of just their limbs. The room falls silent as Theo lays out his argument. He explains the sacred bond of chivalry. A lord bestows honor, and the subject offers loyalty. Those vassals dared to threaten their lord, an act of insolence that demanded severe punishment to restore order. He asks how he could possibly stand by and watch as Ragnar's honor, upheld for 1,000 years, was trampled by such disrespect. His logic is flawless. Even Julius, the demon dragon, is impressed, realizing this will likely end with nothing more than a standard punishment. Theo has turned their own laws against them. However, the sword dragon, Osa Ragnar, cuts in. While she concedes that Theo is correct in theory, she reminds him that Ragnar cannot rule through tyranny alone. If they don't listen to the voices of their vassals, the clan will inevitably fall. Theo notes that Osa, the clan head's first wife and the best swordsman in the north, doesn't seem hostile, but her words carry a heavy weight. She hopes he understands that the punishment he is about to receive is justified. The sentence is then handed down: 3 months of probation. Theo immediately points out the problem. The awakening ceremony is in just 2 months. Unmoved, Wolfgang tells him he can simply participate in next year's ceremony, a slap in the face designed to humiliate him. This is exactly what the Camellia Palace faction wanted. Ed Troyven internally celebrates. Having the representative of the Rose Palace miss the awakening ceremony brings great dishonor, giving them the perfect justification to seize control. They believe Theo is trapped, with no choice but to accept his fate. But just as his enemies savor their victory, Theo declares that he will appeal the punishment. The council is stunned. Wolfgang erupts in fury at his arrogance, but Theo remains calm, stating that he is well aware of what an appeal means, and he knows his actions don't warrant a simple 3-month probation. Theo scoffs at the sentence. 3 months of probation isn't a punishment, it's a slap on the wrist, likely arranged by the demon dragon to save him. But Theo has no intention of accepting it. He declares that this is a war, and in war, only the victor's version of the truth matters. He doesn't want probation, he expects to be rewarded for his actions. The world itself seems to respond to his declaration. A system quest appears before him, the successor's path. A new scenario has begun, one that promises to uncover the deep secrets of this world. At that very moment, far away, a hidden northern branch of the Seers Merchant Guild, a front for his enemies, is about to learn the price of crossing him. The entire compound erupts in flames. Knights loyal to Theo storm the base, cutting down their foes without mercy. A hooded figure leading the assault confirms that their target was exactly where Theo said it would be. With this single, decisive strike, the financial and logistical backing for the Camellia Palace is crippled. Their conspiracy is finished. And back in the capital, Ed Troyven has no idea that his entire operation has just gone up in smoke. Back in the tribunal, the council is in an uproar. Head counselor Wolfgang is furious, accusing Theo of trying to escalate a minor issue into a full-blown war. He calls him arrogant, questioning if he truly believes he can stand against the combined forces of the 15 clans that support the Camellia Palace. But Theo remains unshaken. He states that facing them is his responsibility. He then schools the entire council on their own laws, explaining that when an appeal is made between two forces with a massive power disparity, it isn't settled by war. It's settled by a proxy battle, a one-on-one duel between chosen representatives to decide the victor. The implications sink in immediately. As the defendant, Theo himself would have to be his own representative. The plaintiff, the Camellia Palace faction, would almost certainly choose Axion. In a direct confrontation between the two, everyone believes Theo's defeat is all but guaranteed. They can't figure out his angle, unless he has a secret weapon they don't know about. Watching from his seat, Julius, the demon dragon, scoffs internally. If Theo thinks that he or Evelyn will step in as his champion, he is sorely mistaken. They would not interfere in such a formal challenge. Our hero is on his own. The Camellia faction can barely contain their glee. They see Theo's move as a foolish gambit, believing he overestimated his ability to pull in his powerful allies. Ed Troyven eagerly accepts the terms, proposing the proxy battle be held in 1 week. He privately vows to send Axion to personally kill Theo in the duel and put the imbecile in his place for good. Just as the council moves to formalize the representatives, a deep, commanding voice cuts through the hall. It's the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. He looks down at his son, speaking for the first time since his arrival, remarking that he always thought Theo was a quiet child. The absolute ruler of the North has finally entered the game. The entire tribunal freezes as the great doors swing open. An overwhelming presence fills the hall, silencing every voice as clan head Kyle Ragnar makes his entrance. He walks forward, his gaze fixed on Theo, and remarks that his son has changed, becoming quite adept at sly schemes. Every member of the council, the highest authorities in Ragnar, immediately drops to their knees. Theo follows suit, formally greeting the man he calls father as the incarnation of the great dragon god. But as he kneels, a new notification flashes in his vision. A scenario quest, his first since the tutorial, orders him to take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. He briefly remembers a strange blue light from before, but shakes it off. He has a much bigger problem to deal with right now. Theo's mind races. His father's appearance is a massive, unforeseen variable that could ruin everything he's planned. He can't figure out why the clan head would show up here, of all places. Kyle tells his son to rise, acknowledging that he's heard about the appeal for a proxy battle. Then, he poses a loaded question. Who did Theo intend to select as his champion to fight in his place? Our hero immediately sees through it. This is a test. He has no one to fight for him. He had always planned to step onto that stage himself. The clan head states plainly that if Theo fights, he will lose. But Theo stands his ground, asking how anyone can know the outcome without even trying. He declares that while he may be forced to bend, he will never, ever lower himself willingly. A booming laugh echoes through the hall. Kyle Ragnar is ecstatic. He repeats Theo's words for all to hear, proclaiming that nothing better describes the indomitable spirit of Ragnar. He tells Theo his attitude has completely satisfied him. Theo offers his thanks, but internally he smirks. The proxy battle was never the real plan, it was just bait. He was stalling, confident that the proof of the Camellia Palace's treason, which he'd tasked Evelyn and Remington with finding, would secure his victory without a fight. Pleased with his son's resolve, Kyle makes his offer. He announces that as the master of Ragnar, he will personally give Theo an opportunity by testing him with a single strike. Kyle Ragnar lays out the terms plainly. Forget the trial. If Theo can endure a single strike from him, he'll be absolved of all charges, and he orders his son to follow him outside. The sky dragon, Ed Troiven, immediately realizes the danger. This isn't just a test of strength, it's a test of recognition. If Theo survives, he'll officially become the one approved by the clan head, a title that would shatter the Camellia Palace's plans, and Troiven knows he has to stop this. He tries to intervene, arguing that the proxy battle is the proper procedure for dealing with vassals. But Kyle cuts him off with a single, chilling command to shut up, coldly reminding the Sky Dragon that any vassal who speaks out of turn should simply be eliminated. Ed Troiven is silenced. The clan head then turns to Julius, the demon dragon, who has been chuckling this whole time. Julius muses that it's been a long time since Kyle has shown this much interest in anything, but the clan head simply dismisses the observation as nonsense. With the interruptions dealt with, Kyle asks his son for his decision. Theo's mind races. His carefully laid plans have been completely upended by his father's whim. But as he considers the new path forward, a smile spreads across his face. A change like this is always welcome. Theo plays his part perfectly, telling his father the offer is too great and that a proxy war is nothing compared to a strike from the clan head himself. When Kyle asks if he's refusing, Theo's smile widens. He isn't refusing, he's just pointing out how unfair the exchange is. He lays his trap. Since the trial has become so much more severe, shouldn't the reward be increased to match? Intrigued, Kyle asks what he wants. Theo looks him dead in the eye and names his price: the Camellia Palace. The entire council erupts, shocked by the sheer madness of this half-blood daring to negotiate with the clan head as an equal. Axion sneers that Theo's arrogance will be his downfall, but before he can finish, Kyle Ragnar's voice booms across the hall, accepting the deal. Kyle Ragnar announces that if Theo truly aims for succession, he'll need this much gumption. He turns to Ed Troiven, the Sky Dragon, asking if there are any objections. Powerless before the clan head, Ed can only agree that everything in Ragnar belongs to him. With the matter settled, Kyle declares he will test Theo right here and now, a sinister smile spreading across his face as our hero smirks right back. As the stage is prepared, Ed Troyven sees. The trap he'd carefully laid to catch Theo has just become a platform to elevate him. He tries to calm himself, reasoning that there's no way the boy could withstand a single blow from the clan head, a feat even high-ranking swordsmen would struggle with. He concludes that Theo will die here. He has asterisk to die here. But Theo knows exactly what's running through his enemy's mind, and he's not worried. He has an ace up his sleeve from his tutorial reward. Across the courtyard, Kyle's eyes narrow, sensing the sudden surge in Theo's power. He wonders if he consumed an elixir, but ultimately dismisses it, telling his son it doesn't matter how he got stronger. He is still his flesh and blood. Theo is shocked. His father's perception is so sharp he noticed what even the 9 dragons missed. Kyle asks if Theo is warmed up, and our hero confirms he is. The clan head announces that he won't use his greatsword, opting for a rusty steel blade since Theo doesn't even know how to use mana yet, and Theo has no objections. With a menacing grin, Kyle unleashes his aura. The sheer pressure of his fighting spirit slams into Theo, who struggles just to remain on his feet. The clan head seems impressed that his son is still standing at all. But Theo is ready. He had already consumed his secret weapon, the experience elixir. The potion instantly granted him 5 level-ups, and he had poured every single new stat point into strength, nearly tripling it. He could feel the power coursing through him, the liberating feeling of stepping from the ordinary into the extraordinary. With this much strength, he was sure he could block his father's strike. As his father lunges forward, time seems to slow. Theo's enhanced senses kick in, and for the first time he can clearly see the trajectory of the attack. With a roar, he meets the blow head-on. The impact shatters the ground around them, but when the dust settles, Theo is still standing, having done the impossible. As the dust settled, Kyle Ragnar let out a sinister grin, remarking that it had been a while since he'd found a worthy son. With that, a notification declared the trial concluded. Theo had proven his innocence through sheer will, leaving Axion seething in the crowd. A flood of notifications confirmed his victory. The sudden quest to withstand his father's strike was complete, rewarding our hero with a new authority called Inventory and a mysterious blue key. Theo finally awoke sometime later, finding himself bandaged in a lavish bed. His mother, Cecilia, rushed to his side, frantic with worry. She explained he had fainted while still standing right after the trial and she'd been terrified. He calmed her down, asking just where they were. The answer came from a clan official. By order of the clan head himself, the previous masters of the Camellia Palace, including Axion and the Director of Intelligence, had all been evicted. This grand palace, the seat of his enemy's power, now belonged to Theo. And with his new home came a new mission. A scenario quest updated, tasking him with not only taking over the Camellia Palace, but also uncovering its hidden secret. Meanwhile, the deposed conspirators were not taking their defeat lightly. Ed Troyven commanded his nephew, Axion, to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion swore he would take not just an arm, but Theo's entire head during the upcoming awakening ceremony. Back in his new palace, Theo reflected on his stunning victory. Things had gone even better than he'd planned. He'd secured a major power base without revealing his trump card. Testing his new inventory skill, he summoned an apple out of thin air. He didn't know how it was possible, but he knew this new power would be incredibly useful. Taking stock of his new rewards, Theo examines the mysterious blue key. He immediately realizes it must be connected to a specific location within his new home, the Camellia Palace, and quickly finds a strange, locked door that seems to be a perfect match. With a click, the key turns and the heavy doors swing open. But behind them isn't another opulent room, it's the dark, gaping maw of a cave, a vortex of shadows swirling within. The system immediately confirms his discovery. He's found a dungeon for the first time, and as a special reward, all experience gained inside will be doubled. A hidden dungeon, right inside his own palace. Theo grins, seeing this as another quest laid out just for him. With double experience on the line, there was no way he was passing this up. He knew better than to go in unprepared. Accessing his new inventory, he quickly equips himself with a proper sword and shield, ready to face whatever lay within. Fully armed, our hero steps into the darkness. The air is cold and still as he ventures deeper into the rocky cavern, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. Suddenly, a low growl echoes through the cave. Before him stands a monstrous wolf, massive in size with glowing red eyes. This was no ordinary animal, it was a demonic beast. As he prepares for battle, a strange vision flashes through his mind. He sees another warrior, locked in a desperate battle of strength against the very same kind of beast, roaring that they would not be overpowered. It was a glimpse into the past, a warning of the immense power this creature holds. Inside the hidden dungeon, Theo found himself in a desperate struggle. The demonic wolf's hide was incredibly thick, and its speed was blinding, forcing him to admit that half-hearted attacks were useless. This was no ordinary beast. It was as strong as a monster from the demon sea itself. As he fought for his life, his mind flashed back to the overwhelming power he'd faced from his father. He became fixated on a single goal, replicating that breathtaking, splendid ray of light, the pure white arc of the single strike. Of course, simply copying a demigod's technique wasn't going to be so easy. His first attempt failed. But Theo realized the key wasn't just imitation. He decided to blend the core principle of the single strike, putting his all into one attack, with the speed-based sword skills his mentor Evelyn had taught him. Focusing every ounce of his being, he abandoned wide swings and instead funneled all his power into a single, lightning-fast stab. The attack landed true, tearing through the beast's flesh and eliciting a monstrous howl of pain. A grin spread across Theo's face. He could do this. 2 months later, the atmosphere at Training Ground 4 had completely transformed. The place was now packed with warriors, all drawn by the incredible rumors that the clan head himself had taught Theo Ragnar the legendary single strike. Everyone wanted a piece of the new rising star. But with Theo nowhere to be seen for 2 months, patience wore thin and doubt began to poison the air. A swordsman from the rival Plum Blossom Palace, Henry Morris, loudly mocked Theo's followers, calling their master a coward who ran away. The whispers spread like wildfire. Since there were no witnesses to his trial, people began to believe Theo must have exaggerated everything. But while Theo was conquering his personal hell back at the training grounds, his very name was sparking a war. Arrogant cadets from a rival faction openly mocked the tales of Theo's victory, calling him a liar who exaggerated his feats. This was an insult Theo's new, fiercely loyal followers could not ignore. One of them roared that they had a death wish for disrespecting the young master, and in an instant the yard erupted as both sides drew their swords, ready for blood. But this was a fight that was over before it began. Before a single blade could clash, the very air crackled and froze. A massive wall of ice erupted between the two factions, shocking everyone into silence. A woman with piercing red eyes stood amidst the frost, her power undeniable. The cadets stared in terror. It was Ragnar, the Frost Sword, one of the legendary 4 hounds of the North. A booming laugh cut through the tense silence as another figure emerged. It was the colossal warrior from 2 months prior, Hulkus Lank, the Black Bear himself. He grinned, asking how they could possibly leave him out of the fun. With 2 of the 4 hounds of the North now on the field, the cadets froze, realizing they had stumbled into something far beyond a simple training ground scuffle. Hulkus paid the cadets no mind, his gaze sweeping the grounds. He demanded to know where the Luster Tiger was. Confused silence was his only answer until he roared again, clarifying that he was looking for the master of this training ground. He bellowed that he had come for one reason and one reason only, to have a bout with Theo Ragnar. But the man they sought was nowhere near them. He was deep underground, finally emerging from his 2-month-long bloodbath. Exhausted and battered, Theo stood over the corpse of the 170th demonic beast, the last one on the floor. As the system notifications flooded his vision, level up after level up after level up, the immense strain of his solitary war finally caught up to him. The dungeon floor was a graveyard of his making. He pulled up his status, and the results of his brutal training were staggering. He had skyrocketed to level 15, but the truly monstrous change was his strength stat, which now sat at an unbelievable 91. The imbecile of Ragnar was a distant memory. In his place stood a seasoned and powerful warrior, ready for the final boss. He had spent 2 long months grinding in this hidden dungeon, a brutal slog that nearly killed him more than once. The beginner healing potions were the only thing that kept him going through the initial slaughter, but with every beast he cut down, he grew stronger, and the hunt became easier. Now, after felling 170 demonic beasts, only one target remained. Theo knew exactly what that meant. The time had come to face the dungeon's master. He ascended to the 5th and final floor, the air growing heavy with pressure. He checked his gear, only to find his primary dagger had been worn down to uselessness after countless battles, leaving him effectively disarmed. Searching his inventory, his hand fell upon the one weapon he had left, a ceremonial sword, a birthday gift from his mother. In his past life, he'd tossed it aside in childish anger, but now he saw it for what it truly was, a masterwork blade forged from the incredibly rare white snow steel. The memory of that day came rushing back. His mother, Cecilia, had been so excited to celebrate, but he had coldly shut her down. Consumed by his obsession with the upcoming awakening ceremony, he told her that good equipment couldn't change a flawed bloodline and ordered her to leave. It was a moment of cruel arrogance he now deeply regretted. Gripping the sword, Theo swore he would not repeat the mistakes of his past and stepped through the final gate, into the boss room, ready for whatever lay ahead. A monstrous form erupted from the cavern wall, a terrifying beast of scale and claw with glowing blue eyes. Its sheer presence was overwhelming, and for a terrifying second, Theo wondered if he was facing a true dragon. Thankfully, it was a lesser drake, still a formidable foe. Theo couldn't help but wonder if it was a coincidence that the final boss was draconic, given his family's lineage. But there was no time for speculation. To clear this dungeon and claim his reward, he had to kill it. But that victory didn't come easy. Facing down the draconic boss, the final hurdle in his quest, Theo had his doubts. This was a lesser drake, a creature of immense power, and he was just one man. He decided to bet it all on a single technique, the single flash. He had honed it against countless dire wolves, and while it wasn't yet on the level of his father's dragon flash, by pushing his dragon heart to the absolute maximum, he believed he could land a devastating blow. The attack connected, tearing into the beast's flesh. It wasn't a fatal wound. He'd aimed for the brain but fell short, but it was enough. For the first time, Theo saw a clear path to victory. Using his secret technique, Jester's footwork, he moved like a phantom, planning to distract the drake with a feint before striking a true weak point. But the lesser drake wasn't just a beast of brute strength. It unleashed its signature ability, fear. A crushing aura washed over Theo, slowing his movements and leaving him vulnerable. In that split second of hesitation, a massive claw slammed into him, sending our hero flying. Barely recovering, Theo knew he couldn't afford a long, drawn-out battle. The fear effect would cripple him. He had to end this now, with one perfect strike aimed at its single greatest vulnerability. Every Ragnar knows the legend, the one fatal flaw in any dragon's defenses. Ignoring the snapping jaws and immense pressure, Theo dove in, his blade aimed true for the reverse scale. With a final, desperate thrust, his blade found its mark, and the beast fell. But before Theo could return as a hero, two battles were raging. Deep in the dungeon, his fight against the lesser Drake reached its bloody climax, a desperate struggle against monstrous fangs and claws. Meanwhile, back at the Ragnar training grounds, another battle was brewing. Hulkus Lank furiously demanded the right to fight Theo first, but Ragnar stood in his way, mocking him for a loss 3 years prior. Enraged, Hulkus challenged Ray to a duel on the spot. The winner would face Theo. Swords clashed as the two hounds went at it. Even when a guard tried to intervene, declaring the grounds as Theo's domain, Hulkus merely laughed, turning his attention to the third hound present, Remington, eager for another fight. Suddenly the chaos stopped dead. An impossibly heavy pressure, a pure killing intent, slammed down on everyone, rooting them to the spot. They could only tremble, wondering what kind of training could have transformed Theo into this monster. As they realized who had arrived, the system announced the skill paralyzing them all, Lesser Drake's fear. And the source of that power was now breathing its last. Back in the dungeon, the Lesser Drake finally collapsed. Theo stood over the corpse, his strategy confirmed. Striking the reverse scale had sent it into a frenzy, but ultimately led to it exhausting itself to death. But before he left the dungeon, Theo examined the spoils from his victory. The Lesser Drake's tooth and claw were perfect weapon enhancement materials, and he decided he would use them to repair the precious sword his mother had gifted him. Suddenly, the system granted him a new skill, Lesser Drake's fear. Theo was floored. This was a form of dragon-killing intent, an ability he thought was reserved only for the truly chosen. He quickly tempered his excitement, though. In a clan like Ragnar, teeming with monstrous powerhouses, a skill that only inflicted fear on weaker opponents might not be as useful as it sounded. With that thought, he officially cleared the Camellia Palace dungeon, completing his first scenario quest. As a reward, the system bestowed upon him a mysterious item, a nest compass. He wasn't sure what it was for, but he pocketed it for later. The battle had left him completely exhausted, and all our hero wanted was to go back to his room and rest. But his plans were cut short when a maid rushed towards him in a panic. She revealed that a massive brawl had broken out in Training Ground 4, and it was all because of him. Arriving at the scene of chaos, Theo had no patience for games. He unleashed his new skill, engulfing the entire battlefield in the Lesser Drake's overwhelming killing intent, roaring for everyone to get lost so he could finally get some sleep. While most were paralyzed by fear, one of the four hounds, Hulkus Lank, just grinned maniacally. He laughed, declaring that he knew Theo would be fun, and charged forward to test his strength. Hulkus brought his massive blade down in a devastating arc, but Theo met the attack head-on. As their weapons clashed, Hulkus's eyes widened in pure disbelief. The strike had been blocked. Hulkus Lank, the black bear, couldn't believe his eyes. His ultimate strike was deflected. As a member of the Lank clan, he had never once been outmatched in pure strength, and yet this was happening. He was known as the weakest of the four hounds for his lack of strategy, but his power was absolute. Roaring, he put everything he had into his next attack, screaming for Theo to try and block it. But Theo didn't just block it, he parried it with ease, seeing a clear opening for a counter. He could feel the immense power coursing through him, a result of his recent level-up after slaying the Drake. His strength stat had soared to a staggering 96, making the once unbeatable hound feel like just another opponent. The power boost was more than worth the risk. In a single, blinding flash, the fight was over. Hulkus was sent flying, his arm mangled as he coughed up blood and collapsed. Theo stood over his unconscious form, realizing he'd used his full strength without thinking. He knew that if his opponent hadn't been the famously durable Hulkus, That single blow would have been instantly fatal. The entire training ground erupted. The soldiers roared, screaming that young Master Theo had defeated the Black Bear, one of the legendary four hounds, with a single strike. Their cheers only intensified when they saw that the force of his attack had completely shattered his own sword. While the crowd celebrated this feat of power, Erica watched in horror, distraught that the precious sword her mother gave him was now destroyed. Amid the chaos, Ray Ragnar, another of the four hounds, watched Theo with a quiet intensity. The sight triggered a memory, taking Theo back to a snowy day long ago. He remembered finding a small, shivering girl standing barefoot in the cold and asking who she was. In that memory, a young Theo had wrapped his cloak around the girl, but seeing she was still cold, he offered to take her to his home. He reached out, took her small hand in his, and promised to take her back once the snow stopped. Back in the present, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Ray Ragnar's face as she watched the boy who had once shown her such simple kindness. Theo now stood as the undisputed victor, his legend cemented in the minds of everyone present. The crowd wasn't just stunned by Theo's power. They were shocked to see Ray Ragnar, one of the infamous four hounds, actually crack a smile. Meanwhile, over at the rival Camellia Palace, a celebration was in full swing. Axion Ragnar was being congratulated by his family for earning the title of Luster Tiger, urged to keep his momentum for the awakening ceremony. But the celebration was suffocating. Axion's mother relentlessly shoved rare and expensive delicacies into his mouth, describing each one in excruciating detail while he begged her to stop. Axion choked down the food, his mind flashing back to his humiliating defeat at Theo's hands. He forced a smile, telling his mother it was delicious, hiding his inner turmoil. For a celebrated victor, he felt utterly alone. Back with our hero, his mother Cecilia was in for a shock. She found the sword she had given him lying on a table, snapped clean in two. Theo could only explain that it broke during his intense training. He apologized for breaking the precious birthday gift, but Cecilia wasn't angry at him. Her rage was directed at the craftsman, who she claimed had sworn the blade, made of white snow steel and ebony steelwood, would never break. Ebony steelwood, a material that combines the flexibility of wood with the strength of steel, was incredibly rare. Theo was stunned. He had no idea the sword was so valuable, or how his mother had even acquired it. Cecilia was on a warpath. She declared she would confront the smith and demand a perfect sword for her son. She brushed off Theo's protests, arguing that with his reputation soaring and the awakening ceremony days away, he couldn't be seen with a shabby weapon. With no room for argument, she announced they were leaving immediately. Their destination, the single greatest forge in the entire North, the legendary Basque Workshop. They arrive at the legendary Basque Workshop, one of the three great weapon forges in all of Winterra. Its fame comes not just from its massive size, but from its master, a special rank individual known as the demon craftsman Curson. She's an elf, a tycoon, and one of only 3 artisans in Ragnar to hold the title of master craftsman. Theo is stunned to even be in her presence, wondering how his mother could possibly know such a figure. But his shock turns to disbelief when Cecilia casually greets Curson, who coldly replies that their parent-child relationship ended the day Cecilia ran away. The truth hits Theo like a thunderbolt. Curson is his mother's mother, which means he's a quarter elf. For a boy fighting for his place in a clan of purebloods, this changes everything. Curson coldly asks why Cecilia has finally returned, and his mother declares she's here to return a defective product, presenting Theo's shattered sword. The demon craftsman is instantly enraged, refusing to believe a weapon she personally forged could possibly be defective. Cecilia calmly explains that her son was the one who wielded it, introducing Theo as the genius who will one day rule Ragnar. Curson's anger vanishes, replaced by intrigue. She'd heard the rumors about this boy. She turns to Theo and asks him directly if he was the one who broke her masterpiece, and he confirms it. Cecilia smugly repeats that the sword must have been defective, but Curson is simply stunned into silence. A weapon of that caliber shouldn't be breakable by a mere boy. Realizing this is a serious matter, she tells them to follow her inside. As they walk, Theo presses his mother for the truth. Cecilia admits that while she rarely speaks of her past, Curson was indeed her foster mother who cared for her, though only for a short 6 months. For Theo, it's a revelation that changes everything he thought he knew about his own bloodline. Curson explains that she simply loves beautiful things, jewels, music, even people, and that's why she took Cecilia in as her foster daughter. She dismisses the past as pointless, but Cecilia just giggles, teasing that she knows her mother doesn't truly feel that way. Theo asks how his mother ended up leaving, and Curson reveals that Cecilia simply walked away on her own 2 feet, declaring she was going to become the Ragnar clan head's wife. Curson scoffs, calling her a fool for willingly going to such a miserable place, but admits it's commendable she's survived for so long. Cecilia retorts that Kyle Ragnar was just too handsome and manly to resist, but Curson cuts her off, exposing her completely. She tells Theo that despite running away, Cecilia came crawling back just last year, shamelessly begging her to forge a sword for her son. Cecilia is utterly mortified, shouting at her mother for revealing this in front of Theo. Watching them bicker, Theo is struck by a wave of guilt. He realizes that in his past life, he was so consumed by the clan's politics that he never learned a thing about his own mother. He was an ungrateful son. He also wonders why Curson, who clearly cares for Cecilia, never intervened to help her in his previous timeline. Curson leads them deep into the workshop, stopping before her master office. She suddenly grabs Theo's hand and tells Cecilia to wait outside, declaring she needs to speak with the boy alone. Before his mother can even protest, Theo is pulled inside. Alone with our hero, Curson wastes no time. She looks him dead in the eye and asks him a single, shocking question. Does he possess a relic of the primordial dragon? Theo is floored, explaining he only knows the legend that the Ragnar progenitor scattered the dragon's treasures across the continent for his descendants to find. Curson isn't buying it. She accuses him of feigning ignorance and holds up the white moonlight sword, which now has a noticeable crack from Theo's earlier test. She furiously declares that she poured her very soul into forging this blade, and there is no way it could have been damaged by anything other than a clash with a primordial dragon's relic. Theo is completely bewildered. He thought the sword was damaged while fighting the Drake. Seeing his genuine confusion, Curson sighs and decides it would be faster to just show him. She leads him further into the room, towards a massive, heavily chained chest, and asks him what he sees. As Theo stares at the ominous chest, a faint blue glow catches his eye. His heart pounds in his chest. He recognizes that light. It's the unmistakable sign of a quest, the exact same glow he saw on the dungeon gate in the Camellia Palace. He quickly tells Curson he sees nothing, but it's too late. She sees the reaction on his face and knows he's lying. He can see something that she cannot. Curson reveals that she has tried countless times to open the chained chest but always failed. She tells Theo what lies within, a relic from the Age of Myths, a blade forged from the fang of the primordial dragon itself. Its name is the White Moonlight Blade, and if Theo can break the seal and claim it, she will give it to him. But the offer comes with a deadly warning. The process could easily kill him. Curson smirks, asking if he's willing to take the risk. Theo's eyes flare with power as he makes his decision. He declares that the sword is now his. This legendary blade wasn't just any weapon. It was the personal sword of the Black Dragon, one of the revered 9 dragons. Its true form was a secret kept by the dead, as anyone who saw it or spoke of it mysteriously vanished or was killed. Curson herself had once seen the sword's true form by sheer coincidence, and to this day, she still didn't understand why the black dragon had spared her life. Theo is reeling from the revelation. In his past life, he only ran into the black dragon 4 years from now. To think that Curson possessed his legendary sword this entire time was a world-shattering discovery. Knowing its power and importance, his resolve hardens into absolute certainty. He must have that sword. As Theo inspects the chest, he recognizes the seal. It's not a lock but a dungeon gate, just like the one he found in the Camellia Palace. He pulls out the blue key he acquired, realizing its true purpose. Curson is stunned, having no idea what he's holding. Without hesitation, Theo inserts the key into the lock. Instantly, a violent torrent of blue energy explodes outwards, shattering the ancient chains. Curson is thrown back, screaming in shock as the seal on the primordial dragon's relic is finally broken. Theo is plunged into a nightmare, finding himself back at the Burning Rose Palace. The vision taunts him with his past weakness, stoking his burning desire for the power to crush Rendon and destroy the Camellia Palace once and for all. This was the spirit's trap, to feed on his desperation. But Theo wasn't the same desperate boy. He snaps out of the illusion, grabbing the manifestation of the spirit by the face. He scoffs at its pathetic attempt to control him with his own desires, telling the creature that he conquered that despair a long, long time ago. He mocks the spirit's offer of measly power, questioning why he would ever need it when his system quests already gave him a clear path to strength. The spirit, a griffin, shrinks before him, far smaller than the beast from his memories. Theo figures its long imprisonment weakened it, and with a grin, he declares the white moonlight sword is now his. As the griffin pleads for a civilized discussion, the scene snaps back to reality. In Curson's workshop, Theo lies unconscious. His mother, Cecilia, holds him, her face a mask of terror and rage as she screams at Curson, demanding to know what she's done to her son. Curson, the master craftswoman, tries to remain stoic, explaining that the sword's demonic energy has fused with Theo's bloodstream, something she's never seen. She confesses she thought his dragon relic would protect him, but Cecilia, through tears of fury, swears she will never forgive Curson if Theo doesn't survive. Just then, a change. Theo's fingers tighten around the sword's hilt. A violent vortex of dark energy erupts from his body, swirling around him as his mother holds on, stunned. The taming was complete. But the source of this overwhelming power traces back to the moment Theo finally conquered the griffin's spirit. He awoke from his mental battle to find his mother, Cecilia, kneeling over him, frantic with worry. He weakly opened his eyes and reassured her that he was fine. As he came to, system notifications confirmed his success. The quest was complete, granting him ownership of the white moonlight sword. By absorbing the sword's immense monster energy, his magic power stat shot up by 30 points, pushing him past the 200 threshold and causing his power to gain divinity, a special ability that enhanced his body and constantly recovered his magic. Theo knew he'd been lucky. This time, the griffin's psychological warfare, its visions of his past failures and regrets, had absolutely no effect on him. Feeling this new, near-divine energy coursing through him, Theo realized he had to keep it completely hidden until the awakening ceremony. His stats confirmed the unbelievable leap in power, with his magic now sitting at a staggering 228. The master of the Basque workshop, the elf Curson, appeared and congratulated him, admitting he had truly surprised her. She assured him she would keep her promise, reminding him that elves are incapable of lying. Theo was still confused, however, as the sword didn't feel fully bonded to him. Curson explained that the griffin spirit, having been trapped for hundreds of years, was simply desperate to vent all its pent-up frustration. She gestured to a reinforced wall and told him to swing at it with everything he had. When Theo hesitated, Curson scoffed, saying that even with the white moonlight sword, a mere brat who hadn't even had his awakening ceremony couldn't possibly damage her legendary workshop. But pride often comes just before the fall. Her taunt was all the invitation he needed. Deciding this was the perfect opportunity to test both the sword and his own hidden magic. Theo stepped forward, ready to unleash his true power. He gripped the relic of the primordial dragon and swung. An unbelievable torrent of energy erupted from the blade, and Kirsten's smug confidence instantly turned to sheer terror. She screamed for him to wait, but it was already far too late. A magic flash of blinding blue light tore through the air, shattering the workshop wall and culminating in a massive explosion that threatened to bring the entire legendary structure crashing down around them. But this victory was built on a foundation of overwhelming power, forged just a year prior. After Theo unleashed a single devastating magic flash with his new sword, Kirsten had screamed in fury, watching her precious workshop and her money go up in smoke. Yet as the dust settled, she realized something incredible. Theo hadn't used any refined magic technique. He had caused this destruction purely with the sword's power and his own raw mana. In that moment, her anger evaporated, replaced by a single earth-shattering thought. The boy was a genius. With Theo's mother Cecilia looking on in shock, Kirsten proudly declared this genius was now her grandson. She immediately named herself his official patron, but her motives were far from selfless. She told Theo to spread his wings and show the world his skills, revealing her true plan, to turn him into a living, breathing advertisement for the Basque workshop. Cecilia could only watch in dismay, seeing the blatant greed shining in her mother's eyes. Later, Theo had presented Kirsten with the spoils from a drake to cover the repairs, a gesture that only deepened the demon craftsman's respect. She mused that her daughter had indeed raised an incredible son. But as she admired her new prodigy's generosity, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows to confront her, their purpose unknown. Now back in the present, 5 days after Theo's triumph in the first test, the second stage of the awakening ceremony began. The air crackled with energy as the candidates drew their blades. The time for measuring potential was over. It was time for combat. As the brawl with the Night Scouts raged on, Theo's mind flashed back to just hours before the ceremony, his final sparring session with Evelyn. Their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks, and even Evelyn had to admit his swordplay had grown terrifyingly swift. She mused that in just half a year, the boy she once trained had become strong enough to push her back, realizing that if he awakened his magic that day, the clan would witness the birth of a true monster. She wished him luck, telling him he had a real shot at becoming the valedictorian. Theo grinned, promising that if he did, he'd make sure to mention her name in his speech for the whole clan to hear. Her flustered reaction was quickly drowned out by his other followers, all begging for their own shout-out, as Theo simply laughed it off, basking in his newfound popularity. With his goodbyes said, Theo made his way to the central headquarters. He was announced as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace, and his arrival sent ripples through the massive crowd gathered for the clan's most important annual event. This was the stage where legends were born and everyone was watching. The formidable clan head, Kyle Ragnar, sat on his throne. The legendary 9 dragons were present, and even the former clan head from 2 generations prior, Hilda Ragnar, had come to spectate, looking impossibly young for her 150 years. A ceremonial drum boomed, silencing the crowd, and the judge, Vihana Ragnar, declared the preliminary examination had begun. The test was deceptively simple. Each participant had to take a sword and leave a mark on the massive steel wall before them. But this was a trap for the unwary, as the wall was forged from white snow steel, a metal that ordinary blades couldn't even scratch. But how did Theo achieve such a feat? It all began with the first test of the awakening ceremony, where an instructor explained the rules. Ordinary blades couldn't scratch the legendary white snow steel wall, but infusing them with magic power was another story. Each participant would be given a single pill of soma, an elixir containing a staggering 10 years' worth of magic power to forcibly open their mana halls. Their task was simple: swallow the pill, channel the power, and cut the wall. And the very first participant called to the platform was none other than participant number 1, Theo Ragnar. As he walked forward, Theo remembered his past life. Back then, it was Axion who had been crowned the valedictorian, but with a system quest demanding he become the victor, Theo swore to himself that this time things would be different. Watching from on high were figures of immense power, including Theo's own father, the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. His companion noted Kyle's unusual interest in the boy, and with a smirk, declared that they would see for themselves just how competent this descendant truly was. Standing on the platform, Theo admitted to himself that he was nervous, but when the instructor told him to swallow the soma, he was ready. He knew the danger all too well. In his first life, this very elixir had overwhelmed him, crippling his danshin. But this time was different. With the power of his dragon heart, he confidently swallowed the pill, knowing that what once destroyed him would now make him stronger. Instantly, a cataclysmic wave of mana erupted from Theo's body. The instructor looked on in horror, convinced the imbecile couldn't control the power and was about to become permanently disabled. He smugly wrote Theo off, sneering that the boy was done for. But the instructor was dead wrong. To his utter disbelief, Theo endured the violent surge, the chaotic energy stabilizing around him. Clenching his fist, a victorious smile spread across our hero's face. He had finally conquered the power that had once been his ruin. Theo channels his newfound power, a result of possessing both a dragon heart and a mana hall. Unlike his past life, awakening his mana was almost disarmingly easy. Now, officially able to wield it, he prepares to unleash everything he has. He focuses his vast reserves into his blade, pouring out every drop of energy into a single, decisive flash of power that obliterates its target, leaving nothing but shimmering shards of energy in its wake. The aftermath leaves the examiner speechless, and in the Grand Plaza, the official declaration rings out: Theo Ragnar passes. The proctors can hardly believe what they've witnessed. They whisper that no one has shown such mastery on their first mana use since the legendary young master Thorkel. But for Theo, the real prize appears in his system window. The curse of bad luck that has plagued him is finally over. His fame is beginning to spread, and he feels he's finally on an even playing field. His incredible performance has not gone unnoticed. System notifications flood in, revealing the great interest he's attracted from the 9 dragons. Osa Ragnar wants him as a disciple, while Julius and Robber Ragnar view him with discontent and caution. Most importantly, he's caught the eye of Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. Theo is thrilled, knowing this is his chance to get close to her and obtain the heart of Garuda, a critical piece for his plans. As Theo processes his victory, his allies are also finding success. A bandaged but triumphant Sybil Drea passes his own test, overjoyed to have made it through. The other powerhouses of his generation, the 4 Hounds of the North, also complete the trial. Ray, Hulkus, and Remington each unleash their signature techniques, proving that the path to the top will be anything but easy. But while Theo was uncovering cosmic secrets, the awakening ceremony was reaching its own dramatic conclusion. The 4 Hounds of the North had all posted incredible scores, but none could touch the record set by Theo. With every other candidate finished, the announcer calls the final challenger forward, Axion Ragnar. The crowd murmurs amongst themselves, certain that not even Axion could hope to match the Luster Tiger's unbelievable performance. But Axion isn't here to match anyone. He's here to win. Ignoring the proctor's instructions, he grits his teeth and unleashes a torrent of demonic energy. The power erupts, forming the spectral image of a monstrous red dragon that tears through the testing ground in a cataclysmic explosion. He wasn't just taking the test, he was making a statement. The proctors are left stunned by the sheer destructive force. The final verdict comes in: a pass. Axion's score is almost identical to Theo's, throwing the crowd into a frenzy. With the results so close, it would all come down to a precision grading to determine the true winner. Axion simply turns and walks away, his part in the drama over. Later, the official overseeing the ceremony declares the first stage complete, giving the survivors 4 days to prepare for the next. He praises the year's exceptional talent, satisfied with the results. But before dismissing them, he announces the final rankings. The tension is palpable as every eye in the hall turns to the stage. The official declares the name of the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony: Theo Ragnar. While Theo was away uncovering the secrets of his own existence, the results of the first blooming ceremony were finally announced. And the name that echoed through the hall, shocking everyone present, was Theo Ragnar. The judges awarded him a perfect 10 out of 10. His technique, magic, control, and speed were flawless. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Axion Ragnar, the prodigy, hadn't placed first. Even more shocking, the judges declared that the depth of Theo's sword mark was comparable to that of a legendary figure. That figure was Thorkel Ragnar, one of the top 5 candidates for the clan's succession. The comparison alone was an unprecedented honor. Axion was announced as second place. Though he had also scored a perfect 10, his sword mark was shorter than Theo's, a minor detail that cost him the top spot. Axion could only stare in silent fury. For a man who had never known second place, this was a wound deeper than any blade could inflict. The rest of the rankings were read out, with Wellington, Ray, and Halkus rounding out the top 5. The announcer declared that the 87 successful candidates would move on to the second blooming ceremony, to be held in the Winter Mountains in just 3 days. Later, the members of the 4th training ground held a wild celebration. They cheered for Theo and Wellington, hailing their victory as a testament to their training ground's true power. They declared this was only the beginning, vowing that they would claim the top 2 spots in the final ceremony as well, confident that Theo and Wellington had what it takes. Amid the festivities, Wellington approached Theo. He congratulated our hero, saying his efforts had clearly paid off, but confessed that he felt ashamed of how far behind he had fallen. But Theo, ever the leader, brushed it off as luck. He told Wellington that friendships were what truly mattered, clearing the young man's clouded feelings. They clinked glasses, promising to do their best in the next challenge together. With the celebration behind them, all eyes turned to the harsh winter mountains, the stage for the next great trial. Fresh from his encounter with the ancient dragon, Theo finds himself alone in the snowy mountains, finally able to process his victory. He had taken the top rank in the blooming ceremony, a feat so monumental that in his past life, it was a dream beyond imagination. Even now, he could hardly believe he'd actually defeated Axion. But this was just the beginning. The satisfaction was fleeting, fueling a cold fire for revenge. Killing a pawn like Rendon was nothing. His real targets were Axion and the sky dragon, Ed Troyven. He silently swore he would use every strategy at his disposal to pay them back tenfold. Shifting his focus, he pulled out the nest compass, a relic from the dragon's hoard. The needle pointed deep into the winter mountains, towards a mysterious location called the Nest. He knew he'd get his chance to find out what it was during the second part of the ceremony. Suddenly, he sensed another presence. In a flash, his sword was at the throat of a cloaked figure who appeared out of nowhere. Startled and already bleeding from the quick attack, the man frantically insisted he wasn't a suspicious person. The scout identified himself as Gatsby Yachten from the Gale Sword Unit, sent by his captain after witnessing Theo's overwhelming performance. But his offer was insulting. Not a direct recruitment, but a mere opportunity for Theo to take their entrance qualification test. Before Theo could even respond to the sheer arrogance, another voice cut in, calling the Gale Sword unit fools. A woman wreathed in fire stepped forward, Ayan Sasari, the feared fire goblin and vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She made a real offer, a direct invitation to join their ranks. Her arrival opened the floodgates. Suddenly, the Black Sword unit appeared, then the Bureau of Law, then the Security Bureau, all shouting offers and jostling for position. The recruitment attempt devolved into an embarrassing, chaotic brawl. Fed up with the noise, Theo decided it was time to get out of there. But just as he moved to slip away, the air filled with delicate pink petals. A far more commanding presence arrived, a woman whose voice cut through the chaos, admitting that while it may be greedy, she fully intended to win over a talent like him. But while Theo was securing a legendary ally, the exam grounds were thrown into chaos by the arrival of a new powerhouse. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon Osa Ragnar, known as Prunus, had appeared. The other candidates are stunned by the presence of the clan's first lady, but she makes her intentions clear. She's here for one reason and one reason only: to see Theo Ragnar for herself. Before she can act, however, a wave of pure killing intent washes over the area. It's Axion. Consumed by rage and humiliation from his earlier defeat, he completely snaps, unleashing his fury on the weaker candidates caught in his path. But his tantrum is cut brutally short. A figure moves in an instant, striking Axion with overwhelming force and sending him crashing into the ground, leaving him a bloody, broken mess. The one who put him down is none other than his own uncle, Ed Troyven. The Sky Dragon looks down on his nephew with disgust, calling his outburst pathetic. He tells Axion that taking his anger out on the wrong people won't change a thing. Instead of punishing him further, Ed offers a different path. He tells Axion to cool his head and come with him. Ed promises to teach him how to channel that rage, and how to turn the upcoming second blooming ceremony into Theo Ragnar's grave. And elsewhere, another player enters the game, observing the fallout from a sterile laboratory, his role in the unfolding conspiracy yet to be revealed. As Theo pored over the grimoire, his mind drifted back to his first life, to a critical mistake that had defined his path. He remembered entering a dungeon, following information that promised a simple hatchling's nest. But what he found instead was a horde beyond imagination, and the terrifying realization that this wasn't a nursery. It was the lair of an ancient dragon. Panic set in. Fighting a dragon was suicide. He'd be lucky to escape with his life, let alone find the relic he was searching for. He frantically tried to understand what went wrong. Was his information faulty, or had his arrival 3 years ahead of schedule altered fate itself? Either way, the situation was dire. His only option was to retreat and try again another time. But as he turned to leave, a crushing presence descended upon him. It was too late. He'd been spotted. A voice like grinding mountains echoed through the cavern. The colossal beast introduced herself as Roadbroke, the guardian dragon of the Winter Mountain. Recognizing the legendary figure from Ragnar's history, Theo immediately dropped into a deep bow, greeting her as the clan's great ancestor. But Roadbroke seemed amused, dismissing the title. She revealed the truth behind the Ragnar myth. She and the clan's founder, Sigurd, were merely companions bound by a soul contract, not lovers. The idea that the Ragnar family had the blood of a dragon running through their veins was nothing more than clever propaganda. However, she confirmed that the power itself was real. Through her soul contract with Sigurd, the dragon's blood was shared, granting the family their unique strength, even if it wasn't genetic. With the history lesson over, Roadbroke declared her true purpose. As the guardian dragon, she was bound by an ancient covenant to issue a test. If he could pass it, She would grant him the answers to 3 questions. This was the lifeline his past self had desperately needed. He wasn't a warrior seeking to slay a dragon. He was an outcast trying to climb the ranks. Information was far more valuable than treasure, and this was his chance to learn the deepest secrets of the Ragnar clan. But first, he had to survive. The trial began with a thunderous roar as the ancient dragon lunged, its immense power promising a battle for his very life. Meanwhile, on the exam grounds, Axion's forces were dominating the hunt. His follower, Orion Gardner, gloated about securing his 57th monster proof, openly mocking Theo's absence. He and the others laughed, assuming the imbecile of Ragnar had gotten scared and fled. But not everyone was convinced. One of the followers knew Theo was more than capable of handling these beasts. Another simply reaffirmed his loyalty to Axion, convinced he had backed the winning horse. As a third follower mused that Theo's past would always define him, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. It was Axion. He coldly informed his underling that someone who has never been strong couldn't possibly understand. With true power, he explained, there is nothing to fear. His eyes glowing with menace, he demanded to know what the man was scheming, terrifying him into a stuttering apology. Just then, a messenger arrived with a directive from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Axion's uncle Ed Troyven, urging him to carry out their plan immediately. Axion scoffed, telling the man to relay that he shouldn't be pestered. After all, he snarled, no one on Earth wanted to kill Theo Ragnar more than he did. This was more than a mission, it was personal. He gave his forces their final order: the moment Theo appears, attack to kill. But Theo wasn't on the exam grounds just yet. He stood before the ancient dragon Lodbrok, ready to claim his reward. He announced he would ask his first question. The great dragon, bored from waiting, told him to proceed. Theo's question was simple, yet profound. Why was Lodbrok here? Lodbrok called it a good question, and revealed a terrifying truth. At the very edge of the world exists a monstrous being known as the Unnamed Monarch. For the last 1,000 years, the dragon's true mission has been to protect the world from this entity, and the Winter Mountain was merely an outpost in this ancient, hidden war. As Theo listened, he felt an emotion radiating from the ancient dragon that he never thought possible: pure, unadulterated fear. He couldn't comprehend that an existence so powerful it could terrify a being who had reigned for millennia was real. Though the unnamed monarch was a chilling revelation, Theo had more pressing concerns. He moved to his second question, asking about the ancient dragon's relics. Lodbrok casually replied that there are 3 relics in total. The news stunned Theo, who had only been searching for one. This feeling of history repeating itself sparks a critical realization in Theo's mind. He recalls a conversation with Hilda, where she revealed there are 3 primordial dragon relics. One is hidden in the Camellia Palace dungeon, another is the White Moonlight Blade, and the third, Spawnir, is the dragon's soul, shattered into 31 pieces and given to humanity as a defense against a terrifying foe known as the Nameless Monarch. Hilda had explained that these relics could manifest as items, experiences, or even strange phenomena. The words echo in his mind, and it hits him like a bolt of lightning. The impossible event of his own life, living for 20 years only to return to the past, that asterisk was the third relic. His regression itself was a gift from the ancient dragon. But one detail didn't add up. Relics were always guarded by dragons, yet his regression seemed to have no such guardian. He remembered asking Hilda his final question, his voice full of doubt. Why was he, the talentless imbecile, chosen for such a monumental task as fighting the Nameless Monarch? Hilda's response was not an answer, but another question that shattered his entire worldview. She simply asked him what made him think he was the only asterisk one who was chosen. Theo freezes. He wasn't alone. The horrifying implications crashed down on him. His enemies, like Ed Troyven, who were obsessed with collecting the relics, what if they were chosen too? If they saw the same messages, it could mean only one thing: they were also regressors. Every truth he uncovers only deepens the mystery. A nameless monarch that terrifies dragons, and a world with multiple regressors playing a game only they understand. As the memory of the conversation concludes, Hilda tells him his questions are answered and he can claim his reward. But Theo's perspective has shifted. He no longer wants a simple item. He needs something far greater. With his choice made, a system window confirms the completion of a hidden quest. As a reward, he is granted access to the ancient dragon's personal treasury. Before him lies a cave overflowing with every treasure imaginable: priceless gems, powerful elixirs, legendary weapons, and forbidden skill books, all his for the taking. This desperate gamble, this willingness to risk it all, it was a fire that had burned at the heart of the Ragnar clan since its very beginning. Long ago, another man stood before the guardian dragon Lodbrok, surrounded by a horde of unimaginable treasure. The dragon offered him anything his heart desired: gems, relics, elixirs, anything. But the man with a manic grin made a demand no one had ever dared. He didn't want gold or power. He wanted her. He wanted Lodbrok. Lodbrok laughed, thinking it was a clever joke. But when she told him to be serious, the man simply stared back, his eyes burning with resolve. This was no joke. His insolence was met with fury. Lodbrok unleashed her dragon fear, a crushing wave of pure killing intent meant to shatter his spirit. The pressure was immense, but the man held his ground, refusing to break. He even pushed back with a lesser aura, but his true weapon was her promise. He roared that she had given her divine word. He could have any asterisk treasure in her nest, and she never said she was off limits. It was a life-or-death gamble, but the payoff was everything. By becoming her partner, he would gain the ultimate proof of legitimacy, the only way to ensure the mistakes of his past would never be repeated. He pleaded for her to stand beside him, his raw ambition laid bare. In that moment the dragon saw the ghost of another in his eyes, the progenitor, Sigurd. After a long, tense silence, she relented. She accepted. But this entire confrontation was only possible because of a choice Theo made just days earlier. In a realm of pure energy, he faced a trial against a magnificent, ancient being. After a chaotic display of power, the entity, revealing herself as a regal woman, declared her interest piqued and offered our hero a single chance. As Theo approached, she playfully asked if he was captivated by her beauty before dropping a bombshell. She was Lodbrok, the great guardian dragon of Ragnar, an ancient creature over 2,000 years old. However, she carried a terrible burden. Lodbrok confessed that she had lost her heart 50 years prior and was now slowly dying, with at best 3 years left to live. This condition trapped her within her nest, rendering her unable to offer him any direct help. Knowing this, she asked if he still wanted to select her as his reward. Without a moment's hesitation, Theo's answer was firm. His choice was and would always be Lodbrok. His choice was accepted. Lodbrok called him foolish, but admitted it was a fitting trait for a chosen one. In that instant, Theo was granted 2 new system titles: Guardian Dragon's significant other and descendant of the progenitor. With their souls now linked, Theo made a solemn vow. He would grow stronger, find the relics of the primordial dragon, and discover a substitute for her lost heart. It was the only way, he felt, to be worthy of his new title. Lodbrok playfully welcomed her new partner, but confirmed she would have to hibernate until he found a solution. She then gave him a grimoire, instructing him to read it and awaken his mind gate to forge a true and complete soul link. She casually mentioned the process should take about a month. This sent Theo into a panic. He frantically explained that the awakening ceremony exam was only 15 days long and that he was running out of time, pleading to be allowed to return after it was over. But before their duel, the story flashes back to Theo's desperate training with his ancestor Hilda. He had pleaded to return to the exam, but Hilda refused. She declared it would be no fun to simply let him go, trapping him in the training dimension with a harsh ultimatum. Open the mind gate before the exam's 13-day time limit expired, or he would never be allowed to leave at all. Meanwhile, 3 days before the exam even began, the full scope of the conspiracy against our hero was laid bare. At the Central Intelligence Bureau, Axion's uncle, Ed Troyven, revealed their master plan. He explained that the fiend's summoning marbles, normally used to create safe zones, could be shattered to instantly summon a powerful fiend, turning any location into a deadly trap. Ed instructed Axion to use these marbles to lure Theo into a fatal ambush while he was hunting fiends for points. But he warned his nephew not to kill him outright, as they desperately needed information about the Rose Palace's hidden relic. Axion, ever the brute, simply suggested torturing Theo for the information. Ed, however, knew his nephew's limits, bluntly stating that Axion wasn't skilled enough to restrain Theo, a comment that made him twitch with fury. Instead, Ed pointed to Theo's greatest weakness, his sentimentality. The true plan was to capture his followers from Training Ground 4 and use them as hostages to force the secrets from him. With no other choice, Axion clenched his fist and agreed to the vile strategy. Back in the present, just before Theo's dramatic arrival, Axion sat alone in the snow, fuming. He had his uncle's corrupt proctors in place and his hostages secured, but the plan had gone sideways. Theo hadn't shown up to hunt a single fiend, remaining completely hidden until the final 12 hours of the exam, leaving Axion's perfectly laid trap utterly useless. This entire confrontation was a meticulously planned trap. Just before Theo's arrival, Axion had been waiting patiently with his allies. Felix Ragnar of the Plum Blossom Palace expressed doubt, wondering if Theo had already been eliminated, but Axion merely scoffed at his poor insight. He openly mocked Felix, saying he understood why his family had held him in such low regard, infuriating the swordsman who was only there to help him. With a chilling smile, Axion declared that if Theo wouldn't come willingly, he would force his hand. He gave a single, brutal order to his forces from the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace. It was hunting time. They were to kill every last one of the rejects from Training Ground 4 until their master had no choice but to show up. Elsewhere, the wounded Ray Ragnar could only look on in horror, his worst fears realized as the trap was sprung. At that very moment, Theo's loyal friends, Sybil, Aud, and Binyat, were completely oblivious. They had just defeated a powerful fiend and were celebrating, excitedly talking about how Theo would surely become the valedictorian again. They held on to supplies they'd gathered for him, wondering where their young master could be with only 12 hours left in the exam. Their cheerful conversation was cut brutally short. In a flash, a blade pierced Sybil's chest, wielded by Orion Gardner of the Scaled Dragon Society. As Theo's remaining men reeled in shock, their attackers coldly informed them they were nothing but sacrificial lambs, bait to summon their precious master. With that, the slaughter began. But how did Theo see that memory of his mother's death in Ray's sword? The answer lay in a secret training session inside Lodbrok's nest. In less than half a month, our hero had managed to partially grasp the principles of the forbidden grimoire Ammon. By leveraging the immense power of his Mana Hall and Dragon Heart, he learned at an unprecedented speed, creating a new skill entirely. Though his current state was too low for a high-ranking ability, the system granted him exactly what he needed. Hatchling Synchro, a C-rank skill that allows him to freely manipulate objects and, more importantly, read the residual thoughts left upon them. As Theo's power erupts, he connects with the ancient dragon's spirit on another plane of existence. Lodbrok tells him he now has the basics, and with enough training, he'll be able to borrow the very same power as the progenitor. But she gives him a grim reminder. Her recovery must be prioritized as she has 3 years to live at best. Theo swears he will accomplish it. With his vow, the primordial covenant is declared fulfilled. Lodbrok's spirit fades, promising to await their next meeting as her new significant other, the first she has chosen in 1,000 years. Back in the snowy hunting grounds of the awakening ceremony, Theo exhales. Forging the pact with Lodbrok was a huge success, but he's made zero progress in the actual test. With only 12 hours left on the clock, he knows there's no way he can take first place by hunting fiends the normal way. Only one strategy remains: stealing the bells from the other participants, and he knows exactly who has the biggest prize. In his past life, Axion was the one who claimed first place, which means all Theo needs to do to win is find and defeat his rival. But just as he resolves to hunt Axion, he hears a rustle in the woods. He tracks the sound and stops dead. Someone is there, someone covered in blood, wearing a deeply unsettling smile. Theo can't believe his eyes. It's Ray Ragnar, one of the clan's most formidable warriors. He demands to know what happened, completely baffled as to how any monster in this trial could have possibly inflicted such grievous injuries upon him. But as his allies steel themselves for the fight against the Intelligence Bureau, a horrifying vision suddenly consumes Theo. He sees a different battlefield entirely, a snow-swept wasteland where a warrior named Ray Ragnar stumbles forward, bleeding heavily from sword wounds. With her last bit of strength, she urges someone to head west before collapsing. The vision isn't random. Back in the present, Theo recoils, realizing the memories are being transmitted to him through a sword he holds. An ability called hatchling synchronization is forcing him to live through the final moments of the sword's previous owner, Ray Ragnar. Through Ray's eyes, Theo sees the past unfold. He watches Axion and his men waiting in the snow. They discuss their plan to lure Theo out, revealing that they've captured his friends from the 4th training hall and scattered them as bait. The sheer cruelty of their plot is laid bare when one of Axion's men asks if he should kill some of the 9 hostages. Axion's subordinate laughs, readily agreeing to murder a few of them just for convenience. But before they can act, Ray Ragnar steps in, telling them to stop. She declares that this has gone too far. Axion warns her to mind her own business, but Ray stands firm, demanding he release Theo's comrades. A cold realization dawns on Axion's face. He understands that Ray is on Theo's side. Without a word, he attacks. The memory flashes with the brutal, one-sided clash that left Ray mortally wounded. The vision cuts out before he can see everything, a message informing him that some thoughts couldn't be read. Snapping back to reality, Theo is consumed by a new wave of rage, roaring as he now understands that Axion had captured his friends. His mind races, piecing it all together. He now knows the truth. Axion, unable to find him, resorted to taking his friends hostage to force him into the open. It was never a fair fight. It was a trap from the very beginning. This revelation pushes Theo past his breaking point. The conspiracy, the murder of his mother, and now the endangerment of his friends, it all connects. He screams out the names of the 2 men responsible for all his suffering, Axion and his master, Ed Troyven. As the monster outbreak begins, a new character, Ray Ragnar, rushes to Theo with dire news. Axion couldn't find him, so he took his friends hostage to lure him out. The revelation hits Theo like a physical blow. He roars that he is no longer the person who will be trampled by them, and furiously demands to know where Axion is waiting. Meanwhile, word spreads like wildfire among Axion's forces. Theo has appeared at the northern cliff. Axion grins with malice, finally seeing his target, and vows to prove once and for all that a bastard like Theo could never surpass him. But his uncle, Ed Troyven, advises caution. He tells Axion there's no need to face Theo directly. Their forces will handle eliminating Theo, while Axion focuses on extracting information about the primordial dragon's relics from the hostages. using the summoned monsters as a cover to distract any loyal supervisors. Axion reluctantly agrees. Back with Theo, Ray desperately tries to stop him, pleading that he can't go to Axion. He reveals the full truth of the conspiracy. The supervisors from the Intelligence Bureau are also on Axion's side. This isn't a test anymore. It's a slaughter, a trap designed specifically to kill Theo. Theo cuts him off, saying there's no time to find help. He's grateful for the warning, but every second they waste, his friends are in more danger. He demands to know their location, his eyes burning with urgency. Ray calls him a fool, screaming that he'll die for nothing. He argues that some sacrifices are necessary for the greater good, but Theo absolutely refuses. He roars that he will not lose his people again, not this time. A memory flashes through his mind, of his friends, vowing they would all pass the second blooming together. The argument reaches a fever pitch, with Ray insisting that in the brutal world of the Ragnar clan, it's impossible to have no sacrifices. Theo turns the tables, pointing out that Ray himself couldn't just stand by and watch, which is why he came to warn him. This triggers a torrent of traumatic memories from his first life. The Rose Palace burning, his servants dying, and the mocking voice telling him it was all because he was Ragnar's idiot, the weakest one, unable to protect anyone. This is a trauma he will not allow to be repeated. But as chaos erupted around him, Theo was lost in his own internal storm. He was tired of suffering, tired of repeating the mistakes of his past. Facing the dragon within, his rage focused into a single, burning question as his power surged. Where was Axion? Elsewhere in the snowy region of the exam grounds, Remington of the White Dragon Squad stumbled upon a tragic scene. Scattered supplies, a blood-stained bell, and the clear signs of a violent struggle. A grim realization dawned on him. Something terrible had happened. He wasn't alone for long. The other hounds of the North, Hulkus and Erica, arrived on the scene, their faces hardening as they took in the evidence. The top prospects of the exam were gathering, drawn together by the unfolding disaster. Their group was soon joined by Wellington Narcio, the second-ranked prodigy of their generation. Recognizing the strength of the hounds, he formally asked for their help in dealing with the crisis. Meanwhile, Theo was already carving a bloody path through the monster horde. He had no time to waste, dodging massive claws and unleashing a furious flurry of strikes, his mind racing faster than his blade. He quickly pieced it all together. This was Ed Troyven's plan to kill him cleanly, disguised as a monster outbreak. He reasoned that Sybil and the other hostages must still be alive, and the presence of corrupt supervisors with Axion was all the proof he needed of the conspiracy. Unleashing the dragon's third claw, Theo obliterated another beast blocking his path. He knew he had to move fast. Axion had been an unpredictable variable in Ed's neat little plan, and thanks to that chaos, Theo now had an opening. But the academy exam was merely a prelude. Elsewhere, in the frozen wastes, Axion Ragnar was on the hunt. He embraced his own chaotic nature, recognizing it as the very thing that made him the perfect predator, the key to finally cornering his ultimate prey. A memory surfaced, a promise made in the snow to a wounded woman, a vow that this time he would be the one to save her. This dark determination fueled every step he took. In the present, that same cold resolve was on full display. Axion stood over the battered and gagged forms of Theo's allies from the fourth training hall. He silenced their muffled struggles with a savage blow, warning them that another sound would be their last. One of his men reminded him of the Intelligence Bureau's orders not to improvise, but Axion was seething. He knew his uncle, Ed Troyven, had sent 4 senior prosecutors to deal with Theo, a clear message that his own family didn't believe he could win. Pride and rage burned within him, but just then a new presence cut through the blizzard. The prisoners looked up with desperate hope as a lone figure approached. Axion smirked, recognizing him instantly. He announced that Theo Ragnar had finally shown up. Theo's eyes blazed as he took in the scene, his friends, bound and tortured, lying helpless in the snow. Across the clearing, Axion stood with his forces, a cruel grin on his face. He taunted our hero, saying he'd made him wait for a very long time. The real final test had just begun. In a tense standoff, Axion Ragnar faces Theo, telling him he must know the situation. He begins to lay out his terms, explaining that if Theo wants to save his captured friends, he must. But Theo cuts him off, his voice dripping with condescension. He asks Axion a simple question. Was he scared? Scared that he was going to lose to him? Axion is stunned by the accusation, but Theo presses his psychological attack. He points out that gathering a mob and taking shameful hostages aren't the actions of the strong, but of the fearful. He declares Axion's reputation as the strongest of the 4 hounds of the North must be a complete lie. Axion roars in fury, completely rattled. Seeing his opening, Theo issues a formal challenge. A one-on-one sword fight, a true duel in the way of the Ragnar clan, that is, if Axion has any pride left. Our hero lays out the stakes. If he loses, Axion can take everything he wants, including Theo's life. But if Theo wins, Axion must release the hostages. Axion bursts into mocking laughter. He can't believe the imbecile of Ragnar is arrogant enough to challenge him to a sword fight, and scoffs at the very idea that he could be afraid of Theo. His own subordinates try to calm him, warning him not to fall for the obvious provocation. But Axion furiously silences them, asking if they truly don't trust in his strength. His pride wounded and his reputation on the line, Axion has no choice but to accept. He agrees to the duel, and a victorious smirk spreads across Theo's face. The plan worked. Axion's men realize things have gotten complicated. They decide to let the duel play out, as no one can interfere in a Ragnar sword fight, but agree to enact their original plan if Axion falters, reminding each other not to touch the hostages. With the terms set, the battle begins instantly. Axion powers up, raw energy crackling in his fists as he prepares to annihilate his opponent. But as Theo began his ascent, the story of his fallen rival, Axion, finally came to light. In a memory, a younger Axion is locked in a brutal duel, his opponent sneeringly calling him the child of a concubine. The man roars that he'll teach Axion the true power of Ragnar, unleashing a devastating technique. The 1,000 dragons roar, a crimson wave of pure destructive energy. But Axion doesn't flinch. He meets the attack head-on with his own technique, the dragon's third claw, a piercing blue light that cuts through the crimson tide, leaving his opponent stunned. In the next instant, it's over. Axion stands victorious, his sword driven through the man's skull, coldly asking if he was truly skilled enough to be teaching anyone. This ruthless drive was what his allies once counted on. But during the chaos of the second exam, one of his key supporters, Orion Gardner of the Scaled Dragon Society, saw Theo's overwhelming power and realized Axion was going to lose. He even considered betraying his arrogant leader and switching sides. Ultimately, the presence of proctors from the Central Intelligence Bureau stayed his hand. Instead of helping, Orion made a different choice. He ordered the Scaled Dragon Society to disperse, abandoning Axion to his fate. It was a betrayal born from a lifetime of pressure. From childhood, Axion's uncle, Ed Troyven, had drilled one mission into him, that he must take the throne of Ragnar not for himself, but for the prosperity of the Troyven clan. The source of Axion's deep-seated hatred is finally revealed. Years ago, his uncle Ed Troyven indoctrinated the young boy, telling him the Ragnar name was merely a front. He was a Troyven, and he had a sacred duty to take the throne for the prosperity of his true clan. In the present, that very loyalty explodes into a furious duel as Axion confronts Theo. Sparks fly as their blades meet in a brutal clash, but Theo seems to be a step ahead, revealing that he had anticipated Axion's every move. Meanwhile, Ed Troyven and his faction receive the news. At first, they're thrilled. Theo has finally shown himself and made contact with Axion. Ed smirks, his plan falling perfectly into place. Let Axion extract information about the primordial relic, then have his elite swordsmen cut Theo down. But a moment later, a new report sends a shockwave through the room. Theo and Axion aren't just talking there in an all-out duel. Ed Troyven's smug confidence evaporates instantly. His carefully laid plan had already gone completely off the rails. Back in the fight, Theo unleashes the jester's footwork, moving with deceptive speed. Axion admits our hero has grown at a remarkable pace, but he's not impressed. He glares, confident that Theo isn't fast enough and that he can read every single one of his movements. As Axion prepares his final, decisive blow, ready to exploit the patterns he's identified, Theo does the one thing he never expected. He hurls his sword through the air. Axion freezes, utterly stunned by the unorthodox sword-throwing technique. But the sword wasn't aimed at him. It flies past, and in the background, two of Ed Troyven's captured men watch in horror as their guard falls, completely disarmed by Theo's brilliant feint. Inside the mental trial, Theo is instantly thrown back to the worst moment of his life. He feels the phantom pain of blades striking him down. A voice from his past echoes in the darkness, coldly informing him that using a secret technique with predetermined movements is foolish. It only serves to tell an opponent exactly where to strike. As blood drips from the spectral blade, the memory sharpens. Theo sees the figure who cut him down, and a cold realization washes over him. He finally knows who it was. The memory shifts to a scene of absolute chaos and fire. A hooded figure stands over a screaming man, telling him he talks too much. Another figure watches on, urging the killer to finish the job. This was the day he died. In his first life, he was fated to perish without ever learning who burned down the Rose Palace, all because he was powerless. But this time, things are different. And among the Troyvens, only one person used the uncommon and arrogant technique of sword throwing, a move no one would use unless they were supremely confident they wouldn't lose their weapon. That person was Axion Ragnar. He wasn't 100% sure before, but seeing it again with his own eyes confirms everything. The mental sword in his hand cracks under the force of his rage. He finally understands. With newfound fury, Theo screams into the void, demanding to know why they were so desperate to kill him, both then and now. But Kyle's test wasn't just about accepting the past, it was about understanding its weight. The mental realm shifts, throwing Theo back into the single most traumatic moment of his first life, the day he died. He sees his past self cornered and bloody, shattering an enemy's sword with his bare hands. This time would be different, his past self vowed. This time he would save himself and all of his comrades, unleashing an explosion of raw, untamed power. The memory's antagonist, a powerful warrior, scoffs at the attack, calling it a half-baked imitation. But he's immediately stunned by the sheer, unadulterated killing intent pouring off of Theo. This wasn't ordinary. The mana level was ridiculous, far beyond anything he'd shown before. The enemy realizes with horror that this desperate bastard had been hiding his true power all along. Fueled by grief and rage, past Theo screams out, questioning why this has to happen. He charges again, his movements a blur of desperate energy against the snowy backdrop. Every strike is a scream of defiance against a fate he couldn't escape. Despite his ferocity, his enemy easily parries the blows, smirking. He taunts past Theo, asking when he plans on showing his so-called mighty strength. The condescension breaks through Theo's desperation, igniting a pure, undiluted rage as he curses the man. The fight explodes into a chaotic storm of steel and mana. Past Theo throws everything he has at his opponent, each clash shaking the frozen landscape. He is outmatched, but his will refuses to break. The memory is a whirlwind of pain, fury, and the bitter taste of a battle he was always destined to lose. But as the greatest commanders in the North offer him the world, Theo's mind isn't on glory. It flashes back to a bitter memory of his greatest rival, Axion Ragnar. He recalls the cold steel of their past life's final battle, and Axion's chilling question, asking if he knew what it felt like to be pierced through the stomach. Meanwhile, that same rival was making his move. Out in the snowy fields, Remington, Ray, and Erica, three of the other four hounds of the North, discover a disturbing scene. It wasn't a monster attack. Someone had been taken. They quickly realize Axion has kidnapped Theo's subordinates, intending to use them as bait to eliminate our hero during the ceremony. Ray is furious, calling Axion a coward for stooping so low. But their sister, Erica, is completely unfazed. She coldly reminds him that this is the Ragnar clan's way. Ruthless tactics are not just allowed, they're expected. Remington, however, refuses to accept it. He declares this is exactly why he despises the Ragnar ethos. Even in a battle for power, some lines shouldn't be crossed. Erica warns him that such words are dangerous. Driven by his own code, Remington decides he must save Theo's people, stating that Theo would do the same for him. He asks his siblings for help, but Erica immediately refuses, saying she isn't interested. She explains she only came to meet Theo himself and has no desire to save a bunch of weaklings. Disgusted, Ray asks if she's nothing but trash, which nearly starts a fight between the siblings. But Remington intervenes. He tells Erica he knows the real reason she's so fixated on meeting Theo. He then makes her a guarantee. If she helps him this one time, it will be a great help in achieving her own secret goal. The offer hits its mark. With his sister's reluctant alliance secured, Remington wastes no time, charging into the blizzard to confront Axion and rescue Theo's captured followers. But as Theo's future was being decided in the Grand Hall, another battle was already raging in the frozen north. A group of warriors find their path blocked, a single swordsman telling them they can go no further. Behind him, his allies stand ready for a fight. The leader of the opposing force, a large man named Orion, scoffs. He mocks his former comrade, Wellington, for abandoning their group for a dumbass, and taunts another rank for siding with stupid bears. The insult immediately enrages Rank's allies, but Orion coolly replies that he didn't say all that. Wellington looks at his old friend with regret, telling Orion to move away as he doesn't want to fight him. But some loyalties die harder than others. Orion flatly refuses, forcing Wellington's hand. He grips his sword, declaring that if Orion won't move, he'll simply have to get rid of him. The snowy clearing erupts into a vicious melee. Blades clash and blood stains the white ground as the two sides tear into each other without mercy. Men are cut down, their lives ending in a brutal flash of steel. One of Wellington's wounded men grits his teeth, his resolve hardening. He knows this is the chance that young Master Theo gave him, a chance to cut off his past allegiances for good. He drives his blade home, securing a kill even as he falls. Elsewhere in the chaos, a far more significant duel is taking place. As two powerful warriors clash, one looks on in despair, realizing that a key figure is finally making his move. A hooded man with glowing eyes apologizes to young Master Axion. He is revealed to be Liam Troyven, a senior prosecutor and one of the exam supervisors. He declares he will accept his punishment after the ceremony, making it clear his actions are a deliberate betrayal of Axion's faction before lunging into a decisive attack. The dust from the nomination ceremony hasn't even settled when Axion Ragnar, refusing to accept the outcome, clashes with Theo once more. But the fight is clearly not going his way. His retainers are forced to step in, telling their young master that he's fought enough and that they'll handle the rest. Axion ignores them, his pride burning. Just as he prepares to charge, new players enter the field, the senior prosecutors brought by Ed Troyven. They descend upon Theo in a flurry of coordinated attacks, turning the duel into an all-out ambush as our hero is forced to defend against multiple elite opponents at once. Watching from the shadows, Ed Troyven admits to himself that Theo is a monster, easily holding his own against both Axion and the prosecutors. But Ed smirks, convinced of his own superiority. He declares that he is on another level entirely. This, he realizes, is the perfect opportunity. With no supervisors nearby, he can eliminate the Ragnar clan's rising star. Deciding that Theo's talent must be sacrificed for the sake of the Troyven clan, Ed unleashes his full power, moving in for the killing blow and shouting a final goodbye. A blade finds its mark. A scream tears through the air as blood erupts from a fatal wound, but the face contorted in agony isn't Theo's. Ed Troyven stares in disbelief. Standing between him and Theo, with a sword run through his chest, is Axion. As his subordinate cries out in panic, Axion glares back at his own uncle. He grits out that he had told him not to intervene. In a moment of twisted honor, the rival had just saved the hero's life. Blood stains the ground, a stark contrast against the cold, falling snow as the consequences of the failed assassination begin to set in. But before the ceremony could even begin, the scene cuts to a brutal clash in a snowy wasteland. As blood stains the white ground, a figure in a dark cloak cuts down his opponent with vicious force. The man's allies cry out to their leader, Axion Ragnar, but Axion is furious, his eyes glowing with rage. He snarls that they interfered because they thought he would lose, and he considers their intervention a grave insult. He had just attacked one of his own men. For Axion, this battle is personal. He acknowledges Theo's strength, which triggers a memory of his uncle, Ed Troyven, teaching him that the weak are useless. Ed had commanded him to crush everyone to seize the throne, but to always remain weaker than his mentor. It was a doctrine Axion now utterly rejected, vowing that he alone was destined to become the strongest. Fueled by this dark ambition, Axion glares across the battlefield at his true target, Theo Ragnar. He roars that he could never lose here and unleashes a devastating attack, swearing to kill anyone who stands in his way. The battlefield explodes with crimson energy as Axion's full power is unleashed, a storm of death aimed directly at our hero. The chaos is absolute. One of Axion's senior followers, a man named Liam, is gravely wounded by the indiscriminate blast. His comrades curse Axion's recklessness, but Liam, coughing up blood, orders them to forget him. He screams at them to go help their master and kill Theo Ragnar. The followers are stunned, horrified that they are needed to intervene in what should have been an easy victory. But Liam's desperation is clear. He yells that if Axion dies, they are all finished anyway. Their very survival is chained to their master's success. With a final, agonizing roar, he forces them into action. Axion's followers charge, and the duel erupts into an all-out war. Amidst the carnage, Theo's face is a mask of blood and determination as he pushes back against impossible odds. And far from the battle, the architect of this chaos, Ed Troyven, watches in utter disbelief. He mutters that this can't be happening. He had always known the Ragnar bloodline was unpredictable, that even a candle in the wind could suddenly ignite into a wildfire. But seeing the boy he dismissed as a nuisance become an unstoppable force leaves him utterly terrified. His perfect plan was crumbling before his very eyes. But as Theo prepared to face the dangers of the nest, a different kind of storm was brewing elsewhere in the north. Axion Ragnar's uncle, Ed Troyven, questioned why he was so worried about Theo, but Axion merely scoffed, calling our hero a talentless worm he would toy with before putting him back in his place. Ed, however, issued a grave warning. telling his nephew that the gap in skill between him and Theo was closing far more quickly than he realized. The warning was the last straw. Axion erupted in a torrent of furious energy, screaming that he was Axion Ragnar, the heir destined to rule the North, and that trash like Theo could be ripped apart and killed with ease. His tantrum, however, was cut short by the arrival of a true monster, Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon. Julius confronted Axion, declaring that his selfish ambition for the throne had already cost countless lives, and if he refused to abandon it, Julius would crush that ambition by force. With that, Julius unleashed his own overwhelming power, his signature blue dragon aura flaring as he lunged forward with his dragon's claw. Enraged, Axion met the attack head-on, vowing that one day he would become strong enough to cut down everyone who stood in his path. The two powers collided, Axion's crimson dragon against Julius's azure claw, in an earth-shattering explosion that rocked the very foundations of the North. In the House of the Dragon, weakness is a sin. The shockwave of their battle was felt by all. From a snowy forest far away, the other hounds of the North, Remington, Hulkus, and Ray, sensed the immense power struggle, their expressions turning grim. The outcome of the fight was as swift as it was brutal. Axion was left screaming in agony, his pride and his body utterly shattered by the demon dragon's overwhelming might. The scene then flashes to another brutal conflict, a desperate clash in a moonlit snowfield. It ends just as decisively, with a knight in white armor lying defeated and bloodied as a shadowy victor stands over them, reinforcing the deadly nature of the Ragnar clan's internal politics. But as Theo falls, the story suddenly shifts, cutting to a brutal scene from the past. A younger Axion Ragnar stands drenched in blood, his eyes glowing with cold fury. At his feet lies a dying nun from the Holy Demon Church who weakly utters his name before falling silent. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Other hooded figures from the church surround another fallen comrade, who also calls out Axion's name in their final moments. With their last breath, they don't beg for mercy or pray for salvation. They scream a single command for Axion, to kill the one responsible for this betrayal. Axion finds himself alone, facing down senior prosecutors from the church. He knows he's in serious trouble. He's completely out of stamina, his mana reserves are empty from his last attack, and facing these elites is impossible in his current state. It's a gamble, but he has no other choice but to fight. He desperately clashes with his pursuers, dodging and parrying in a hopeless struggle. But Axion isn't just fighting to survive. He's fighting to buy time. He grits his teeth, wondering when his backup will finally appear, believing that someone is on their way. And right on cue, a figure crashes the fight. A ferocious, red-haired warrior wielding a glowing sword appears, grinning like a demon. The church prosecutors are stunned, calling the newcomer well and demanding to know how he could possibly be there. Axion's desperate gamble had just paid off. But just as the battle rages, unexpected reinforcements arrive for Theo. A young warrior named Sybil Dree leaps into the fray, declaring that it's only natural to save a comrade in trouble. He tells Theo he's a fan, impressed by his strength, and insists on helping, refusing to run away after his allies caused such a mess. The assassins are immediately put on notice. They're reminded that the intervention of supervisors is strictly forbidden, and directly involving themselves with a candidate is a serious, unforgivable offense. They've been caught red-handed, and there's no talking their way out of this. Panic sets in among the conspirators. The hooded leader, Liam, is questioned by his subordinate on what to do now that things have spiraled out of control. Their mission was a complete catastrophe. They failed to retrieve the Rose Palace's artifacts, they failed to eliminate Theo, and even their commander, Axion, was killed in the attempt. They're doomed, with no way to make up for such a monumental failure. With no time left and their backs against the wall, Liam makes a horrifying decision. The best way forward, he declares, is to kill everyone. He plans to summon 25th grade monsters, creating an abnormal outbreak that will exterminate every candidate on sight. This manufactured accident would be the perfect way to erase all traces of the Troivan clan's involvement. His subordinate, terrified but loyal, agrees to the ghastly plan, screaming that everything is for the sake of the Troivan clan. Liam begins the summoning, unleashing a torrent of dark, forbidden energy to call forth the beasts. But before the ritual can be completed, Liam is suddenly struck down, coughing up blood. To his horror, supervisors have appeared on the battlefield. Seljord Gardner and Aaron Bacchus from the White Dragon clan, Natasha Couple from the Plum Blossom Palace, and Sally Gardner from the Daffodil Palace all arrive at once. The conspirators can only stare in disbelief, their desperate final gambit utterly crushed before it could even begin. But as Theo connects with the dragon, a chaotic vision floods his mind. A brutal fight in a snowy forest, where mysterious hooded figures offer a chilling ultimatum to a group of warriors. Join them, or die like their comrade Liam. The vision fades as quickly as it came, leaving Theo to realize that supervisors have finally arrived on the scene. Just as he steadies himself, Evelyn appears, catching him and thanking him for holding on. She immediately scolds him for his recklessness, questioning why he would do something so dangerous. The rest of the rookies are in an uproar. Some yell at him for not calling for help, while others, like Hulkus and Remington, playfully remind him that they helped and that he can't die before their rematch. The trainees he protected are moved to tears, declaring they'd follow him to their deaths without regret. Looking over the scene, Theo reflects on the strength he's truly after. With his new partner secured, he turns to his comrades and calmly asks for the bell, declaring that he'll be taking first place. Meanwhile, back at the Ragnar clan's main castle, an urgent report reaches the highest levels of leadership. Clan head Kyle Ragnar and the other elders listen in grim silence as a messenger delivers a piece of shocking news. Their most promising young talent from the Camellia Palace, one of the 4 hounds of the north, Axion Ragnar, is dead. Back at the Wyvern's nest, as the murmurs die down among the exhausted rookies, a supervisor steps forward to congratulate them on their hard work and officially begin the announcement of the test results. As Theo solidifies his bond with his new partner, the second stage of the awakening ceremony officially comes to a close. The announcement is made by none other than Fariu Ragnar, the Zenith Dragon, one of the legendary 9 dragons. His rare public appearance sends a ripple of shock and awe through the assembled crowd. Watching from the side, a hooded elder notes that 45 of the 87 examinees managed to pass. He praises this generation as the most talented yet, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks of the valedictorian's particularly impressive score. It's announced that everyone who passed is now promoted from apprentice to low-rank swordsman, earning the right to participate in official clan activities. Then, the moment of truth arrives. The announcer declares first place goes to Theo Ragnar, with a jaw-dropping score of 1,121 points. The crowd erupts in disbelief. They question how our hero, who had 0 points until the final moments, could have achieved such a score. Whispers immediately begin to circulate about his confrontation with Axion, as Theo himself simply looks on in silence. The rankings continue, revealing the other top contenders. Remington, Erica, Ray, and Hulkus, the 4 hounds of the north, have secured the 2nd through 5th spots, proving their own monstrous talent. But just as everyone thinks it's over, the hooded elder steps forward. He congratulates the survivors but reveals the ceremony isn't finished. There is a final, 3rd stage, and he asks only those who have earned the qualification to participate to raise their hands. Confusion spreads through the ranks. Most hadn't collected enough demon bells or couldn't decipher the hidden puzzle. But then, 4 hands rise from the crowd. One by one, The four hounds of the north signal that they have succeeded where everyone else failed. The secret test is finally explained, the elemental breathing technique. To learn it, one had to collect scattered passages from numerous demon bells and comprehend their meaning. Mastering this difficult art, which imbues one's mana with an element, was the true key to unlocking the final stage. Theo recalls his own breakthrough. In his first life, this puzzle had completely stumped him. But this time, he used his hatchling synchro skill with Lodbrok to read the memories of the objects themselves, allowing him to visualize the technique's essence and master it in an instant. The hooded elder looks at the four qualifiers, his voice filled with pride. He declares that having even one contender for the third stage is a boon, but to have four is a sign of this generation's unparalleled greatness. As Theo stands for his next trial, he reflects on how much his regression has changed the timeline. Seeing his peers, Ray and Remington, succeed where they once failed, he knows the butterfly effect from eliminating Axion is only just beginning. A cloaked figure, the exam overseer, calls him forward, demanding he be the first to demonstrate his new power. Without hesitation, Theo steps up and channels his mana, infusing it with the raw power of thunder. But he doesn't stop there. Lightning explodes from his body as he instantly masters the second stage, manifestation. The onlookers are completely stunned. Most would struggle just to infuse the element, but Theo has already given it a terrifying form. But for our hero, this is just the warm-up. He forces the raging electrical storm to bend to his will, achieving the third stage, control. The hooded overseer watches, a smile creeping across his face, admitting that Theo has not only met but exceeded his legendary reputation, mastering in moments what takes others a lifetime. Just as the overseer finishes his praise, Theo's power explodes once more. He pushes past control and into the fourth stage, expansion. From his aura, a massive thunder dragon materializes and lunges straight for the overseer. The other candidates cry out in terror, unable to believe Theo would be so brazen as to attack the exam proctor. The overseer, however, isn't panicking. He's laughing, thrilled by the challenge. Revealing his own elemental art, water current breathing, he prepares a water jet cutter to meet the dragon head-on. With a grin, he tells Theo that he has now earned the right to be a true opponent. The test had just become a real battle. After surviving the venomous attack in the cave, Theo's trials continued, culminating in the final test of the awakening ceremony. The Zenith Dragon himself appeared, impressed by Theo's challenger spirit, and rewarded our hero with an additional 1,000 points. The final scoreboard flashed, revealing Theo in first place with a staggering 2,121 points, a commanding lead that left everyone speechless, his score rivaling the legendary record set by the young Master Thorkel. But Theo wasn't the only one to impress. The Zenith Dragon turned his attention to the other top prospects, demanding they show him their power as well. One by one, Remington, Ray, and Erica unleashed their auras, each earning hundreds of additional points, proving this was a generation of monsters. Though their scores increased, Theo's position at the top remained untouchable. With the scores finalized, the Zenith Dragon declared the public examination over, instructing the crowd to prepare for the nomination ceremony in 1 week. But for the top four, the trial was far from finished. It was time to begin the third and final stage. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy washed over the mountain, staggering the other candidates. Theo froze, recognizing the power instantly. It was the unmistakable aura of his soul-linked dragon, Lodbrok. The third stage was revealed, a personal meeting with the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. This wasn't a test of skill, but of judgment, where the clan head's whim was law. Earning a nomination to the clan head's manor during this meeting was the ultimate acknowledgement of being a promising successor candidate. As this sank in, Theo's mind raced. The one waiting for them at the top was the clan head, and he was radiating Lodbrok's energy. A horrifying suspicion began to form, a question that chilled him to the bone. Could the one who stole Lodbrok's heart be his own father? The story then shifts to a new trial, where the four hounds of the North find themselves facing a new challenge, to break through an immense wave of dragon fear and greet the clan head. Under the crushing pressure, even powerful warriors like Remington, Hulkus, Ray, and Erica begin to falter, questioning how they could possibly advance. Remington, ever the strategist, advises against using brute force. He quickly deciphers the test's true nature, explaining they must match the mana's wavelength and create an antiphase wave to neutralize the aura. This isn't a test of power, but of precise magical control, a way to weed out anyone unworthy of meeting Kyle Ragnar. The technical explanation completely baffles Hulkus, who demands Remington speak like a normal person. After Remington simplifies it, make an opposite magic wave to cancel the pressure, Hulkus explodes, calling him a goody two-shoes who talks like a boomer despite being only 17. But while the hounds were arguing, someone else had already solved the puzzle. A surge of purple energy catches everyone's attention, and they turn to see Theo, his new phantom dragon trait blazing. He coolly states that this level of control is only natural for the next clan head and announces he's going on ahead, leaving his rivals in the dust. As Theo disappears, the trial proctor reminds the remaining hounds that points are awarded based on arrival order, kicking them back into high gear. From a distance, a hidden master observes Theo's effortless display, impressed, and muses that after all these years, he might have finally found someone worthy of being his disciple. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Camellia Palace, where a loud, boisterous man known as the Demon Craftsman is tearing through the halls looking for his daughter. The staff note how much livelier the palace has become since Theo's rise to fame. The man finally bursts into a room, calling out to his daughter. It's none other than Cecilia, Theo's mother. Her father, Theo's maternal grandfather, has come for a visit. Just as Theo secures a new loyal follower, a woman bursts into the Rose Palace to see his mother, Cecilia. Brushing aside concerns for decorum, she exclaims that she is about to become obscenely wealthy. This woman, known as the Elf of Capitalism incarnate, reveals that ever since Theo became a star, her workshop has been so flooded with orders that it's finally achieved mainstream popularity. But while the elf celebrates, Cecilia's joy is laced with a mother's worry. She admits that while she always believed Theo would excel, seeing it actually happen fills her with anxiety. She frets over him getting injured or crumbling under the pressure, lamenting that all she can do is stand by helplessly, unable to support him in any practical manner. The elf continues her triumphant speech, announcing that she's moving beyond just weapons and will start crafting accessories to grow her revenue tenfold. But Cecilia cuts her off, her tone suddenly serious. She asks her mother an odd question, if she has ever made a prosthetic arm. Elsewhere, two powerful figures discuss Theo's bold declaration to become the next clan head. One man laughs heartily, admiring Theo's audacity. The other, more serious, states that a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams, recalling that they too were once filled with that same fiery ambition in their youth. They stand in the graveyard of swords, a monument to those very ambitions. The laughing man tells his companion not to worry, as his only desire is the prosperity of the Ragnar clan. He vows to take care of anything that stands in the way of that, but for now, he says, there's plenty of time to simply observe how things unfold. The other man, revealed to be none other than clan head Kyle Ragnar, agrees. He will watch and wait, even if his own damn son is a regressor. In the desolate field of swords, the most dangerous secret in the world is spoken aloud. Theo's father knows everything. In a quick bonus segment, the story pauses as a character notes that the comic sometimes glosses over details from the novel. They turn to Evelyn and ask her to explain the world's elemental attributes for the audience. But before Theo can even process the news of the urgent deployment, he is summoned to the highest peak of the Ragnar domain. There, waiting for him with a chilling smirk, is the one man he dreads and respects in equal measure. His father, the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. The climb itself was a grueling test. A journey that should have taken 1 hour took 4, as Theo fought against a suffocating pressure emanating from his father, a pressure designed to break anyone who approached. Kyle gestures to the desolate landscape, a field littered with countless broken weapons. He calls it the graveyard of broken swords, confirming that each one belonged to an enemy he personally defeated. This, he explains, is the nature of being the clan head. It is a position of absolute solitude, where one must stand alone against endless threats, relying only on their own power to stand above all others. He then looks his son in the eye and asks a simple, heavy question. Does Theo truly believe he has the right to seize such a position? Theo answers with a single, firm yes. But Kyle warns him not to answer so lightly. To prove his point, he unleashes the psychic remnants of the thousands he has slain, a tide of resentful souls screaming his name, cursing him for eternity, their hatred a palpable force. Even facing this wave of pure malice, Theo's resolve remains unshaken. He tells his father his goal is to avenge his past life and to become clan head to finally end the damned battle for the throne. Yet, he knows this isn't the kind of answer his father is looking for. Words were never the way of the Ragnar. Drawing his own blade, Theo declares he will give his answer with his sword. A wide, predatory grin spreads across Kyle's face. His father accepts. He declares that from this moment on, he will not treat Theo as his son, but as a true challenger, eager to see what he learned from her teachings. The word her hits Theo like a thunderbolt. He could only be talking about Hilda. In that instant, Theo's suspicion becomes a horrifying certainty. His own father was the one who took Lodbrok's heart, and now he would have to defeat a demigod to get it back. Suddenly, Theo's world dissolves. He finds himself in a desolate, rain-swept landscape littered with broken swords, a monstrous figure looming before him. His mind struggles to catch up, a single thought echoing through the confusion. He must be dead. But this isn't the afterlife. From a distance, his father, Kyle Ragnar, watches the ordeal unfold. He explains to a mysterious crow that this is the trial of the heart sword, a brutal test of will. He declares that only those with absolute resolve can escape this mental prison, and if Theo's is anything less, it would be better for him to die as a lost soul. After all, Kyle has no need for a regressor who will only bring harm to the clan. Trapped within the illusion, Theo believes he's truly been cut down by his own father. A strange sense of peace washes over him as he accepts his fate. He reflects on his new life. He seized Camellia Palace, killed Rendon and Axion, and lived far more happily than before. With no regrets left, he decides it's time to let go and rest. But just as his consciousness begins to fade, a powerful voice cuts through the darkness, telling him to get up. A magnificent, feathered entity appears before him, its presence overwhelming. It mocks Theo for his moody resignation, telling him that if he was going to give up so easily, he should have just let it devour him from the start. But uncovering the conspiracy was just the beginning. Suddenly, Theo's consciousness is plunged into a dark, formless void, a trial of the soul initiated by none other than Julius Ragnar. An overwhelming presence presses down on him, but Theo's will roars to life. He refuses to let this be the end, remembering the oath he swore to himself to survive at all costs. A torrent of raw power floods his senses as he fights back against the crushing mental assault. He feels his very being pushed to its absolute limit, but he channels every ounce of his resolve into a single, defiant vow. He may break, but he will never, ever yield. The psychic world shatters and our hero gasps, snapping back to reality. Standing before him is the demon dragon himself, Julius Ragnar, his crimson eyes gleaming with a newfound respect. With a slight nod, the commander delivers his verdict. Theo passes the test. 1 week later, the entire clan is abuzz. The Great Hall of the Ragnar headquarters is packed to the brim for a massive nomination ceremony, an event that has drawn every major figure in the north. Among the crowd are Theo's rivals, Hulkus and Remington. Hulkus complains about the sheer number of powerful people making him anxious, but Remington just scoffs at his timidity. After all, everyone was in attendance. The commanders of every unit, the legendary 9 dragons, the former clan head Hilda, and even the current clan head, Kyle Ragnar himself. The two lank warriors continue to bicker in the crowd, one overwhelmed by the sheer number of heroes present. His sister mocks his timidness, cutting deep by reminding him he couldn't even obtain elemental breathing, a failure that clearly still stings. He tries to change the subject, asking what reward she received from the clan head, but she simply tells him it's a secret. Frustrated, he declares that his Theo would have shared, a possessive claim that makes his sister raise an eyebrow. He explains that the duty of a Lank is to become the sword of a Ragnar, to bet their life on a worthy master. He has decided to bet his on Theo, a man he sees as possessing everything: power, character, and ambition. He has chosen his master. His sister asks if Theo has actually agreed to any of this. With a wide grin, the warrior admits it doesn't matter. He's just going to follow Theo into whatever unit he joins, whether our hero knows it or not. He then reveals a crucial piece of intel. He heard the clan head isn't taking Theo into the main manor's forces. This means Theo will be assigned elsewhere, giving him the perfect opportunity to follow. Suddenly, a gavel slams down, silencing the crowd. The nomination ceremony begins, and the first name called is the overall valedictorian. Theo Ragnar is ordered to step forward. The crowd erupts in cheers. In the stands, one of Julius's knights watches, knowing all eyes are on Theo, wondering which unit he will choose. The knight selfishly hopes for the white-armored dragon cavalry, but knows it's a long shot. Theo stands alone before the clan's leadership as the announcer officially congratulates him. He is praised for his awe-inspiring ability to excel in every single category of the training. But just as the proceedings are about to continue, a figure rises from the crowd. It's Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. A wave of shock ripples through the onlookers, who whisper in fear that he's about to avenge his nephew Axion. The other clan leaders watch with cold eyes as the announcer demands the director sit down. But the Sky Dragon ignores the order, his gaze fixed solely on Theo. Ed Troyven addresses Theo directly. Our hero braces himself, thinking that even in his grief, the director wouldn't dare cause a scene. But he's wrong. In a move no one saw coming, Ed Troyven formally offers Theo Ragnar the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. In the wake of his victories, whispers about Theo Ragnar spread like wildfire. He was no longer just a member of the clan. His rise to the top was something special. People couldn't believe it. The man who was once the lowest of the low had not only become stronger, but had actually killed Axion, one of the 4 hounds. Rumors flew that he was so consumed by battle lust he might have killed the supervisor too if he hadn't been stopped, a testament to the overwhelming power he displayed. This growing legend completely reshaped his reputation. The contempt that once followed him everywhere vanished, replaced by looks of shock, awe, and raw envy. The Ragnar family no longer had an imbecile. They had a monster. As the official nomination ceremony began, a notification popped up before Theo's eyes. He had forgotten all about it, but the system declared he had completed the Victor of the Blooming Ceremony quest. As a reward, an ether core was deposited into his inventory. Theo wondered what the item was, figuring it had to be something powerful for such a long quest. But before he could ponder it further, a voice cut through the hall. It was Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon himself, who stepped forward with a grand smile. On behalf of the Central Security Bureau, he publicly offered Theo Ragnar the position of deputy director. Theo's eyes narrowed. He immediately activated his observation skill on the man. The system confirmed his suspicions. Ed Troiven's ambition was to use Theo as a hunting dog to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relic. So, the Sky Dragon already knew he possessed it. But Theo swore to himself that things would not go according to Ed's plan. The offer caused an immediate uproar. A rival bureau chief shouted at Ed, demanding to know the meaning of this blatant political move. Ed calmly replied that he was simply scouting talent according to procedure, but his accuser wasn't having it. He roared that everyone in the room knew this was a pathetic attempt to avenge his nephew Axion's death. Ed simply laughed, telling the man he was mistaken. The Intelligence Bureau chief coldly deflects the accusations, claiming that while he may feel personal anger, his only professional goal is to recruit outstanding talent. The other clan members are furious, calling him a ruthless man for thinking only of his ambitions even after his nephew's death. An official steps in, trying to maintain order and asking the chief to wait for the proper procedures. Ignoring them, the chief turns directly to Theo, demanding to know if he's made his decision. But our hero is no one's pawn. Theo calmly states he hasn't decided yet, and that he'd like to hear what kind of offers they're willing to make first. And the offers come in like a tidal wave. The first to step forward is Osa Ragnar Plunnis, the Sword Dragon. She makes a stunning declaration, offering Theo the position of her personal disciple and naming him the young lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. She wasn't just recruiting him, she was adopting him as her successor. The crowd erupts. 2 of the legendary 9 dragons have now made a move for Theo. Surely, with an offer this monumental, no other captain would even dare to compete. They couldn't have been more wrong. Because a 3rd dragon wants to join the competition. A powerful aura descends upon the hall as Robert Ragnar, the infamous Black Dragon and leader of the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, makes his presence known. The crowd is in shock. Even the Black Dragon was here for Theo. Robert reveals he's been watching Theo throughout the entire blooming ceremony, admitting that Kyle Ragnar was right about his son's intriguing qualities. He extends a formal invitation for Theo to join the Black Snow, promising him the position of No Snow. This was the highest public rank in the secret organization, a position of immense honor. Theo is floored. The very rank he desperately fought for and could never reach in his previous life was now being offered to him as if it were nothing. Before he can even process it, a 4th dragon steps in. Pharaoh Ragnar, the Ascending Dragon, announces that the doors to his Ascending Dragon Hall are also open to Theo. The nomination ceremony had turned into an unprecedented bidding war between 4 of the clan's mightiest pillars. But there was still one more. All eyes turned to Julius Ragnar, the Demon Dragon. His offer is the most shocking of all. He offers Theo nothing. The white-armored dragon unit would grant no special benefits or unfair treatment. Julius wants Theo, but he believes true honor must be earned, not given. Julius tells Theo he won't offer any special treatment, only the full support and pride of being a dragon knight. As Theo prepares to give his answer, a voice suddenly echoes directly inside his mind, freezing him in place. It asks him a question he never expected to hear from anyone. "You're a regressor, aren't you?" He immediately recognizes the voice as belonging to Hilda, the former head of the Ragnar family. Theo tries to play dumb, but Hilda just compliments his acting, mentioning that she doesn't know how he lived in the previous round. The word round sends a shockwave through Theo's mind. It implies regression can happen more than once. On the outside, his sudden distress is obvious. Julius asks if something is wrong, and Theo, struggling to process the mental intrusion, asks for a moment to gather his thoughts. Julius agrees but warns him not to take too long. Hilda continues her telepathic assault, revealing that she's a regressor too, but her assigned rounds are finished. Theo is floored. The existence of another regressor, let alone the former clan head, changes everything he thought he knew. Then comes the most chilling revelation of all. Hilda tells him that his own father, Kyle Ragnar, hates regressors with a burning passion. She expresses surprise that Kyle even allowed Theo to live, making our hero wonder if the hellish trials he endured were because his father knew his secret from the very beginning. Hilda declares there's no more time to talk. If he wants to learn the secrets of the world and the family, he must find her later. Just like that, she's gone from his mind, leaving Theo to recall the day his father gave him nothing but the heart sword and cold silence. Suddenly, everything starts to make a terrible kind of sense. His father's hatred for regressors, the stolen heart of Lodbrok, the ancient dragon who accepts regressors, and the faint draconic aura he once felt from Kyle. It seemed impossible for a human to defeat an ancient dragon, but for a man called a demigod, it might have been child's play. Theo's path becomes crystal clear. To save Lodbrok and understand his own existence, he must uncover the Ragnar clan's deepest secrets concerning regression. The scene shifts to a pivotal moment of decision. To uncover the secrets of his regression, Theo knows he must eventually seek out Hilda. With his resolve hardened, he makes his choice. At the nomination ceremony for the new generation of warriors, Theo announces his destination loud and clear. He will join the prestigious Ascendant Dragon Institute. He recalls that Wellington also became a disciple of the Ascendant Dragon, a fitting choice since they both share the same water attribute. This, however, is a monumental change from the original timeline. In his past life, Wellington had returned to his own family, built his strength, and ultimately led a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time, Wellington remained loyal. Theo recognizes this as a direct consequence of his own actions, proof that he is forging a new future. He and Wellington part ways as comrades, shaking hands and promising to meet again when they've both grown stronger. A former enemy has become a true rival. Theo also thinks of Ray, who has returned to the Daffodil Palace to train under her mother, the Ice Dragon, the perfect place for her to reach her potential. Even his old friends from the 4th training hall wanted to follow him, but their grades weren't high enough to qualify. He feels a pang of regret at having to leave his loyal comrades behind. As the nomination ceremony concludes, the graduates are ordered to disperse to their new units. Theo prepares to head to his new post, ready for the next chapter. Suddenly, a booming voice calls his name. To his surprise, it's Hulkus, who gleefully announces they've chosen the same unit. Theo mentally calls him a crazy punk, but accepts that he's gained yet another powerful, if eccentric, new friend. Sometime later, Theo finds himself reunited with 2 of the other Hounds of the North, Hulkus and Erica. He thanks them for their help during the exam, and to his surprise, the notoriously rough duo laugh, declaring they've taken a liking to him. Our hero is left completely baffled by their sudden change of heart. But there are more pressing matters. Theo has made his choice, deciding to join the most honorable unit in the clan, the White Dragon Squad. He sees this as the perfect first step on his path to becoming the clan head, and he's officially welcomed into their ranks. During the induction, the new rookies are asked to share their ambitions. Hulkus wants to be a cool knight, Ray wants his name to be known across the land, and Erica aims to be the best leader, while others just want the captain's acknowledgement. When all eyes turn to Theo, he makes a declaration that silences the entire hall. He tells them that in preparation for the Great War looming 5 years in the future, he will become the captain of the White Dragon Squad within that same time frame. Ambition like that isn't just bold, it's a direct challenge. The other rookies are shocked. whispering about his audacity to say such a thing in front of the current captain. But the captain himself just lets out a booming laugh. He tells them all that big dreams are exactly what he's looking for, and they've all come to the right place. He then launches into a powerful speech, telling the recruits that every drop of their sweat and blood will forge a new legend in Ragnar's history. He commands them to never let their shields break or their swords bend, and to always guard their comrades' backs, because their shared hardship will become their greatest pride. The dark basement gives way to a grand ceremony. Before the assembled knights of the White Dragon Squad, a commander declares that the reward for their sweat and blood is honor, welcoming the new recruits into the family. To show them the true meaning of their new title, the commander reveals his partner. The ground cracks as a colossal dragon named Gyula descends from the heavens, and he explains that a dragon is the very symbol of a dragon knight. More dragons land, their senior knights dismounting. The new recruits are told their entrance ceremony has officially begun. Their first trial, ride with a senior to a place called the Nest, where they must find their own dragon partner. Theo is floored. The dream of becoming a dragon knight, of having his own dragon, is about to become a reality. As he stands there, stunned, a voice calls out, telling the young master it's time to go. He looks up and his jaw drops. Riding a fearsome beast is none other than Evelyn. Theo can't believe it, asking her why she's returned to the White Dragon Squad. With a sly smile, Evelyn confirms she's back. But as she offers him a hand, Theo sees the truth. Her hand is gone, replaced by a cold, metallic, skeletal construct. The story then reveals how this happened. Evelyn had gone to the lady of the Camellia Palace herself, a woman named Curson, to thank her for her help. Curson brushes it off, saying Theo would have succeeded regardless, but Evelyn is insistent. She explains that knowing someone sincerely believes in him is a power all its own, suggesting Curson's aid was far more significant than she lets on. Sometime later, Theo meets with Evelyn, who is being praised by his mother, Cecilia. Cecilia tells Evelyn she's heard how much of a reliable source of strength she is for Theo. Evelyn, flustered, tries to dismiss the compliment, calling herself a retired one-armed inspector. But Cecilia insists she is a guiding light and promises to help that light spread across the world, moving Evelyn to tears. Evelyn turns to Theo and thanks him directly, revealing that because of his help, she is finally able to return to the White Dragon Squad. Theo thinks to himself that he should have helped her sooner, but quickly realizes his mother must have arranged this and simply given him the credit. It was just like her. He silently thanks his mother for her unwavering support. Filled with a renewed sense of purpose, Evelyn kneels before Theo and formally pledges herself as his sword. A knight's vow is a bond stronger than steel. Theo accepts, telling her he'll be in her care. The two then travel to the White Dragon's Nest, the rocky domain where wyverns live. Evelyn explains that the squad's entrance ceremony is held here, as all members must partner with a wyvern. She warns him that while rare, it is possible to fail and be rejected if he can't find a partner. Theo briefly worries about the other recruits but decides they can handle themselves. Evelyn instructs him to look around, telling him that he should be able to immediately feel which wyvern is destined to be his partner. Our hero observes the various species: the massive tyrannical optrex, the serpentine and venomous aviali, the subterranean blade dragon, Sija, and the small but highly intelligent, fire-breathing velociraptors that hunt in packs. Evelyn explains that these are the four main types of wyverns managed by the White Dragon Squad and asks if he's felt a connection with any of them. Theo looks around, a strange glint in his eye. He admits that he does have his eye on a certain one, but it doesn't seem to be here. 6 years after the Great War, a disaster struck the Ragnar clan. A mutated wyvern, soon to be known as the demonic shadow dragon, infiltrated the White Dragon's nest, slaughtering hundreds of their prized wyverns. The beast went on a rampage, burning 8 villages to the ground and killing dozens of inspectors before the clan officially declared it a second-degree disaster and ordered its extermination. The creature was so powerful that it took the combined might of 2 of the 9 dragons, the demon dragon Julius and the sword dragon, to finally bring it down. It earned its name by hiding in the shadows, a unique and terrifying ability. Now, as Theo surveys a new generation of wyverns, he recalls that legendary beast, thinking that a partner with that kind of potential would be incredible. His eyes scan the nests, and among the countless dragons, he finally spots the one he's been searching for. Julius joins him on the cliff, noting how happy our hero looks. Theo can't hide his excitement, confirming he's unexpectedly found a dragon to take under his wing. But their moment is interrupted by the arrival of another of the 9 dragons. She cuts right to the chase, asking Julius if his plan is to build the entire future of the White Dragon squad around Theo. Julius says nothing, his silence a strategic move. The woman smirks, acknowledging his caution and remarking that she can see he has a much larger plan in mind. She tells him not to worry, she's come to make an offer regarding the boy. Julius is immediately on guard, reminding her that Theo has already chosen the White Dragon squad and cannot join her Plum Blossom Palace. But she wasn't asking him to leave. Her proposal is something far more radical. She suggests they share him. The unprecedented idea leaves Julius completely speechless. Meanwhile, down in the nests, the very wyvern Theo has his eye on is being viciously bullied by the others. It's a long-time outcast, a problem no one has been able to solve. It seems our hero has a penchant for choosing the underdog with hidden potential. The handler reveals a shocking truth. The creature isn't a wyvern. It's a hybrid, the impossible offspring of a female wyvern and a male biffer, a dreaded first-grade monster from the deep sea. A biffer is considered a natural disaster, a powerful ghost species from the forest shadows. This means its child, the outcast, is nothing less than a demonic shadow dragon. Its birth threw the White Dragon squad into turmoil. They tried to integrate it, but the other wyverns viciously rejected the hybrid, leaving it utterly alone. Theo sees a kindred spirit in the rejected creature. He asks for its name and learns it's Umbra, an ancient word for shadow. With a smirk, he decides the name is perfect, solidifying his choice. Evelyn watches in disbelief as Theo declares that Umbra will be his partner. Before she can even question him, he shouts that he's going first. And dives head first off the cliff, plummeting towards the nests below as Evelyn screams his name in horror. He's determined to give this fellow outcast a different life, a better one, just like him. But this isn't a suicide mission. Mid-fall, Theo is perfectly composed. He calmly activates a skill, summoning a barrage of magical swords to announce his arrival. But as Lord Ceres' soldiers charge, Theo remains perfectly still, his mind flashing back to the brutal training that brought him to this point. He recalls the moment he first synchronized with his hatchling, unlocking a powerful new ability, telekinesis. In a training ground, he had leaped into the fray, swords dancing around him by sheer force of will. A nearby observer watched in utter disbelief, wondering how he could master such a difficult skill so quickly and use it in such a creative way. His speed of growth simply made no sense. It had been a grueling trial against wyverns, and his peers had mocked him from the sidelines. They called him an idiot, openly questioning if an illegitimate child could ever be considered a true Ragnar. But Theo had silenced them all. He unleashed a devastating lightning strike, followed immediately by a powerful dragon streak, his aura exploding with electrical energy as he proved just how wrong they were. The overwhelming display of power sent the bullies scattering in fear. Theo scoffed at their cowardice, noting how those who bully others are always the first to run. In the end, he was left alone with a single, injured wyvern. He approached the wounded creature, gently asking if it was all right. But the terrified wyvern only screeched in response, its guard still raised high. His companion warned him to keep his distance, but Thea refused. He could sense the wyvern was hovering near the nest despite being ostracized simply because it was lonely. Thea explained that the wounds in its heart were far harder to bear than the ones on its body, and asked for help in following the creature, determined to stay by its side. Confronting the ghost sword, a man he needed as an ally, Theo's mind flashed back to another impossible recruitment, his Ragnar clan entrance exam. His task was to tame a legendary white dragon in the northern peaks, a beast so hostile it had defied all previous attempts. Seeing its guard was too high, Theo knew force wouldn't work. He needed a different strategy. First, he asserted his dominance over the territory, unleashing his dragon fear to subdue the lesser drakes and wyverns. He then approached his true target, the white dragon known as Umbra, finding it wounded and isolated. But instead of a challenge, Theo offered kindness, pouring a healing potion over its wounds. As the magic took hold, his dragon heart resonated with the beast, and our hero was suddenly overwhelmed by its raw emotions. He felt Umbra's burning anger at being cast out by its own kind, and a deep, crushing loneliness that mirrored his own past. The creature was suspicious of this sudden kindness, yet desperately wished for him to stay. Theo looked the beast in the eye and swore he would never turn his back on it. Then, appealing to a more primal instinct, he presented a massive, glittering mana stone as a gift, promising an endless supply if Umbra would follow him. The bribe worked perfectly. He asks the creature how it likes the gift, promising even more, custom-made reins and saddles, adorned with the finest jewels from his grandmother's smithy. Miles away, an elven woman suddenly shivers, feeling an inexplicable drain on her future finances. The wyvern lets out one last roar, not of defiance but of acceptance. A system window confirms it. Theo is now the master of the Bifur wyvern. With this bond, a new skill is born, wyvern taming, boosting his power by 10% whenever he takes to the skies on his new mount. And just like that in the snowy mountains, the once vicious beast is now as docile as a pet, nuzzling against him. Its keeper is floored, asking how he could have possibly tamed a creature that had rejected everyone else. Evelyn arrives, bringing meat for the wyvern, and asks the same question. Theo's answer is simple. He healed the wounds of its heart. He explains that a gift, offered when the heart is shaken, can penetrate any wall. As the wyvern tears into its meal, Evelyn reflects on Theo's incredible growth. He's not just drawing the attention of the clan's most powerful figures. He's now commanding the loyalty of mythical beasts. But then Theo shocks them all by climbing onto the wyvern's back. The keeper screams at him, warning it's suicide to ride without a saddle, reins, or any training. Theo simply smirks, telling her he has his own way. He wasn't lying. The system announces that his wyvern taming skill is compensating for his lack of riding ability. In an instant, they launch into the air, flying with a grace that defies all logic, leaving a stunned Evelyn staring in absolute awe. The world of the present fades, throwing us back in time to the icy peaks of the winter mountains. A much younger Julius Ragnar soars through the sky on his pure white dragon, Umbra. He muses to himself, wondering how such an innocent creature could have possibly become the monster known as the demonic shadow dragon. Umbra leads him to a place Julius never knew existed, despite his time with the Black Snow Brigade. Hidden behind a massive waterfall is a secret crystal cave, glittering with a mesmerizing light that his dragon clearly adores. But inside, Julius finds the answer to his question. The cave is filled with ghost spirit flowers, plants that exude a powerful demonic energy that is poison to dragons. He finally understands. Umbra had been eating them. Puzzled by how his dragon could even absorb such opposing energy, Julius decides the flowers are too dangerous and must be burned. Umbra hisses protectively, but Julius reassures him that he won't touch the precious crystals. However, something far more sinister catches his eye. Chained deep within the cave is a corpse, dead for at least a decade, yet its body shows almost no signs of decay, a testament to the tremendous magic power this person once wielded. Julius realizes a high-level expert died here under extremely suspicious circumstances, and he vows to investigate later. But later would have to wait. As he turns back to the flowers, the corpse lurches to life, its skeletal jaw unhinging to let out a horrifying scream, shrieking the name of the Ragnar clan head. Kyle. Shocked to hear his own father's name, Julius is thrown into battle, calling out to Umbra as the undead monster lunges to attack. A monstrous shriek echoes from a skeletal creature consumed by rage, screaming out two names with venomous fury, Kyle Ragnar and Robert the Black Dragon. The being vows it will never forgive them. Theo, witnessing this, is stunned. He wasn't imagining it. This creature knew his father. As he reels from the revelation, he grips his sword, preparing for the unknown. Suddenly, Evelyn of the White Dragon Squad unleashes a blade barrage, cutting down their foes. But it's too late. She rushes to Theo's side to find him on the ground, where he can only apologize, admitting he made a mistake. An unbearable agony rips through Theo's body. He realizes the corpse he fought was laced with a potent toxin, supercharged with demonic energy. His strength is rapidly draining, and he knows that without an antidote, death is certain. As Evelyn prepares to transport him to headquarters, Theo's demonic fiend, Umbra, blocks her path. Evelyn yells at the creature, telling it she's trying to save their master, not harm him. But Theo stops her. Looking into the fiend's eyes, he understands. Umbra has a solution, and our hero decides to leave his life in its hands. Evelyn is frantic, warning him that the poison has less than a 30% survival rate even with proper care. But Theo is firm. He explains that Umbra evolved by consuming ghost spirit flowers and has likely encountered this exact poison before, learning how to neutralize it. He begs Evelyn to trust his partner. With a roar, Umbra smashes a nearby rock formation, revealing strange glowing crystals and purple pods. The creature then looks at Evelyn, nodding towards the bizarre ingredients and then to Theo. The message was clear: blend this and feed it to him. Faced with a demonic cure or certain death, Evelyn clenches her eyes shut, steeling herself for what she must do. But the power Theo now wields came at a terrible cost. In the moments immediately following Lodbrok's sacrifice, he wept for his fallen partner, making a desperate choice to absorb the last remnants of her draconic essence. The energy surge was immense. As Lodbrok's power flooded his system, his body began an impossible recovery, mending wounds that should have been fatal. But this was no simple healing. His very magical attribute began to warp, the familiar blue aura of his mana twisting into an ominous, pitch-black energy, a phenomenon no one had ever witnessed before. The system announced a body-cleansing purification was underway. His body cracked like porcelain before reforming, forging him anew and granting him a terrifying new power, the trait of the evil shadow dragon. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Commander Julius received devastating news. He furiously demanded confirmation from his intelligence unit, Black Snow, only to be told the grim report was almost certainly true. The news was a catastrophic blow to their war effort. Captain Trainer Isvin and his entire platoon of 15 elite knights from the white-armored dragon cavalry had been completely annihilated. The transformation Theo had endured was a legendary technique called purification rebirth. It was an ancient, agonizing ritual that remade the body into a perfect vessel for mana, but it was only ever known to be effective on children under 5, making our hero's change a terrifying miracle. But what happened to Theo wasn't some ancient technique. It was a one-in-a-billion miracle, a perfect alignment of deadly coincidences. The extreme corpse poison that invaded his body, the decades of condensed mana he'd accumulated from consuming ghost jade, and the aid from Umbra's poison neutralization all struck an uncanny balance. Instead of being destroyed, Theo's body absorbed the very essence of the demonic power. His eyes snapped open. Iblin rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Theo simply apologized for making her worry, his mind reeling from the transformation. His status had changed dramatically. He had gained the traits Purification Rebirth and Phantom Dragon. But with it came a chilling warning. He had acquired the demonic poison that birthed the first asterisk Phantom Dragon, and if he couldn't control it, he would become the second. The power-up was insane. A staggering 85 additional stat points flooded his system. Theo finally understood. The pure energy crystals lining the cave had diluted the ghost jade's toxicity, turning the deadly poison into a potent elixir. He felt a wave of gratitude, glad that he had put his trust in Umbra. His already perfected Ragnar physique was now enhanced with two legendary traits, a power born from a perfect storm of poison and providence. His potential for growth was now simply unimaginable. But as the shock wore off, a more pressing question emerged. Who was the old man whose corpse they'd found? Just then, Iblin called out, pointing to something on the cave wall. It was a journal, carved with such fine lettering that Theo knew it could only be the work of a supreme master. The journal told a tragic story. The author had been defeated by two men, Kyle Ragnar and someone named Robert. He had hidden in this cave to plot revenge, but his mana core was damaged. The ghost jade he ate to survive was only accelerating his demise, and he could feel a demonic nature taking over. With no hope left, he melted his beloved sword, the jade serpent blade, to bind himself and his legacy, praying a successor would find this place and complete the revenge he never could. Theo stared at the words, his blood running cold. The master who left this legacy was an enemy of his own father. As the warrior's final will settles, the truth dawns on Theo. The techniques mentioned, the phantom sword art and the storm thunder god, belonged to only one man. This tragic hero was none other than Hector Ragnar, the Wind Lord, a legendary figure who competed for the Patriarch's throne 40 years ago and was thought to be long dead. The knight accompanying Theo collapses to her knees, overwhelmed. She panics, realizing that even though Hector was exiled, he was still a rightful heir of the Ragnar bloodline. To harm a successor is a grave crime, one punishable by immediate execution. But Theo cuts through her fear, telling her to stop spouting nonsense. He argues that the man they faced was a madman, not a true Ragnar, and his death was necessary to save their lives. Declaring that everything that happened will remain a secret, he offers her a solution. If her conscience still bothers her, she should take the Wind Lord's secret techniques for herself. The knight, Iblin, is stunned, asking why he would give her techniques that rival even those of the 9 dragons. Theo explains that by becoming the Wind Lord's successor and carrying on his legacy, she will not only grow stronger but will finally allow Hector's soul to rest in peace. As his disciple, her actions can no longer be considered a crime. He grabs her shoulder, reminding her of her promise to become his sword. In that moment, Iblin Nerevel, senior swordsman of Ragnar, makes her choice. She kneels and formally pledges her loyalty, asking Lord Theo Ragnar to accept her oath as his humble vassal. With a smirk, Theo simply calls her a rigid rule follower. Theo formally accepts her oath, engraving it upon his heart and soul. For the long journey ahead, he vows to make Iblin Nerevel his first sword. As the pact is sealed under the watchful gaze of a dragon, a new, unbreakable bond of loyalty is forged. The scene shifts to the white-armored Dragon Corps headquarters, where a brash, red-haired swordsman mocks Theo for being late, boasting that he must be the most talented one there. But his arrogance is cut short when he turns and sees what has just arrived. Theo Ragnar walks onto the field, but he hasn't come alone. Towering beside him is the untamable beast, Umbra. The other knights are stunned, whispering in disbelief how he managed to partner with such an unruly creature. Realizing this is the power that makes him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. With the aptitude test complete, Theo and a senior swordsman named Iblin Naravel formally report their return. They ask for the captain, only to be told that Julius had received an urgent message and rushed back to his office. A sense of unease fills the air, and Theo knows something is wrong. The urgent message was a prelude to chaos. A commander with a glowing red eye appears before the assembled knights, his expression grim. He declares that their training is over and every single one of them is being deployed for actual combat. While the others murmur in shock, Theo's eyes narrow. He knew this day was coming. The mission is revealed. The Ceres Merchant Guild has taken hostages at Blanky Fortress. They're making a move to steal the legendary dragon-slaying sword, Baopeng, to fuel their rebellion. And pulling the strings from the shadows is none other than Ed Troyvan. As the knights process the terrifying news of their first real deployment, Theo prepares for the battle he was born to fight. The knights murmur amongst themselves, confused. One of them steps forward and asks Julius why new recruits, who haven't even finished their training, are being deployed on such a critical mission. Julius grips his weapon, his voice grim as he delivers the news. Captain Trainer Isvin of Platoon 5 and all 14 of his subordinates have gone missing. Theo freezes. He knows that name. Trainer Isvin was the oldest, most respected knight in the entire cavalry, a veteran whose advice even Julius sought. A man like that doesn't just vanish. A horrifying realization dawns on our hero. This is the butterfly effect. His actions have changed the past. Julius continues, explaining that intelligence from the Black Snow Division gives the missing platoon an 89% chance of being dead. With no time to waste, he declares the formation of a temporary Platoon 5 to continue their mission, appointing Evelyn Naravel as its captain and giving them just 3 days to prepare. He clenches his fist, a fire burning in his eye. He tells the recruits that while he doesn't believe his men are truly dead, they still need to be avenged. The mission was tied to the recent Black Skull Bandit incident. To the public, it was a simple kidnapping case that the cavalry resolved without any casualties, but that was nothing more than a carefully crafted lie. The bandits' real objective was to create a diversion for the theft of a legendary weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword, Baomeng. In Theo's original timeline, this was the very sword Ed Troyvan used to stage his coup. But now, because of him, things have changed. A good man and his entire platoon have likely paid the price for Theo's interference. Overcome with guilt, he resolves that if this is his fault, he must be the one to see it through to the end. The system itself seems to respond to his determination, issuing a brand new hidden quest: obtain the Dragon Slayer sword, Baomeng. 3 days later, under the freezing night sky, the cavalry descends on a remote mountain fortress. A lone guard spots the strange shape in the moonlit sky, and his blood turns to ice. He recognizes the silhouette of the white-armored dragon cavalry and scrambles to sound the alarms. But it's far too late. Evelyn Naravel gives the order, and the sky rains down destruction. The knights unleash a full-scale aerial bombardment, explosions tearing the fortress apart as the defenders are thrown into chaos. The surprise attack has begun. The wedding hall erupts into a full-scale war zone. The white-armored dragon cavalry cuts through the traitors' ranks, their commander roaring for them to show everyone the steep price of messing with the Ragnar clan. But miles away, a lone soldier escapes the carnage through a blizzard. He curses his allies for failing to stop the cavalry but grins, clutching a package. As long as he delivers this, his part of the mission is a success. His celebration is cut brutally short. A blade flashes through the snow, and the man falls dead without a sound. A new, cloaked figure stands over his body, their own mission just beginning. The assassin rendezvous with his comrades, handing over the stolen goods. Their leader confirms the item is correct and gives the chilling order to prepare the next stage of their plan. Their true objective is revealed in a horrifying display. A distant castle is engulfed in flames, besieged by dragons. The hooded figures stand ready with cannons, their leader vowing to exterminate every last one of the pests inside. Sometime later, a different battle has concluded. Theo and a new squad stand victorious after a subjugation mission, his teammates laughing about how easy it was. But our hero isn't celebrating. He activates Hatchling Synchro, reading the memories of their defeated enemy for information on a stolen artifact called Bamong. He finds it deeply suspicious that even high-ranking executives have never seen the weapon in person, sensing he's missing a critical piece of a much larger puzzle. A squadmate notices his distraction, but Theo brushes it off. Another teammate just teases him for being a nervous newbie on his first mission and tells the group to reconvene now that the hostages are safe. As the team moves out, Theo's mind remains elsewhere, still troubled by the inconsistencies in the enemy's knowledge, a lingering doubt that something is deeply wrong. The clash between Theo and Nabin begins, swords ringing out in the chaos. But as the battle rages, Theo suddenly freezes, a look of dawning horror on his face. He knew something was off. One of his knights demands to know what's wrong, but before he can answer, another soldier makes a horrifying discovery. The entire wedding hall is rigged with explosives. The Ceres and Bacchus families were never planning on winning this fight. They were planning on taking everyone down with them. There's no time. An immediate evacuation is ordered, but it was already too late. A dark, malevolent energy pulses from the explosives, ready to detonate. A massive explosion tears through the wedding hall. The blast is so powerful it seems to warp reality itself, a golden sigil flashing in the heart of the inferno as the traitors sacrifice themselves. Elsewhere in a snowy forest, a hooded figure watches the carnage from afar. He coldly orders his artillery to reload and continue the bombardment, commanding his forces to exterminate every last person without mercy. This was never just a raid, it was a massacre orchestrated from the shadows. And the true source of this hatred is finally revealed. Years ago, in the Camellia Palace, a young Axion cried in his mother's arms. She comforted him, her voice laced with poison, promising to bring him the head of the filthy vermin who had wronged him, a chilling vow against Theo Ragnar. Back at the fortress, the battle rages on amidst the rubble. The white-armored dragon cavalry fights with grim determination, their commander ordering them not to let a single traitor escape. An enemy commander looks on in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his elite team was wiped out so easily. He knows something is fundamentally wrong here, but before he can process it, another catastrophic explosion erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of light. Before another word could be spoken, the entire fortress erupted in fire and thunder. A massive artillery strike rained down on the ceremony, tearing the ground apart and sending guests and soldiers scrambling for their lives in a storm of chaos and terror. Amidst the carnage, the white-armored dragon cavalry tried to regroup. A soldier frantically reported the bombardment to his captain, urging an immediate evacuation. The order was given: fall back to the outer wall, away from the shelling. But while everyone else panicked, Theo's world went silent. His system flared to life, initiating a protocol he'd never seen before, opening the mind gate. As his cerebral functions were unlocked, his thought processing and sensory perception accelerated to a godlike level, the world slowing to a crawl around him. One of his comrades, seeing him standing frozen amidst the explosions, grabbed him and screamed that they had to escape the fortress immediately. To their shock, Theo shook his head, declaring that running outside was a death sentence. Their only chance for survival was to go deeper inside. His decision was met with outrage. As he dragged them back into the collapsing structure, the others demanded to know if he was insane, reminding him that 21 lives were in his hands. But Theo calmly explained that running outside was exactly what the enemy wanted. They were being herded into a kill zone. This was no mere guess. With his mind gate open, Theo's hatchling synchronization ability had expanded tremendously. He could now read the residual thoughts left on the very stones of the fortress, giving him a perfect map of the enemy's strategy and every hidden trap. With absolute certainty, our hero took command. He warned them of explosives rigged on the left and the artillery shelling on the right, ordering everyone to follow him down the front staircase. Through the fire and falling debris, Theo now carved a path to survival where none should have existed. But the raid on the Ceres Guild was just one front in a much larger operation. Elsewhere, Theo leads another team deep inside an enemy fortress, but their escape route suddenly crumbles into a dead end. As the very walls collapse around them, his panicked followers turn on him, screaming that he led them into a trap. Rocks rain down from the ceiling, and a dark, malevolent energy seems to target them directly, threatening to crush everyone in an instant. This was a carefully prepared execution. Meanwhile, high above, the true masterminds watch their plan unfold. A hooded commander, one of Ed Troiven's lieutenants, reports that all artillery has been expended. Burning with vengeance for Axion Ragnar, he gives a chilling final order. It doesn't matter if their targets are turned to pulp, his soldiers must bring back their severed heads. But just as death seemed certain, the floor gives way completely. Theo's team lands amidst a pile of rubble, battered but alive. They realize he hadn't led them into a trap. He'd created their escape, destroying the floor at the last second to drop them to a lower level. Their sudden arrival shocks another group of soldiers already in the chamber below. Their captain, a man named Triner Ispin, demands to know who they are and how they managed to get in. The story then shifts, revealing the grim fate of Captain Triner's squad. They've been captured and imprisoned. Erica of the Four Hounds finds him, expressing her relief that he's alive before dropping a bombshell. The mastermind behind the ambush was the Ragnar clan's own intelligence bureau. Erica notes that Triner doesn't seem entirely surprised by the news. He admits he suspected an insider was necessary for a raid of this scale, but he never imagined his own clan would turn their swords on their kin. His men erupt in fury, calling it an act of outright treason and demanding revenge. However, a wiser soldier warns them against acting on emotion. They were completely outplayed from the start. Their only hope was to contact their support unit, Black Snow, but another captain grimly informs them that's impossible. The fact Black Snow never arrived means they were likely wiped out first. They had been walking into a trap from the very beginning. But Julius declares they still have a chance. He explains that since the enemy wiped out their ambush unit, they're trying to cover up the entire incident. That means they will have to come and confirm the kills themselves, and the moment they let their guard down, the white-armored dragon cavalry will be waiting in the ruins to strike. Inspired by the sheer audacity of the plan, one of the veteran knights pushes his body to the absolute limit, opening his mind gate despite his age. He smirks, remarking that they picked some excellent new recruits this time, and prepares to lay down his life. His resolve ignites the rest of the corps. With a unified roar, the soldiers of the white-armored dragon cavalry embrace the desperate strategy. Every unit prepares for a battle that will decide their fate. The enemy takes the bait. As their forces cut down the last remnants of the battle, their hooded commanders begin sweeping the fortress. A subordinate reports that they've searched the western area and are now in the east. But there's a problem. The bodies of the White Dragon armor unit are completely missing. The commander freezes, the realization dawning a second too late. Before he can even shout a warning, the trap is sprung. From the rubble and shadows, the white-armored dragon cavalry explodes into action, their blades clashing against the enemy in a furious, desperate counterattack. The wedding hall erupts into pure chaos. The combined forces of the Ceres and Bacchus families scream that it's an ambush by the white-armored dragon cavalry, scrambling to form a defense as Julius's elite knights crash through their ranks. The battle is swift and brutal. The white dragons cut through the traitors' guards with practiced ease, while a cloaked member of the enemy's intelligence bureau looks on in dismay. One of Julius's lieutenants confronts him directly, declaring that by the law of the Ragnar clan, they are all to be executed on the spot for treason. As the main battle rages, Theo clashes directly with Nabin Bacchus. The ghost sword is impossibly fast, but our hero matches him blow for blow in a blinding flurry of strikes. The enemy commanders watch in utter disbelief, wondering how this boy could possibly survive the full force of their initial assault. The duel intensifies, blades ringing out in a furious symphony of steel. Sparks fly as Theo parries and dodges, pushing the ghost sword back step by step under the sheer pressure of his assault. Seeing their forces being systematically dismantled, one of the White Dragon Knights shouts for the enemy to surrender. She declares that their ambush was a complete success and that further resistance is meaningless, offering to spare their lives. But their leader has other plans. A roar cuts through the battlefield as the Bacchus commander authorizes his men to use forbidden arts. The knights are stunned, having no idea what that means. Before them, Nabin Bacchus begins to emanate a terrifying, blood-red aura, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He unleashes the reverse blood surge strike, a forbidden technique that burns his own life force for an explosive burst of power. In an instant, he moves faster than sight, landing a devastating blow that sends Theo reeling. But Theo is far from finished. Even against an opponent sacrificing his own life for victory, our hero stands his ground, blade dripping with blood as he prepares to face the true, desperate power of the ghost sword. For a split second, as their blades were about to meet, Theo saw a vision from Nabin's past, a memory of a desperate battle, of a fallen comrade gasping for him to run away before being cut down. But this was the present. Snapping back to reality, Theo's eyes blazed with fury. Enraged that these traitors dared to defy the Ragnar clan, he unleashed a devastating new technique. The dragon's 3 claws, a wave of pure energy that ripped through the charging soldiers. Not stopping there, he activated Thunder Gate, his entire body crackling with power as he plunged headfirst into the enemy lines, his blade meeting Nabin's in a shower of sparks. Theo moved like a phantom, executing a brutal flurry strike that overwhelmed everyone in his path. The Bacchus and Ceres knights couldn't even track his movements before their heads were sent flying from their shoulders. Nabin Bacchus watched in disbelief as Theo effortlessly neutralized his ultimate move, the reverse blood surge strike. He couldn't comprehend how someone so young could possess such impossible skill. Seeing their champion so thoroughly outclassed, the remaining Bacchus family members screamed in fury, declaring that Theo Ragnar could not be allowed to live, no matter the cost. Watching from the sidelines, Remington and Erica were stunned by Theo's explosive growth. They both realized they would have to push themselves to their absolute limits if they ever hoped to keep up with him. Theo, however, felt the strain. He had tried to combine Thunder Gate with a complex combo attack, but the power was still too much for his body to fully control, leaving him gasping for breath. Seeing his chance, the cornered and desperate Nabin Bacchus let out a final, defiant roar. He vowed that even if he died, he would drag Theo Ragnar down to hell with him. Our hero's eyes widened in shock as he felt Nabin's mana twisting violently. The ghost sword was distorting his own mana whole, preparing to self-destruct in a catastrophic explosion. But just as the blast was about to detonate, a new power entered the battlefield. A secret art, gale wind, erupted from nowhere, its swirling green energy intercepting Nabin's suicidal attack at the last possible second. While Theo faced the ghost sword, the rest of the white-armored dragon cavalry tore through the battlefield. Evelyn Nereval unleashed the devastating Wind Thunder God's secret art, a whirlwind of pure energy that ripped through the series' soldiers. Even Commander Julius entered the fray, his prosthetic arm crackling with power as he dismantled their front lines. The combined might of the Ragnar Knights was simply overwhelming. The alliance of the Ceres and Bacchus families crumbled under the onslaught, their soldiers cut down one by one until only the silence of defeat remained. Julius looked on with pride, telling Theo he'd done good work. The rest of the squad was ecstatic. One knight jokingly declared himself Theo's first sword, while others simply thanked our hero for saving their lives. For the first time, Theo was being truly acknowledged by his comrades. A smirk played on Theo's lips as he felt his own power grow. When a fellow knight asked where he and Julius learned such incredible techniques, Theo cryptically replied that some secrets were better left unknown. Exhausted but alive, the squad celebrated their hard-fought victory. As the long night of battle finally gave way to a bright new morning, the scene shifted to the rugged mountains of the Ragnar domain. High in the mountains, Julius met with a stern, one-eyed man. Between them lay a strange artifact, a book held by skeletal hands, pierced by a single arrow. The man with the eye patch seemed possessive, complaining that Julius was trying to share a disciple that was already his. But Julius simply brushed it off, reminding him that this was all for Theo's benefit, a fact the other man couldn't deny. Julius explained his reasoning. Theo's talent was so immense that he was growing at a speed never seen before. But that very speed meant he was destined to hit a monumental wall, and sooner than anyone expected. And that's when a third figure appeared, Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. She held a small object, revealing that this was the key to helping Theo break through his inevitable limit. But as she presented it, a cunning look in her eyes suggested there might be a catch. Meanwhile, in a conversation held in secret, the former clan head Hilda voiced her deepest fears to Julius. She worried that Theo, in his meteoric rise, could become not a successor, but an enemy of Ragnar. She reminded Julius that history is littered with prodigies who grew too fast and met unfortunate ends, cautioning that the very teachings they were giving Theo might one day be used to spill Ragnar blood. Julius admitted his surprise, having thought her affection for Theo was unconditional, but hearing her cold pragmatism was what ultimately convinced him. With a faint smile, Hilda entrusted him with a set of ancient books, declaring him the right person for the task. She instructed him to watch over Theo closely, and to only pass on the inheritance when he was certain our hero had matured into a true Ragnar, untainted by greed. The memory faded, and Theo found himself reeling from the weight of his new reality. He was to become a joint disciple of both the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon, the two greatest swordsmen in the clan. He couldn't help but question if he was truly worthy of such an honor, but Julius immediately shut down his doubts, stating he wouldn't have offered it if he didn't believe Theo had earned his place. Looking back, Theo was flooded with gratitude. He recognized that his entire journey, from the Rendon incident until now, was only possible because of the unconditional support he had received. Though he felt he had done nothing to deserve it, they continued to help him. He made a silent, solemn vow to one day repay this immense debt. As if reading his mind, Julius roared that there was a way to repay him immediately, by dueling him. A wild grin spread across his face as he declared it had been too long since he had a new toy, or rather, a new disciple. As commander, he couldn't just sit still. The real lessons, he bellowed, were about to begin. And the lesson was nothing short of brutal. Theo was immediately and utterly overwhelmed by the demon dragon's onslaught. The one-sided beatdown was so severe, Our hero could do nothing but scream for Evelyn to save him from his maniacal new master. But no help was coming. Sometime later, a helpless Evelyn could only offer an apology from outside a sealed gate, as her young master was bound in heavy chains. Unable to intervene, she turned and walked away, her expression hardened with resolve. Ray, one of the four hounds, eventually found Theo collapsed in the underground detention cell. He remarked to Evelyn that the commander might have gone a little overboard, a statement she immediately challenged. Ray then reported to Julius that he had confined Theo as ordered, but questioned if it was truly all right to leave him like this. In response, Julius simply offered a knowing, unreadable smile. Julius's subordinate expresses his doubts, pointing out that their high-value prisoner is the type who will never break, no matter the interrogation method. But Julius calmly tells him not to worry, whispering that this is all part of a grander plan, a revelation that leaves the subordinate completely stunned. Meanwhile, Theo makes his way to the Plum Blossom Palace, arriving at its secluded training ground. There he is greeted by the palace's mistress, Lady Plum Blossom, who has been waiting for him. She asks if he found the gift that she and the demon dragon, Julius, had prepared for him to his liking. Theo confirms that her present has been of great benefit, recalling the immense power it unlocked within him during his training. Lady Plum Blossom is pleased to hear it. She then reveals her purpose, to teach him the very root of swordsmanship, from its most overlooked fundamentals to its ultimate expression. With her intentions clear, she formally asks Theo Ragnar if he will become her disciple. But before giving his answer, our hero has a question of his own. He asks if she is making this offer in her capacity as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. The title catches her completely off guard. It was a secret known to almost no one. For a moment she is silent, but she doesn't deny it. She confirms his suspicion, revealing that she is the sole inheritor of the Heaven Dragon Sword, a secret school that passes its teachings down to only one disciple per generation. She understands that Theo was testing her true intentions and assures him she has no ulterior motives. In fact, she had planned to pass on her entire legacy to him, from the Plum Blossom techniques all the way to the secrets of the Heaven Dragon Sword. Sometime later, as Theo stands outside, he is approached by another knight. The man calls out to him, recognizing him as the famous new recruit of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo confirms his identity but is immediately reprimanded by the man, a senior from the Plum Blossom Palace, for his lack of respect. The senior insists that since Theo is now a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom, he should show proper deference. Our hero just scoffs at the attempt to pull rank. He mocks their fragile egos, pointing out that they aren't his direct superior officers. The seniors are left sputtering, unable to comprehend his defiance, reminding him that as a disciple of their palace, he is their junior. Theo smirks, telling them they're gravely mistaken. Then he delivers the final blow. He rejected Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple. The men are left in stunned silence. The scene flashes back to his conversation with the former clan head, Hilda Ragnar. She had offered to teach him both the full bloom of the plum blossoms and the Heaven Dragon Sword. When Theo asked why she cherished him so much, her answer was simple. She told him to stand up, explaining that he reminded her of his father, Kyle, in his youth. It wasn't just his appearance, but his relentless pursuit of dreams and ideals. She recounted how Kyle faced endless trials and hardships, yet never once bent his principles. It was that unbreakable spirit, the very part of Kyle she fell in love with, that she now saw in Theo. And so, back in that moment, she had asked for his answer. Despite the incredible offer, Theo had to decline. His reason was that he already had far too many teachers. He began to list them, starting with Hilda herself and Commander Julius. He named his seniors like Evelyn, his friends and rivals, but then he added two shocking names to the list, Axion Ragnar and Ed Troyven. They were all his teachers. Hilda was taken aback, but Theo explained that the hardships his enemies created were what forged him. His sword had learned from everyone who had loved or wronged him, and because of that, he couldn't dedicate himself to a single school's tradition, knowing he couldn't faithfully pass it down. The master swordsman, Lady Osa, understands his reasoning, finding it both endearing and regrettable. But then, Theo floors her with an unexpected declaration. If he cannot be her disciple, he will gladly be her son. Lady Osa is left completely speechless by the boy's heartfelt promise. Later, in a moonlit garden, Lady Osa reflects on the moment with an attendant. She confesses her delight, explaining that since she was never able to have a child of her own, Theo's words have finally made her feel like a mother. Overjoyed, she decides to thank him, instructing her attendant to prepare a letter for her husband. The subject of the letter is Theo's promotion exam. Her attendant is shocked, warning her that pushing a rookie who just finished his awakening ceremony into the spotlight could be incredibly dangerous. They remind Lady Osa that she, of all people, should know the risks of attracting too much attention too early. But Lady Osa is resolute. She explains that this is precisely why she must hurry. A great storm is brewing over the Ragnar clan, and before it consumes everything, she intends to give Theo as much power and support as she possibly can. Elsewhere in a dark dungeon, a man is bound in chains, his body covered in bandages. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he waits in the darkness, a prisoner of some unknown force. A cloaked figure with a menacing mask finally appears, claiming this is all according to his will. The chained man's response is chilling. He says he would never question that will, and calmly demands that the masked figure kill him. But before the execution can take place, the ceiling explodes as a figure crashes down from above. The masked assassin is stunned, realizing too late that this was all a trap. The intruder was none other than Evelyn Nerevel, and she had been waiting for them. Evelyn moves with blinding speed, her skill far beyond what the assassin expected. As she dodges their attacks with ease, the masked figure can only wonder in shock if she had always been this powerful. The tables had been completely turned. But while Theo confronted the ghost sword at the wedding, another crisis was unfolding back at the Ragnar estate. An assassin, having failed their mission, was making a desperate escape from the underground jail, deciding they needed to get away and plan for the future. Their escape was cut short by a familiar face, Evelyn Nerevel. She declared the assassin wasn't going anywhere and unleashed a secret technique of the god of Tempest. A devastating squall of energy slammed into the intruder, leaving them coughing up blood. The cornered assassin attempted to destroy any evidence on their person, but Evelyn was a step ahead. She told them the same trick wouldn't work twice before swiftly moving in and incapacitating them for good. The fallout was immediate. In a remote cabin, a secret meeting of the Ragnar clan's elite was convened. A report confirmed that Evelyn had captured an assassin from Serpent Season, a shadow organization directly linked to the Troyven clan and the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven. They were meeting in such a remote place because the capture confirmed a mole was leaking information. An agent named Cleve, with the rank of Null Snow, laid out the mission. They had a 3-hour window to ambush the Serpent Season's base before they burned all evidence and vanished. But then, one of the commanders added a stunning twist. This high-stakes, time-sensitive raid would also serve as the promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. Theo couldn't believe he was already eligible. He was quickly brought back to Earth when they explained that the difficulty of his exam had been abnormally inflated. This wasn't just a test. It was a mission that could easily ignite a full-blown civil war. The reason was simple. They knew Theo had anticipated the assassin's arrival and ordered Evelyn to stake out the cells himself. Since he started this chain of events without consulting the higher-ups, He was now being ordered to finish it. He had to succeed, earn his promotion, and gain the right to conduct solo missions. As our hero grappled with suddenly becoming the center of this massive conspiracy, a new system notification appeared. It was Scenario Quest 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life. The system was giving him a chance to finally clean up the insidious plot that had entangled him since his first life. The chaos at the wedding was merely the endgame of a meticulously planned operation. The scene flashes back to the mission briefing, where Theo stood with a masked Evelyn Naravel and their commander. Asked if he had any issues with the high-stakes plan, our hero's resolve was absolute. He would complete this mission no matter what. With that, the commander officially launched the Snake Cleanup mission. The briefing itself was held in secret, deep in a snowy forest just outside the enemy stronghold. To prevent any leaks from a spy within the clan, the operation was limited to just the three of them. Their target was an entire assassin's guild. While the Ragnar swordsmen held the advantage in pure skill, they were hopelessly outnumbered. There was no room for error. Inside the den, the assassins were completely oblivious, finalizing their affairs. They were merely waiting for one of their own to return from a 2-hour excursion before making their escape. A fatal mistake. Because their comrade would never make it back. In a violent blur, the raid began. The assassins were caught completely off guard as the elite squad tore through their ranks, a whirlwind of steel and shadow cutting down anyone who stood in their way. In a matter of seconds, the primary targets were subdued. The commander ordered Evelyn to secure the main floor, while Theo was given a new objective: infiltrate the basement alone. A surviving assassin could only watch in horror as 3 of his brethren were eliminated instantly. Acknowledging his orders, Theo moved out. Leaping down into the darkness, Theo recalled the blueprints from the briefing. The stairs to the lower level should be right ahead. But as he pressed forward, a sudden, chilling presence stopped him cold. He was not alone. Meanwhile, deep within the estate, Evelyn Naravel moved like a shadow. Activating her skill, Hatchling Synchro, her senses expanded, reading the very data of the area around her. The system instantly flagged not just hidden traps, but the ambush lying in wait. Before the enemy could spring their trap, she erupted forward, unleashing the lightning dragon swift protection technique. The attack tore through the hallway, leaving the would-be ambushers stunned and defeated, one of them wondering how she could have possibly known. Evelyn didn't slow down. She knew security this tight meant they were hiding something important in the basement. But as she descended, a disgusting, unholy stench filled the air. A man in crimson robes and a wide-brimmed hat emerged from the darkness, calmly commenting on her impatience for committing slaughter during a sacred prayer time. Evelyn's eyes widened in horror. She recognized the symbol on his robes instantly. This was a priest of the Holy Demon Church. The very same doomsday cult Theo remembered from his past life. A pseudo-religion that preyed on the ignorant, all while secretly being the primary cause of the great cataclysm that would one day lead to the empire's ruin. The priest seemed amused that she knew who he was. Evelyn quickly activated Hatchling Synchro again, this time to read his mana flow, and what she saw was impossible. The man's internal gate hadn't just been opened, it was shattered, allowing a torrent of unknown, illogical mana to pour out of him. This horrifying, twisted power was what the cult called a blessing. The priest simply smiled, telling her it was all right if she didn't believe. He would grant her the honor of becoming an offering to his one true God. With a final plea for her not to reject the Lord's grace, he lunged. Gritting her teeth, Evelyn raised her sword and charged forward to meet the monstrous power head-on. The battle against the Ceres and Bacchus families rages, but a far more sinister enemy reveals itself. One of the white-armored knights finds his blade blocked by a strange, dark power. His opponent, a blood priest from the Holy Demon Church, is impossibly strong, catching a full-power mana strike with his bare hand. The knight is thrown back, shocked that even a low-ranking priest possesses such monstrous strength. Watching the struggle, Theo realizes a simple mana-infused attack won't work on these zealots. Using a devastating technique like dragons, 3 claws would risk destroying the entire venue and everyone in it. He grips his sword, understanding he needs a different kind of power, something more fundamental. His mind flashes back to his training. He recalls the core tenets of swordsmanship: violence, destruction, and death. But he also remembers another lesson, one that spoke of bringing forth life through the sword. He always thought these two philosophies, life and death, were opposites. But he's pulled from his thoughts as the blood priest begins a dark ritual, offering his opponent's blood as a sacrifice to his lord. Mocking the knight's persistence, the priest unleashes a wave of corrupt energy, intending to claim his prize. In that critical moment, everything clicks for Theo. The two swords were never opposed. Life and death are one path, two sides of the same coin, a single united force. He realizes he can gather all his scattered and wasted power into a single, concentrated ray of light. Theo lunges forward, unleashing his newfound technique, the dragon flash. But the priest simply scoffs, telling him it's just a flashy move no different from before. He taunts Theo, asking if he still hasn't realized that his sword is completely useless against him. But before crashing the series' wedding, Theo had one last prisoner to interrogate, the high priest of the holy demon church. Plunging into the man's mind, he witnessed a memory of a brutal battle where the priest was praised as a seed of demonic chaos for gaining enlightenment through slaughter. This was his chance. Theo activated his skill, hatchling synchro, to read the priest's deepest thoughts. He had to uncover the true source of the holy demon church's bizarre and terrifying power. But as he dove deeper, something felt wrong. This wasn't like any mind reading he'd done before. It was like the priest's consciousness had regressed into that of a child, lost in a cosmic void. Suddenly, his system went haywire. A garbled, corrupted quest flashed before his eyes, followed by a blaring red warning. A high-level enemy, far beyond his current abilities, had appeared. The system screamed at him to flee immediately. Before he could react, a presence emerged from the darkness. A disembodied voice echoed through the mental void, its words dripping with ancient power, demanding to know what Theo was, and why he had dared to disturb its slumber. Theo's blood ran cold. This was it, the secret the cult was hiding. He wasn't just in a priest's mind, he was facing their god. The blessing they always talked about. It was real. But then the being's tone shifted from anger to recognition. It knew him. From the abyss, the god spoke a single, chilling word, his name. The entity's voice echoes in his mind, calling him by his family name, Ragnar. It reveals that it has been searching for him, the one it calls the main lead of the world, leaving Theo utterly speechless. But before the entity can do anything else, a brilliant golden light erupts in the void, a familiar power manifesting to stand between them. Theo screams in anguish, recognizing his guardian dragon, Lodbrok, and demanding to know how she could possibly be here. Lodbrok warns him that this creature is something he cannot yet face, not even if he were to reach the pinnacle of power. With a final command for him to leave, she turns to face the primordial darkness alone. A blinding flash of power throws Theo back into his own body. He finds himself kneeling on the ground, back at the chaotic wedding ceremony, his mind reeling with the horrifying realization that Lodbrok is facing that monster all by herself. Nearby, the captured high priest is having a complete breakdown, screaming in disbelief that a non-believer like Theo could meet their god when he, who sacrificed his entire family, was never granted an audience. Theo grits his teeth, declaring that he would refuse such a god anyway. In that moment, a horrifying thought clicks into place. The god the demonic cult has been hiding is the very same entity Lodbrok called the unnamed monarch. He remembers her telling him that her thousand-year mission was to protect the world from it. The full weight of the conspiracy crashes down on him. Lodbrok only has 3 years left to live, but the Great War is 5 years away. Her impending death, the rise of the demonic cult and the Troyven clan's rebellion, they aren't separate events. They're all connected. The physical and mental toll proves too much, and Theo stumbles. Just before he collapses, Evelyn Naravel catches him, telling him he did well. She explains that she rushed over the moment she heard priests were being hidden at the ceremony. The masked warrior from the Black Dragon squad arrives to find the fight already over. She had rushed in after hearing priests were hiding there, only to find Theo standing over the vanquished foe. She praises him, saying he's amazing for capturing a high priest all by himself and has already proven more than enough. Back in the library, Theo and his team sift through a mountain of documents, but find nothing but useless reports. Just as they hit a dead end, the masked warrior presents a small chest she discovered hidden in the basement, telling them to check it out. Inside is the ultimate prize, the secret ledger of the series' merchant group and the Troyven clan. His allies are floored, realizing Theo had obtained this damning evidence even before the blooming ceremony. He'd been holding onto his trump card, perfectly predicting this exact chain of events. The ledger is undeniable, containing a full transaction history with the Troyven clan, stamped with an official seal. This single book is all the proof they need to expose the Troyven's treason and their deep ties to the Holy Demon Church. With the evidence in hand, the plan is set. After a brief report, the white-armored dragon cavalry will move to dismantle the series' merchant group. The masked warrior vows that this is only the beginning. Soon, it will be Ed Troyven's turn to be utterly crushed. But in the halls of power, the news lands like a thunderclap. The clan head, Kyle Ragnar, explodes in fury, roaring that he always knew Ed Troyven would betray him. Beside him, the black dragon calmly sips his tea, advising Kyle against useless speculation. Kyle isn't convinced, accusing the black dragon of knowing about the conspiracy and letting it fester. The conversation quickly turns to the one who brought this all to light, Theo Ragnar. Hearing how the boy caught a priest on his own, another powerful figure, his face hidden by bandages, immediately demands Theo be handed over to his faction, the Black Pillar. Julius instantly shuts him down, angrily reminding the man that he'd already called dibs on the boy. The bandaged man isn't deterred, remarking on Theo's incredible reasoning and planning, noting how similar his methods are to the Black Pillars, almost as if he'd been one of them in another life. Trying a different tactic, the man reminisces about the past when he, Kyle, Osa, and Julius became sworn siblings. But Julius cuts through the sentimentality, warning him that emotional appeals won't work. The message is clear. Theo is his, and he won't let anyone, not even his own brother, take him. As the chaos at the wedding begins to unfold, a cold memory flashes through Julius's mind. The words of his father, Kyle Ragnar. He recalls being told that in their world, it's only natural for older brothers to take what belongs to their younger siblings, a brutal lesson in power that has defined the Ragnar clan for generations. The narrative then pulls back to the moments just before the raid, revealing Theo's unwavering resolve. He places his absolute trust in the White Dragon Squad, knowing they are the one group untouched by the Sky Dragon's pervasive influence, and confidently leaves the plan's execution in Julius's capable hands. As news of the impending attack on the series' merchant group spreads, one observer can't believe the audacity of the timing. But their shock quickly turns to grim excitement. The game is finally getting interesting. And this was the ceremony they were about to shatter. Inside the Grand Hall, Quadrax Series, the head of the powerful merchant guild, formally presents his daughter, Lily, to Nab and Bacchus. With this union, the Ceres and Bacchus families were to be bound by blood, forging a powerful new alliance. But for Quadrax, This was more than a marriage. It was a conquest. He inwardly gloated, believing he had finally bought his way into a prestigious noble family's name. This was only the first step in his grand plan for revenge against the Ragnars who had always looked down on him. The groom, however, was filled with nothing but silent rage. Nabenbakis was forced to endure the humiliation of this union, knowing the massive dowry was the only thing that could save his own family from ruin. He had no intention of honoring the marriage, privately scorning his new bride as a worthless, illegitimate child. The other noble guests weren't fooled by the pageantry for a second. They could all see the alliance for what it was, a transparently greedy power play, a desperate merger between calculating merchants and a fallen noble house, both clawing for relevance. The memory of the deal still sours in Lord Bacchus's mind, a grim alliance with merchants he could never trust. Knowing his own time was running short, he'd made a dark vow. He would see the Ceres family fall, even if it was the last thing he ever did. At the wedding ceremony, his son Nabenbakis kneels before his bride, Lily Ceres, pledging his undying devotion. But Lily is unmoved, coldly asking how he plans to prove his loyalty. Nabin admits his family is destitute and that he's merely being sold off, but he promises to do anything for her, even steal his own family's seal if she desires it. His father can only watch in silent fury as his son debases their name. Seeing his desperation, Lily makes her move. She reveals a deep scar on her arm, a wound given to her by none other than Theo Ragnar. As her wedding gift, she demands only one thing: Theo's head. Nabin is floored, realizing the woman is completely unhinged to demand the public assassination of a Ragnar heir. Even Lord Ceres tries to silence his daughter, but it's far too late. To everyone's utter shock, Nabin accepts. He declares that if his new bride wishes for the head of a Ragnar, then he has no choice but to deliver. But just as the treasonous words hang in the air, the sky is torn open by the screech of wyverns. Figures leap from their backs, plummeting towards the ceremony below as the crowd erupts in panic. They land with a thunderous crash, unfurling a banner that silences all dissent, the roaring dragon of House Ragnar. The white-armored dragon cavalry has arrived. Theo steps forward, flanked by Julius and his knights, holding a warrant. He declares that they've found proof linking the Ceres Merchant Guild to the recent attack. They are now under investigation for high treason, and any who resist will be executed on the spot. As the guests reel from the news, Theo issues an ultimatum: cooperate or be condemned. Cornered and desperate, Lord Ceres decides to fight his way out, refusing to believe Ragnar could have uncovered the truth so quickly. The fragile alliance shatters instantly. Lord Bacchus furiously confronts Lord Ceres, demanding to know why he was dragged into an act of treason against the most powerful family in the north. Lord Ceres explodes, screaming that the warrant is a pathetic, forged scrap of paper. He declares this is nothing but a scheme to frame his family, which has always been loyal to Ragnar, and commands his soldiers to subdue the knights who dare accuse them. The head of the Bacchus family tries to back out, stating they'll annul the marriage. But Lord Ceres grabs him, snarling that he won't let the Bacchus family escape unscathed. He reminds him what a charge of treason truly means in Winterer, and that he has no intention of going down alone. Ceres lays out his gamble, arguing that if Julius had solid evidence, he would have brought his entire army, not just a small squad. He insists that this proves they aren't certain, and if they can stop them just this once, they can fix everything. As the families stand off, the groom, Nabenbakis, steps forward with a sinister smile. He tells everyone this is a good thing. It gives them an early chance to present their wedding gift. The Bacchus patriarch realizes with dawning horror that the moment they drew their swords, they became accomplices. With no other choice, he roars for his men to join the fight and aid House Ceres, officially turning the wedding hall into a battlefield. The White Dragon Knights issue a final warning: stand down or face summary execution for treason. But Nabin simply scoffs, mocking the Ragnar clan for their love of killing without trial. He then turns his attention directly to Theo, formally introducing himself. He remarks that he never expected their first meeting to be under these circumstances, creating a moment of tense recognition. And in that instant, Theo knows exactly who stands before him. This is the ghost sword, Nabin, the very man who, in his past life, conspired with the Ceres and Troivan clans to throw the entire Ragnar family into chaos during the Great War. With a vicious grin, Nabin Bacchus lunges forward, declaring he'll be taking Theo's head. The wedding hall erupts into a full-scale battle as the white-armored dragon cavalry clashes with the combined forces of Ceres and Bacchus. But amid the chaos, Theo moves with purpose, intercepting the ghost sword head-on. But for Theo, this isn't just a random encounter. It's a calculated opportunity. He realizes that with his knowledge from his past life, he can turn this powerful enemy into an invaluable ally. He waves off his knights, declaring that he will handle this one himself. His subordinates are shocked, but Julius gives a subtle nod of approval. He tells Theo to handle it, but to do it quickly. Every second they waste is another second the traitors have to destroy crucial evidence. As Evelyn leads the charge against the main enemy force, she asks if Theo will be all right on his own. Nabin smirks, telling Theo he's happy to have him all to himself, boasting that he's quite strong. Theo just stares back, retorting that he could say the exact same thing. Before their duel can truly begin, Theo asks for permission to ask a question. He probes Nabin, asking if pointing a sword at Ragnar is truly an act of treason, or if his real goal is something else entirely. He cuts right to the heart of the matter, questioning if this is all just a ploy to get revenge on his own family for his mother's sake. The words strike a nerve. Nabin's smile vanishes, replaced by cold fury. He tells Theo he's just dragged up a memory he'd rather forget, giving him one more reason to take his head. He promises to mince our hero to pieces. But Theo stops him cold, telling him to hear him out to the end. He then makes an utterly unbelievable offer. He will help Nabin achieve his revenge. He will help him orchestrate the complete downfall of House Bacchus. And with that offer, a new path forward became clear. A hidden quest had been triggered: recruit the ghost sword Nabin as a companion.